Comm 40 Under 40 Summit will deliberate on the next generation of PR and communications. Throughout the day, we will have a series of keynote and panel discussions on the latest innovations, agility, strategies, and the way forward in the communication industry. The 40 Under 40 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. But before we begin, can we please have the AVs of our presenting partners?
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955, we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958, we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984, we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991 we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013 we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
Well, I really thank our partners from the bottom of our hearts. Lots of gratitude going out to our presenting partners, Ad Factors, PR, Knowledge Driven Communication as presenting partners. Powered by Godrej Group and Fusion PR. Our gold partners, ATDB, Teamwork Communication, Wizpic, and Grayscale PR. I thank you guys once again. And on a side note, I'm available to connect with you for your future events. So let's begin this day with knowledge sharing, key learnings, words of wisdom, and who better to share this with you all is Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Dr. Batra, I welcome you to please share some insights, and I'm welcoming you from the Dubai downtown. Maybe please.
Thank you, Weber. A very good afternoon to you and to everyone on this broadcast. I'm doing it from Chennai. The beauty about a post-pandemic world is location doesn't matter. It's the presence and mindfulness that matters. So good afternoon to all of you. Today we celebrate the young leaders, the young achievers in the corporate communications and in the PR domain. Exchange for Media recognize the importance of these communication stakeholders in the value chain of communication. 18 years back when we started a dedicated section on Exchange for Media on PR and Corp Comm. 14 years back, we launched our first conference awards on PR and corporate communication. So we've always believed that the PR and Corp Comm professionals are a very integral part of the communication ecosystem. Today, when we recognize these young leaders, we recognize the talent for future. These leaders are already shouldering a lot of responsibilities and are responsible for the growth of their companies and of their clients. Let me say the age of achievement is getting younger and younger. So clearly, I look up to these young achievers. I believe in the process of reverse mentoring. While we can teach them something, there's a lot to learn from them. So I would like to congratulate all of you who were shortlisted, the ones that have won today. Some of you were at the ceremony 2 days back where we unveiled the list. Today, when we talk of communication and PR, the last 20 months have made sure that communication and PR has become the mainstay of communication. It was always important, but earned editorial, earned mileage has become more important than paid advertising. Also, in the early stages of the pandemic, brands went on a pause. So clearly, PR and communication helped in making sure that the brands and businesses engage with all their stakeholders. I just want to say, when I see these young professionals, I am reminded of the 4 H's of success, which all these winners embody. First is humility. Today you're getting rewarded, but you must be humbled by it and strive to do more. Hunger. If you don't have a drive, if you don't have hunger, you get satiated. So you have to do the right thing for the right reason in the right manner. Third is hard work. We can talk about smart work, but I keep saying the harder you work, the luckier you get. And fourth is honesty. In a world where more honesty is needed, honesty can be a differentiator. So you epitomizes those 4 H's. I want to say that post the pandemic, I have learned the value of life even more. And I would like to share that with you on a philosophical note. One is the fact we live in a world which is ever changing. We now know that we don't even know what we don't know. There are so many variables, unknowns. We don't know those unknowns. So these are my top 6 lessons. Let me say it quickly before we bring in all our leaders and we have a power-packed day of content. First, change is welcome, change is inevitable, and change brings new energy which creates. So you've seen there's been a change in the last 20 months. Second, never say never. We now know we don't even know what we don't know. We know that there are known unknowns, but there are a lot of unknown unknowns. So we have to be more humble. While we plan for long term, we got to be mindful and be in what we are doing. Third is why. The why, the purpose has become even more important. The why do we do something? Why are we spending time on something? So the why is equally important as how. The purpose is more important than ever. Fourth, care. And care for oneself, care for the environment. Sustainability is very important. The planet is very important. People are more important. The profits we follow if we take care of planet and people. Fifth, question everything. We are questioning the drivers of our business. We're questioning, whether we need to do something or not. And sixth, last but not the least, is technology is important. Contactless is important. But the more digital grows, the value of human touch grows. So clearly, it's a time for compassion. It is a time for collaboration. It is time for contactlessness. We are doing this event without being in the same room. So I wish you luck. The world of PR and communication is all evolving every moment, and the technology is adding to the way we can connect with each other. So I'll leave you to this thought that compassion is more important than ever. Thank you so much, and I wish all the winners good luck in their endeavor as we enter 2022. And I'm sure year 22 will be hopefully a harbinger of more stability in the world, more calmness, and hopefully we'll value the human life more. We'll be more caring for ourselves and for everybody we come in touch with. Thank you so much. God bless you. Back to you, Weber.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Always drops some amazing gems, and that's what he did today, and did tell us that how important compassion is, and the world of contactless that we are living in. He's out of Chennai. The teams are spread across the India, and I'm here in a different part of the world. This is the beauty of today's era that we are in. For today's panel, I'm pretty excited to have these guys here, and I'm very keen on listening to them. We have Dr. Samir Kapoor, Director at Ad Factor PR. We have Mr. Subir, the Chief Communication Officer at TTC. We have Ms. Nikki Gupta, Director at Teamwork Communications Group. And then we have Mr. Tarundeep Singh from the 23 Watt. So guys, welcome, and chairing this session, we have the very handsome, very smart, all the way from Kashmir, Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor at BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Vaibhav. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm just waiting for my panelists to join.
So as we are having the panel join in, which part of the world are you in?
I am in Delhi. So the common is D, Dubai.
Edition Exchange for Media, PR and Corporate Communication 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards 2021. The 40 Under 40 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have series of keynote and panel discussions on latest innovation, agility, strategies, and way forward in the communication industry. The PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor those brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age of 40 through these awards. This year, we have received over 170 nominations, out of which we selected best 40 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting, and after screening over 170 nominations, we selected best 40 plus nominations. Jury chair was chaired by N.S. Rajan, former global partner and MD, Ketchum Sampark, and director at August One Partners, and Anurag Batra, chairman and editor-in-chief, Exchange for Media and Business World.
It was indeed great to be part of the jury for the Exchange for Media 40 Under 40 Awards. The rising stars that make up this year's group of winners represent the bright future of the Indian PR industry. They demonstrate the talent, drive, and leadership to steer the profession through its next generation of evolution and disruption. I'm especially pleased to see in the list a few entrepreneurs who have not only set up their own outfits but have expanded and grown despite the difficult environment of the past few years. The contributions of communication practitioners have never been more important or meaningful to business. Yet, it has never been more difficult to achieve or has required more skill and dexterity. With the complexities of business increasing by the day, PR and communications will have a bigger and more strategic role on the Marcom stage. To continue to succeed, they will have to constantly evolve and adapt to the new challenges to be able to maintain their leadership. I would like to thank Exchange for Media for providing such a platform to encourage talent in the Indian PR industry.
The other members of the grand jury were Ashim Gupta, Head of Consumer and Technology Communication for India and South Asia at Uber, Anshu Khanna, Founder and Managing Director at Good Word Media Services Private Limited, Anuja Chaudhary, Co-Founder and Director at Wispeak Communications PR, Bhaskar Majumdar, Head, Corporate Affairs, Communications and Digital at Aegis India. Bibhu Ranjan Mishra, Director of Public Relations at Immobile. Hina Jaffrey, Vice President and Head Corporate Communications at Times Network. Kiran Ray Chaudhary, Co-founder and Joint MD at ATDB Communications. Lavina Gujral, COO at Candor Communications Private Limited. Madhukar Kumar, Founder and Chief Strategist at Graycell PR. Madhu Chibber, CEO at Madison Public Relations. Pranav Kumar, Managing Director at Allison and Partners. Parag Darade, Vice President, Corporate Communications at Z Media. Pushpendra Kumar Dhansoya, Head, Corporate Communications at Somaya Group. Pooja Thakran, Senior Director, Corporate Communications at Honeywell. Sonia Huria, Head, Communications at Amazon Prime Video. Sunanda Rao, CEO and Founder at Seraphim Strategic Communications. Sujit Patil, Vice President and Head, Corporate Brand and Communications at Godrej Group. Shubham Mukherjee, Head of Corporate Communications at ICICI Prudential. Tabrez Ahmed, Group Director, Government Affairs and Public Policy at Dell Technologies. Exchange for Media thanks the jury and congratulates all the winners.
So this year the entries are really good, and I think the process of selection was quite transparent. I wish all the best to everyone and let the best entries win. I think, in most of the entries which I was looking for, that what will be their contribution to the industry. I mean, at an individual level, people can excel, but at the end of the day, the more you move the ladder, what are your add-ons to the industry is something which I was looking for. I think, they have done really well, the way they have presented their work. I think in PR, not only how your hard work which works, I think how you present it is also something which matters, and they have done it well. And keep up the good work, and they should win more entries like this, more nominations like this. I think, post-COVID, everything has changed, and it has impacted business, and it has impacted the way PR or communication used to work. I think now there is a sudden shift or tilt towards digital. So, traditional media will always be there, but there will be now the media mix will be it will be in between traditional as well as digital. So understanding the new trends, understanding technology, understanding how content has to be used, and what are the limitations of this new technology, or new things which one has to understand and learn and adopt. And I'm also, as a professional, I'm learning. I come from awkward age, and from awkward I have moved to podcast. So it's a learning process, and I'm sure with this current time, things will get changed within the span of 3 to 4 months of time. So everyone has to be very updated. I think it's going to thrive. Especially because of COVID, there is a financial stress in every brand, and I think every brand, be it a B2B company or B2C company, has reduced their marketing budget, and there lies the corporate commission department or PR agencies can actually take up that space. They can own that space, because every brand needs visibility. And in the absence of less marketing spend, I think it's good for PR or good for the communication industry to thrive.
Well, very interesting and eye-opener to see what all young people are doing, and where the PR world is moving, and how they've dealt with the pandemic, which is the most important point, which I saw as the recurring subject in most of the entries. The key, as a PR person, I like storytelling. So I was looking for people who would tell stories, who were campaign-led, who were content-led, and also people who were able to handle crisis. So that was interesting to see it in many campaigns. 40 is just the beginning. Go on, keep on. Continue the good work. To me, the biggest quality for a leader is to be able to teach and to lead with humility and be open to any kind of crisis and not crumble under stress. Have you ever seen a turtle? That's where we are. We've turned turtle. And anyone who does not accept it will be an ostrich with his or her head buried in the sand. And the sooner we start learning how to sprint towards the new goals, we'll be the happiest.
Well, I think first of all, it's an honor being a part of this jury. It's great to see so many communications professionals coming out and taking the initiative to talk about their work. So it's been a great experience. It was great interacting with our co-jurors and having some, great deliberations on, what is really defining communications today. Also, the kind of talent we're seeing, the passion and the energy, it all came through in the entries. So very happy to be a part of the Exchange for Media 40 Under 40 Awards. I think what we were expecting was passion, a strong desire to succeed, backed by also showcasing, strong results, meaning to say that we were also looking for creativity, commitment, and all of those areas. So I think some of those came through very strongly in the eventual discussions we had, and when we chose all the nominations. Well, I would say that congratulations. You're clearly ahead of the curve when it comes to being a successful communications professional. And my message to you would be to continue that yearning and that hunger to do well, and also do your bit to keep communications strategic and also contributing to each one of your organizations, because that just augurs well for the industry overall. That's what I would say to everybody who's in the shortlist. Well, I think whether you're client side or whether you're agency side, I think the qualities are pretty much the same, which is to be successful in showcasing to your stakeholders on what a well-run communications campaign can do for your brand, for your corporate reputation, and also why communications is such a crucial function when it comes to elevating reputation or perception. So I think that would be the message. So make sure that you continue to do that and demonstrate strong value, and clearly that's where you will also stand out as an individual contributor towards the larger cause. Well, I think the future is bright. I think with the coalescence of mainstream media, social media, digital journalists, influencers, I think it only underscores the fact that messaging content is very, very important. It needs to be channel agnostic. Also, I think that the environment for brands is very different today. There is the hyper news cycle, plus there is also a lot of issues and crisis management that happens. So essentially, I see that more and more mature and savvy organizations will invest more in communications and in that function. I think in today's times, I think reputation, well, even earlier, but reputation is everything. So hence, I certainly think that we're in a great place to inform and add value. So thank you so much for having me, jury.
Hello, everyone, and congratulations to all the winners. Let me begin by saying how important it is to appreciate the work done by our youngsters and celebrate their pursuit of excellence. Exchange for Media is doing a wonderful job of doing just that by instituting these 40 Under 40 awards. In terms of a management discipline, communication became a critical area during the pandemic to keep employees motivated, customers connected, and stakeholders engaged. So awarding some of the industry's best who worked behind the scenes and under tight deadlines and pressures is really creditable. For me, it's always a pleasure to see how youngsters are thinking around building reputation for their companies, and also how they are stepping up to manage some of the emerging challenges posed by the pandemic. I also learned and enjoyed working with my fellow jury members in picking up the winners. So congratulations to all the winners. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to be associated with such events, and doing this with E4M is really special. It's incredible to see the talent out there, and it's been a great fun ride, and it's great meeting contemporaries and sort of shooting the breeze as well as we did today from 11 to 4. So it's been a grueling session, but a fun one. So, there were quite a few things actually. One did want to see the overall experience of the people who'd applied. One was looking to see standout work, something out of the ordinary. One was looking to see a more integrated profile given the way PR functions today. I think creativity, and I think I also was indexing on the quality of the application. The way they had crafted it and the way they had positioned it. So the clearer and the more, sort of well-positioned the application, that really did catch my attention. So, I just want to congratulate everyone who applied, and of course, heartiest congratulations to those who have made it to the list. And it's great to see the talent out there. Clearly, PR is in good hands. Of course, I think leadership goes without saying. And when I say leadership, I think leadership in terms of being able to show the way for the function, both internally and externally, being a leader of people, thinking outside the box, and looking to add newer skills. I think learning never stops in our career. So having that, I guess, and walking the talk would be really important. So, I think while it has always been the case, in my opinion, but I think the pandemic has clearly pushed PR in the forefront. It is a strategic function and has become more so. I think in the future, PR is going to have a firm seat on the table, and it's going to be very important in a world where influence and perception is playing a very important role in decision making by stakeholders. So yeah, it's going to be very, very important, and it's a great place to be. It's an exciting place to be.
For Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 We made Asia's first typewriters. We weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958, we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984, we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991, we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013, we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
Well, thank you so much. I actually got a little excited and introduced our panel a lot earlier. But first, I would like to thank Bhaskar Majumdar, Head Corporate Affairs and Communications at EG's, for his keynote. And here I see our panelists are making way into being a part of the panel discussion, which I'm really looking ahead. Hi, Tarundeep, I can see you on screen. How are you doing?
Very well, very well. How's it been for you? Bright sunny morning.
Bright sunny morning. In Dubai, it is always bright and sunny. Let me take the opportunity in introducing our panelists for the next session. I hope we have everyone in, or maybe up till the time I finish my introduction, they would be in. We have Dr. Sameer Kapoor, Director at Ad Factor PR. We have Mr. Subir from TTC. He's the Chief Communication Officer. And then we have Nikki Gupta, who is the Director at Teamwork Communications Group. Tarundeep Singh from the 23 Watt. I love the name, Tarundeep. Kudos to you guys. And then we also have Bhaskar Majumdar, the Head Corporate Affairs and Communications from EGs. And chairing this will be Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor at BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Ruhail, are you there?
I am here. Thank you so much. And great to have two introductions. What a great day. But anyway, I think Mr. Kapoor and Ms. Gupta will join us shortly. So we will continue with our discussion from here on. I want to start with you, Mr. Moitra. You know, today's topic is very interesting. Something we always know, but we rarely talk about it, you know, in the public discourse. Should brand agencies take public stand on their campaigns, especially during times of crisis? You know, Mr. Moitra, traditionally, agencies have played it neutral, they have played it safe, and that's been their mandate for a very long time. But as we are living in a connected world in a way that everything kind of touches upon us much more intensely than it used to be, and especially the younger generation wants to know what is the stand of a brand, which side do they stand. Give me a sense, how are agencies dealing with this new era of, I might say, communication and taking a stand? Should agencies take a stand? Are you advising brands to take a stand? Are brands open to take a stand?
Yeah. So can you hear me? First of all, am I audible?
Absolutely.
Okay. I've been in the profession for quite some time now. And what I see, there's a major departure from where we started about 20 years back, and the kind of mandates that we used to handle and the kind of communication outlines that we used to get, to the current situation that we are in, and especially after this COVID situation. And we are hearing a lot about purpose-driven approach to communication, and that is what is leading the day for a lot of brands. So they want to be purpose driven. They want to kind of talk about the higher purpose. Why are they here in this entire scheme of things, and what do they stand for? And that's why it has become very important for the brands to take a stand. Not just brands to take a stand, but also making sure that their executives also understand what those brands actually are trying to kind of communicate to the community, and especially the customers and the stakeholders at large. And therefore, it becomes very, very important to kind of outline what your higher purpose of your organization is, what is the purpose of your brands, what do they achieve for the community at large, and therefore talk about what is the value that they bring on table to make sure that it's very clear. And if you hear, and you would be hearing a lot of things about the CEO activists. A lot of CEOs these days are actually taking a stand. Obviously, they are the ultimate brand custodians of various organizations, but they are becoming activists, because what is happening is now the employees also want to know what their organization stands for, right?
Right.
So therefore, they're looking at the CEOs as role models, people who have got some stand, people who actually have a point of view, and they have their whatever they do or whatever the actions they take, they actually support those stands. And therefore, in entirety, I would say, unlike the previous decade, now the things are more purpose driven, and that is why we are seeing a lot of discussion around what does a brand or a corporate entity stand for, and that includes how they look at the social aspect of it as well as the political aspect of it. And therefore, there many a times the communication agencies actually create their narratives according to the environment that they operate in, and understanding what the overall higher purpose of the brand is. And that's what I had to share.
Right. I want to bring in and request Mr. Bhaskar Majumdar, Head Corporate Affairs and Communications and Digital at Aegis, to if you could switch on the camera.
Yes. Rohil, unfortunately, I mean, I've just joined at the last moment, and I'm en route to my office.
So audio is also fine. As long as we can
my audio is fine. Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll completely agree with what Shubir said.
Mr. Singh here.
What
are your thoughts?
The prime.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I
So
want to go.
I think
Okay. Okay, go on, please.
yeah, I think from agency side, agencies has always been consultants to different brands, and I think the primary role for every consultancy or agency's role is to advise the clients on critical issues and what kind of stand they should take, irrespective of the brand agreeing to or not. See, at the end of the day, every brand is doing a business, and when it comes to business, it's a combination of political pressure and other multiple pressures. So at times there can be instances where brands are not being able to take a stand, and I think it's more of individual choice rather than a brand choice to take a stand, right? So with the kind of dynamic business environment we have, and especially as rightly said by Shubir, with COVID, a lot of things have got impacted. And I think the brands are becoming more conscious about taking stand, but it has to be related to their business. It has to be related to their core business and core values and core thoughts.
Okay. All right. Great. So, Mr. Singh, how do you see the shift from a neutral position to something where consumers are also wanting to know which side does the brand stand? Is there a perceptible shift, first of all, in the way brands are positioning themselves and taking stand?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, as my earnest members right now on the panel mentioned about that. See, we've seen a broad and bigger shift in how brands were last decade and this decade. Right? We are living in an information world where we are consuming it on the go. Right? Everywhere you have your phone feeding you what it's doing and not. We've become very polarized as a society, right? Either you are in it or you're out of it, right? We used to talk about being sitting at the edge kind of a thing, but it's never anymore, right? You're either in it or out it. So I think for brands, what's become is that relevance is today key to reception, right? If I'm not relevant to you, you don't mean anything to me as a brand. So what has now become, and I think Bhaskar somewhere very well touched up, I look at some of these issues in different categories, right? One is a political issue. Now, if it's a political issue, a brand might or might not take a stand, and I think that's very much a call that they've taken because at the end of the day, they are there for doing business and not really waving a flag. Then there are issues which are politically correct, which they take. Like, for example, the Black Lives Matters, and everybody took a stand on that. But there are some issues which was politically not correct, but then suit the audience, right? How Nike changed that for once just don't do it, right? For when the Black Lives Matters incident happened, right? They kind of changed their tagline. Now, what big a brand can do than doing that? Or how McDonald's inverted their logo from an M to W to talk about women coming to McDonald's and working there. So there are a lot of things, and then there are issues that people don't want to go in. For example, a lot of, back home during the farmers' protest, I don't think highly a brand came out in the open to talk about it, but at the backside of it, if anybody got a chance to go on ground, there were a lot of these larger hospital, healthcare, shampoo, FMCG brands that were actually there, who were supplying products and people their everyday things to actually run that protest. So the point is that end of the day, the brand has to look at their audience, how relevant they want to be with this audience. And I think what we suggest as an agency to our brand is that if your audience is holding on to that vibe, you should be participating. So that's what our one key advice always remains to brands.
In fact, Rohil, I will add on one thing.
Sure.
Business and activism are two different things. As Tarun rightly said, there has to be a connect. It cannot be a random thought.
Yeah. Right. Absolutely. So in a way, I think, Mr. Moitra, the neutrality that we witnessed maybe a few years ago, maybe not a decade, but a few years ago, I think that is slowly taken by something, which is more activist in nature, which is clear in its communication. But tell me, when brands respond to, of course, brands don't exist, or the campaigns don't exist in isolation. They have to absorb what is happening around them,
right?
Whether it's a crisis, whatever the situation is. Tell me, how do you advise brands that how much is too much while they are being aware of the surroundings and the situations and devising and launching their campaigns.
Yeah,
How,
it's a very good
how
question.
should they draw that line that they don't go overboard in
Right.
taking that stand? What is your advice to brands?
Yeah, so usually what happens is, be aware of your surroundings, be aware of the sensitivities that surround your brand. Okay, it's important to understand even the basic, neutral things which you might be promoting through your advertisements or your campaigns. But at the same time, are you open enough to kind of accept the fact that if you are putting out certain content, is it actually affecting a certain gender or a certain it's somehow cultural sensitive, like what Tarundeep spoke about from the black movement. uh, are we actually without being conscious, we are touching upon some social taboos, or promoting them and saying that, listen, we are doing this, but if somehow it gets retaliated because of some social taboos that it kind of looks at or overlooks. uh, there are also, I've seen, I mean, that the brands have taken a backlash because they were not sensitive to some religious sentiments. And I can give you some examples as well. There are now, what is also happening is, I work for the firm Think Through Consulting, and this organization works in the area of sustainability, climate change, and ESG. And I'm seeing that, environmental concerns are slowly taking a very, very important, importance in the whole scheme of branding, as well as to starting from, where are you procuring your raw material, what kind of labor you are using, are you using child labor or not, what kind of how much of carbon footprint do you have, how much of emissions are you putting back into the environment. Those kind of things are some things which have to be now brought into the picture given the current situation. And as I was talking to you, one of the brands which was into supplying of processed meat. I'll not name them, but they're in the area of processed meat. Now they started selling the processed meat, but then came in the question whether this meat is halal or jhatka. You get me where I'm coming from. So how do you respond to those kind of situations? Or you put out an ad where you show a certain community, and you showcase them as the people who are really intolerant people.
Right.
How well will it go? You're trying to bring in some humor into this thing, but in the whole scheme of things, what you're doing, you are actually putting someone in a bad light. Or I mean, even though it's a humor for you, but for someone else, it can have a very, very negative impact. So therefore the brands will have to be very, very careful, and that's where they need to draw the line. And therefore they have to be sensitive about the social taboos, the religious sentiments, gender and cultural sensitivities, uh, environmental sensitivities. And this is where I think where you need to be very, very conscious and take very, very minutest of the thought process that, if you do this, then how does it have an effect on your brand? So that's what I had to share.
Yeah, just adding a bit here to what Rita said. Sorry, sir, go ahead.
Yeah. So Rohil, I'll agree with Shubir. I work for a company called Aegis, which is into engineering space. And as he rightly said, that ESG, climate change, environment are something which is very related to our business. And getting active on those particular sectors and contributing to the society is something which comes very naturally to us, right? So slowly and steadily, I think all brands, they are getting into these kinds of social activities which are more related to their business and can have a direct brand connect. And coming back to agencies, I know few agencies which has taken this decision of not working with any meat processing company or any company promoting liquor or alcohol or even lottery. So I think it's a collective responsibility for from the brand side also, the agency side also, to take a conscious decision that these are sectors or these are areas which I will not venture into. Go ahead, Tarun. Sorry, Tarun.
Just one more point over here. It's also the moral responsibility of the agency, which is actually advising these clients and telling them if they're missing out on any points, which can be really sensitive or dangerous, or they're treading on some very, very sensitive lines, because many times I've seen as communication people, sometimes they look at it in a different way, and they look at it from a little more of a colored, way of thinking, or they have some thoughts which are kind of what should I say, are because of the top leadership pressures also sometimes. But as it's your responsibility as an organization, as an agency, which is also reputation custodian of sorts.
Absolutely.
Your moral responsibility to at least raise the concern and not staying quiet and not taking it as it comes. So sometimes you have to kind of take the bull by the horn and tell them that, listen, have you thought on these lines? Over to you, Tarun. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, well put. I was just saying that somewhere, where we come in, and I think one thing that we use a lot while we advise our clients is more a sentiment analysis, right? We may be thinking as an agency on one part of the business, may be thinking of one part, but I think end of the day, there is a big. I mean, today we live in a world of mass thoughts, right? Mass revolution that comes, which sometimes gets into trolling, which sometimes gets into movement. We always believe that sentiment analysis becomes key for a brand before going in with any kind of even a product launch, or even for that matter, doing something on a moralistic grounds. For example, and I would say recently we saw a brand come up with an advertisement around Karwa Chauth, and it just played on. I think that was just taking a moral stand on being moral. It did not have a connect directly to what it could be. And that is why the kind of traction that consumer gave it, or non-traction that consumer gave it online, which they had to pull it out. So the point is that you cannot be moral just because you want to be moral. If it's not relevant,
absolutely,
if it's not topical, if it's not making sense to your audience, it's not going to work, because let's face it, nobody's a fool here. So that.
And
also lot of times brands, in the quest of becoming popular, they do certain things which are not related to their core value, and it backfires. And especially with businesses which are listed companies, they have to think about the larger audience, also people who have invested in their company. And rather than doing something which is more related to activism, one has to think about the business also.
Yeah,
right. Mr. Moitra,
yeah, if I may add, and that's all, what Bhaskar just said, he actually read my mind. And therefore, this entire piece about the value systems, the mission, vision, and all those things have to be overall governed by this thing about defining the higher purpose of the organization. And therefore, you will always have to measure with those core values, those higher purposes that you defined for your organization, for your brand, for your own people to follow at every step, not just because you're doing a brand campaign and you cannot afford to miss those points at any cost, at any point of time.
Right. So let me ask you, Mr. Moitra, that while advising brands, and since most agencies and even brands, they have they closely listen to what's going on, around them. Should campaigns always necessarily have a social impact in a way, they take a stand, or they can do without that as well?
So in today's day and age, they have to take care of the social impact. Everyone is so connected, so well informed, and they do their own research and don't have this doubt that they are consuming your products, or they are taking your services without knowing about you or what you stand or what your organization stands for. So
my larger point was, sorry, I want to add here.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like we spoke about a particular ad that had a huge, got trolled for some reason.
Yeah.
But somewhere they were also addressing a stereotype. They were trying to be bold. So when a brand tries to show the way, sometimes maybe, do you think they they need to maybe wait for things when the public is ready for it, or should they fare because a 3% or 5% population is trolling them and they just back out? My question also is, should brands back out also when they're a good intent, they have a campaign with good intent, it's trolled? Should brands also take a stand then, or should they give in like we have seen?
No, I think if the brand is convinced enough that what they are standing for has a positive impact on the society at large, and if it has a cause behind it, and if it is living up to the their purpose and the value core systems, and also using the right kind of methodologies and keeping those checks and balances in place as to what can be said and what cannot be said, I think there is no reason why they should back out if they know what they are doing and there is a conviction behind it. That's very important. Secondly, as I was talking to you, is that if your message is authentic, if it's relevant, if it's a compelling point of view which you're providing, no matter whatever you are saying, there will always be some kind of a backlash, and one should be prepared about it. And therefore, we as communication community should always weigh the what. So if you remember, Tarunjit and Bhaskar, we used to do this SOCO exercise earlier. I think it's still relevant. We used to do this, some overriding communication objectives for communications and for our clients. So we used to say that, what is it that you want to talk about? Give us 5 points. All those was discussed, and then we used to ask them, tell us what is it that you don't want to disclose, or that you fear that will have a backlash. If you have that backlash, then what will be your response system to that? So that preparedness is something that we as communicators have to preempt, have to create those scenarios for our clients. And therefore, it becomes very important for us to kind of make sure that even if we are going out with those campaigns, which can have a backlash, or which can have certain things for which some community or some part of the society will have a negative thought process about, then we'll have to have those strategies also in place. But to cut the long story short, I think because of a certain strata of people, if it's affecting the community at large in a positive way, giving out the right messages, giving out the right information, properly researched information with right backing, I don't see any reason why anyone should back out from their campaign.
Right.
Tarun might
also
have a
to
different opinion.
Also to add, Rohil, campaigns focus generally depends on brand to brand, the kind of products they have, kind of services they have. A B2B brand or a B2C brand, they may have a completely different outlook. I mean, you may have seen in last 1 year's time, the controversial campaigns are generally from the B2C segment companies. So it largely depends on the kind of businesses you are in. But as Shubir has rightly said, that if your campaign, if it connects with your core audience and if it carries your core messaging, even if there is a backlash, one has to think that how positively one has to take it and how in a better way to manage it rather than taking it off.
Right. No, I have a question which has 3 points, Mr. Majumdar. One is, should campaigns have a social impact? Is it mandatory? Second is, should campaigns try to attempt, should they try to attempt any stereotype? And third, if they have a backlash, how should they respond to it?
See, first of all, I don't think it's mandatory to have a campaign focused on social causes only, as long as it's directly connected to your business and your stakeholders.
No, I mean to say, why connected? Should it have a social side or not?
Not necessarily. And see, at the end of the day, it's like creating a creative. Someone may like it, someone may not like it, and you have to live with it. So if there is a backlash, and with today's dynamic market environment, there will be always a certain section of influencers who may not like the way you want to communicate to your stakeholders. So that risk will be always there. but withdrawing a particular campaign, I don't think is the right way to do it. Then the brand comes under question. Then on the first place, why they actually went ahead with the campaign.
Right, right.
I think, Ruhel, if I may just add into that, is that I personally feel that, whether it's a B2B or B2C, brand, whatever they come out with, whether they have, whether they're selling a toothpaste or an aircraft engine or an aircraft itself, whatever they're doing, but there has to be some kind of a social thought also provided, even if it's not directly affecting a certain class, but there has to be some thought given to that, because at the end of the day, your stakeholders belong to some kind of a society, some kind of a community, right? So ultimately, you are responsible to those communities as well, because you are communicating to them. That's my thought.
Man, sorry, just butting in here, but I have a different approach to this.
Sorry, Tarun. Both me and Shubhir are talking so much that you are hardly getting any opportunity to say anything. Over to you. Completely your time.
I'm taking the pearls of wisdom here.
Yeah.
See, my point is, end of the day, let's face it, right? Any brand, any company is today, their first objective is to do business. Now, having a social message is one, it's of maybe 10% of the company, it's more like a value or a ethos that, okay, I stand for diversity, but then I cannot stand for diversity if I don't have a diversity and inclusion charter in my own organization, right? So one is an ethos that I would stand for those social messages, and I take that stand. The second is mostly, and 90% of the chart times, brands take that stand because they want to be relevant. Now, if you are going to be relevant, it's for a reason that you want your audience to still be engaged with you and kind of take your product or service or whatever it may be. So end of the day, it's business. So I don't think necessarily that every brand campaign should have a social impact. Even if you have a social impact and it kind of gets trolled, again, I go back to the whole sentiment analysis thing. If I still have voices, and I think these are, and we live in a very analytical world where I can measure everything today, right? So if Subirda is my customer and he says that what as a brand I've done is not great, I would definitely pull that back because I don't want to lose that customer. The cost of customer acquisition today is beyond, I mean, that's the biggest cost anybody looks at, right? We talk about marketing, we talk about investors putting in money. End of the day, they're not looking at profit. They're looking at customer acquisition. And if my campaign is making me lose that customer acquisition, I don't think I'm doing justice to the people who are investing in me or the stakeholders otherwise. So if I get a campaign which today meets that kind of a backlash, I'd rather pull it away and kind of raise my hand and say that, oh, I did a boo. Maybe I need to go back to my drawing board again. So that's my take, or that's what I would advise.
Right. Mr. Moitra, let me talk from a different perspective here, bring in a different perspective when it comes to taking a stand, which is not necessarily about taking, a stand, but then defending after the release of the campaign, defending it. So what I recently, somebody was saying that out of 1.3 billion population, there are some 10 crore people that are on, say, Twitter. And largely the voices of dissent come from that platform, and we give in. Right? We give in. From a practical point of view, if tomorrow your brand has a certain campaign and it is being trolled by these, by these people who are mostly activists, would you practically be able to take a stand? And should you take a stand at the cost of showing that your brand is strong, even if there are commercial implications?
Yeah, and to that I will say, yes. I mean, the brand is bigger than the product itself. I would say individual products are only small parts of a bigger brand, and the brand is also because there's a big organization which is backing those brands. So from that perspective, it has got a much more implication from the perspective that if there is negative activism that is happening at some point of time, the most important thing is for the organization to take a step back and take a look at, do an analysis as to why something like this has come up. What is the core reason for that, and is there a reason for or does it call for a reaction? Okay. Now, after doing that basic, root cause analysis of what happened and where it happened and why it happened the way it happened, then you have to understand that if you are actually at a wrong, it's better that you step back and you empathize with the people who are getting affected by that, action or that campaign or XYZ, whatever the activity you've done. It's better to step back, be empathetic about the situation, and go out. And I would advise my client that, go out and do an unconditional apology if you are really, and step back and apologize for that. Not just apologize, but follow it up with regular communication as to what you are doing to kind of prevent such happenings in the future. You should talk about what are the steps that you're taking to mitigate any issue, and those kind of communication will have to happen after that, because communication doesn't end after a campaign gets over or pulled out. You need to have that courage to kind of go out and own it up. It's easier said than done. It's easier said than done, but that is the best thing to do, because you if you counter it, and if you go and you put, for example, you're doing an apology, you're saying, I'm apologizing, but that doesn't work. It has to be an unconditional apology in this case, and then you share what you're doing to kind of take care of the situation, and that will put you in a much better shape and much better position if you get into a situation like that. And I've seen it in my own personal career with different brands, which have actually gone out and made conditional apologies, and it has created much bigger ruckus than that it was originally there. So I think that would be my advice to my clients, that listen, be sensible. Of course, if you are convinced that what you did was not wrong, might as well, it's like a wave which comes and which goes, because people who are also doing the trolling, they also know that what they're doing is on someone's insistence or instigation. That will go away. You'll have to be a little patient about it.
Mr. Majumdar, you're very active on Twitter. So I want a response from you that in a practical situation, what would you advise your brand?
You see, it depends on situation to situation, it depends on brand to brand, but obviously if there is a backlash, and as you have rightly said, Twitter is a epitome of all kind of, bad news for brands to get into trouble. I think the best way to manage those things is, first, if the brand thinks that the approach they have taken, the campaign focus they have is not at the right direction, I think it's better that to let go and to come to an amicable situation where there is no further trolling. But as Shubir has rightly said, doing anything extra might actually fail the entire situation, and it may go out of hand. So there is no specific recipe for it. And as I said, it depends on brand to brand, situation to situation, and what kind of trolling you're having. But it's better to manage the situation rather than going into the offensive.
Right. Ms. Singh.
I mean, totally cannot but agree with both of them. But my only point there comes in that you take different means. For example, if it's a brand that's done a boo-boo, I mean, you can always get in a CEO to humanize the error and kind of have a handout and kind of say, okay, we wanted to do this, and now unfortunately this worked out. And I agree with Suvir, there has to be an unconditional apology. But I've seen mostly that when a brand, and it has happened with us, for example, I'm sure everybody saw where the whole pesticide issue long back happened with Coke and Pepsi. At that time, the Coke CEO came out and kind of put out a bottle of Coke and had his son drink it, right? So, there are ways and means that today you
yes,
that problem out. And
yes.
we faced, and in my career, along with Shweta and Bhaskar, I've faced issues where there were prices on clients, and we've tried to humanize it through using some of the leaders or people otherwise within to kind of take some of the sheen or backlash off.
Yeah, but most important thing is over here, Tarun, is make sure that you think through what is going to be various scenarios of
Absolutely.
have the proper scenario map before you go out and advise the CEO and say, listen, you say this and you say it in this way, and also maybe at sometimes as communication professional we'll have to learn that this should be the tonality. I mean, I remember a long time ago, and this is just for, I mean, a lot of you would have known about this one. The British Petroleum CEO, he was in wrong footing at one point of time because there was a major oil spillage. And because of the pressures that he was going through from various ends, whether it's media, X, Y, Z, community, environmentalists, everyone were like on his case. So he was at one point of time, he actually gave up and said that I want my life back. Can't be saying that even if you are CEO. And next day he lost his job. So therefore, as a communication person, you'll have to be on the ball all the time and making sure that you only make sure that the CEO or the top guy front ends it only at the time when he needs to, because many times you don't want him to go out and speak out because if the CEO or the chairman of the organization is actually coming on board and he's actually front ending it, sometimes it can also be seen as things have really gone haywire. There has to be someone else. Maybe at sometimes you have to take a call that, in this one, maybe my chief technical officer or my cyber security guy or my CFO is a better person to.
Absolutely.
It largely depends on the leadership, but having said that, crisis out of business and campaign going wrong are two different things, right? Because
Bhaskar,
crisis may happen
many times it actually starts with a small activism thing and then it becomes a larger.
I completely agree, and as I earlier also said, and I will say it again, business and activism are completely two different things, right? Activism is more of individual choice. Brands have to look after the larger stakeholders they have, people who have invested in them, people who are working with them. So any small move or any wrong move can impact the entire ecosystem. So I don't think and I don't believe that activism should be, or social causes should be part of every brand. No, unless it has got a connect to your business, it doesn't make sense.
I just want to come in here, so Mr. Moita, you very rightly said when you gave this example of this oil spill. Of course, I mean, you can't let the person take over the brand, you have to restrain yourself, of course. Debbie, there's another, there's a critical question. Some critics are saying that brands are rushing to show that they take a social stand because it helps them differentiate their brand from the competition, which is not a great trend to, have. Do you think some brands are falling in this trap of the lip service to taking a social or a political stand just to stand out?
See, what I'm saying is, what we are seeing is, different kinds of brands taking those kind of, stands which are already been taken by some other, competitors or maybe similar kind of products which are there in the market. And therefore, just to kind of win the race, they do a couple of things which becomes maybe a cheap copy of another campaign in a different shape or form. But it in front of the customers and the stakeholders, it comes out very, very clearly and honestly. It becomes, I mean, people are so well aware of what's going on. They immediately catch up, and even if I see something like that, I will say, oh, I've seen this. I know where this is coming from. I know whom he's trying to hit back. So people are much more smarter than what they used to be, because of thanks to the open world, the social media, and also the internet. And therefore, you will have to be, at the end of the day, my thought process is the original always remains original. And,
exactly.
And the copies always fall out somehow or other. They might have a small lifetime, but they fall out. But what remains is what is the kind of message that you're sending, how you're touching the sentiments of your end customers, your clients, your stakeholders. And that is where, the responsibility of the agencies who service them comes in, and telling them that what will work for them, what will not, and what should not go out more than what should go out also.
Mr.
So
Majumdar.
sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, please add. You can add your point. No worries.
No, Tarun had something to say. Please.
Thankfully, it's not a TV debate, so everybody can come.
No, you listen to me. Okay, so there was a Deloitte survey some time back, I think, which I was reading, and I think the top three things that today youth is doing on social media, the first one is watching videos, the second is forming communities, and the third was activism. Now, consider that the brand is going through that survey and he says, oh, hey, I'm already making videos. I don't know if I can do communities. So here, what I need to do, I need to get into activism, and I need to get people. So that is what is happening, and I think because it is getting so much conversations, and I'm going back to my days when I had less gray on my face. For film stars, any publicity was good publicity, and I think that stage has now come to some of the more B2C brands that any publicity is good publicity. If I'm there, my conversations are happening. See, we're discussing a brand that got banned. I don't know what happened to their sale after that Karwa Chauth, but definitely this is still into conversations, right? So that conversation will always happen, and because we are so much participating in this, we are so much polarized as a society. There will be always somebody taking one stand or the other, so there will be conversation. So that's what today the brands are leveraging.
Right, absolutely.
Also to add, I think this mad rush is more to be, to be relevant to the market, to be seen. Right, and I think that is the reason it's getting so much into it. Activism in real sense is completely different from business angles. I know celebrities who are endorsing or who are opposing mobile towers that they create radiation, but they themselves are carrying 3 or 4 mobiles. So in real sense, it's completely different. And I think especially for B2C companies in a post-COVID era where the scope of connecting with the consumers are getting less because of print and TVC ads are going down. I think the mad rush is more because to be relevant and to be seen.
Right. Mr. Moitra, just another question that is very important, because taking stand comes to listening to your consumers. And tell me, when it comes to listening, does the listening happen more on the brand side, on the agency side? Do they listen together?
Ideally,
in this current.
Ideally,
so what should the ideal mix be?
Yeah, so everyone should listen, definitely. Okay, that's given, and they should listen to different sets of people from different perspectives. And the point is that then the idea should be, if it should be ideally that there should be some exchange of thoughts as to what I am hearing, what are you hearing. And therefore, if you see that there is definitely some kind of a concern which is coming because of what you're hearing from the community at large, sometimes you will hear from people who get directly affected by a campaign. Sometimes you'll also hear from people who are not even aware of that, and they'll make some neutral comments and all those things. My take is, take those ones which are not really affected by your campaigns. Those are more, I would say, concerning or authentic, because they have got nothing to lose if they make a point of, but they have something to share, and they have got something which they will do. But if there are, and then there are people who are also affected by those brands, and those who are the direct beneficiaries of those products or brands, etc. You'll definitely have to hear them out, because they are your customers. But ultimately, today's the guys who are sitting on the fence are perhaps going to be your tomorrow's customer, and therefore it's important for you to kind of definitely listen, and not just listen, have a plan of action in place if you envisage some kind of a negative activism that can come up, or something that can be a red flag for your, not just brand, but also for your organization, or for your people who work for that brand. So in short, that's what I would say. Hearing is definitely there. That's most important thing in the entire communication, which we do the least.
I just need a quick comment from both of you, Mr. Majumdar, Mr. Singh, before I come to my final question. We have just around 7 minutes left. Yes.
I'll let Tarun comment first.
Yeah.
Thank you. So kind. Yeah, I mean, listening is important, but I'm just taking a very off shoulder thought and little from a different industry. See, there is so much noise as is, right? It's also about what you're listening to. Are you listening to the noise? Are you listening to chatter? Or are you listening to exactly who's speaking? I'll give you an example, and it's not to any brand, but recently this whole debacle of Indian cricket team, which has continued to being Mr. Kohli being sacked, happened, and there was a lot of noise around Mohammad Shami. Now, while that noise was taken up and everybody took a stand on it, but what the noise was actually coming was from more trolls and people who were really not the customer, right? Who were really not the people who I would like to listen to. So I think it's important that we listen. Brands listen. It's very, very important, and they listen along with the agency for sure. But what exactly you're listening to? It should just not be noise. It should not be that this is what is speaking and I'm going to go for it. It has to be a little more deeper. And I think some of these, that's why AI is coming into communications and analytics a lot. Viziki, farm communication, these guys are watermelon, meltwater, are doing a fantastic job where they're actually at least giving us data that today we can take those decisions on. Otherwise, obviously, it becomes a largish and very mammoth kind of a challenge for us communicators. Over to you, sir.
I'll echo what Tarun has said and what Subir has said. Listening is very important, but along with that, what is the kind of noise? Is it relevant to you? Is it coming from the relevant audience? Otherwise, I mean, one should not be bothered about, and that is where this data crunching and everything comes over. So now it has become more scientific unless you understand if the noise of the issues are coming from certain section of people who are actually not your target audience, is more of a nuisance value. And then one should actually go on, and if it's coming from the relevant section, then one should action on.
Right. So those campaigns that got trolled and had to take back, of course, they didn't do the listening bit, I guess, closely. My final question to all of you, Mr. Moitra, starting with you, is from here on, we are now aware of many things that millennials, they check the tag and see the carbon footprint and what the social impact of the brand, and then they buy it or not buy it. Tell me from here on, what would be the brand positioning as far as social impact and social issues are concerned? Do you think brands will be more vocal from here on, or they will be, as we discussed throughout, that they have to listen and then adapt to it? What would be the future like when it comes to taking a stand?
Yeah. So this entire thing about the net zero, the sustainability piece, the climate change, all these, including the CSR initiatives that are being done. These are definitely going to be, as you're hearing more about this concept called ESG, environment, social, and governance. This is going to take the center stage for everything that you do. That's what my take is. And this is here to stay. It's not like, it'll come and go, because it has got all the three key elements of environment, social, and governance. And everything that you do in going forward will have to be measured through these lenses. And, as we know, COVID is now happening, but the bigger tsunami that we are facing, or which we are going to face, is this climate change piece. And therefore, what I'm envisaging is everything, every branding initiative, every campaign, everything that will affect the decision of an investor will be seen through this, try approach, I would say: environment, social, and governance.
Right.
And this is what is going to be also having its effect on the entire branding communications as well. And you're seeing it happening to a great extent. People want to know, are you doing responsible procurement of your products? Are you using the right kind of, logistics, which has got the least, carbon footprint? Is it giving the least emission when you're producing those products? including to the situation after the product is used, how it is gone for recycling. So all that thing will all come into the place, and this will be a part of your packaging, communication, and this is going to take a center stage. And this is what I foresee that we as communicators need to also propagate, that this is the way to communicate, and also have play that important corporate responsibility has to come into the center stage. They will have to talk this language.
Right. So sorry, I have to wrap it up. Mr. Majumdar and then Mr. Singh. Yes.
See, I'll just take a different stance. I mean, not stance actually. See, COVID has, fast forwarded the digital transformation. Social media has become a part of life. Availability of data, availability of internet to tier 3 cities, availability of low-cost smartphones has made the audience much more aware, and every information is at the touch of a point. So for every brand, they have to be very much realistic that what they're going to say to their audience, because the audience is available 24/7. As Shubir has rightly said, ESG, I think something is going to be the future. I mean, every brand, if they have to be, if they have to have a proper positioning in the market, in front of the industry, in front of the competition, in front of their, internal audience or all stakeholders, I think that will be one of the key points.
Right. Mr. Singh, final words.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a cash-to-entry situation where we are looking at if the consumer want it or do the investors want it. So while I absolutely agree with Sumita on ESG, it definitely is something that today investors are looking at. But I would definitely say when it comes to larger issues, brands should take that stand. And when it comes to issues that marry or are able to marry to their values of being a brand, they should be the vigilante. They should be the Batman that the world needs.
I would say the 23 watts that I see is 100 watts answer. Thank you so much. Great talking to all of you, and great having you here and discussing something which we always do discuss in private, but bringing this narrative in front of the public. Thanks to everyone who's been part of this, and hopefully the day is there. There's a lot of panels lined up, so I thank you all of you for joining us.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having us here.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Tarun. Thanks,
you.
Shubir. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. What a fabulous discussion. I was just going to mention that this is the conversation that we have over a cup of coffee. But kudos to BM Business World for bringing this out in the open for public consumption. It was fabulous to hear you guys.
We'll do green tea, more environmental friendly, okay?
we'll do that.
Cheers to that.
I quickly want to ask you guys one question. Well, the brands that pull down the ads, at one point of time, people like us were the masters, right? But suddenly we are becoming the niche for some reason. I know you guys touched it here and there, but I would really want to understand that when they are pulling down an ad, I am their, or rather, people like me are the real consumers, right? We are the one who are going to buy from them, and we love those ads, right? But when they take back on their word, we feel that, "Arey yaar, ye nahi karna tha." That you should have pulled it. You should have stood by it, and we would have at least, through a tweet or through a conversation, we would have supported the brand. What do you have to say on this? I would like somebody to quickly take that off.
So Tarun, this time it's you.
Tarun, aiye.
Go ahead, Sumita, go ahead.
So, okay. So my take on this is that, if it is, in the larger good of the community or for the stakeholders at large, if it is not something which is going to have a proper, even if you like the creatives or the music or the message to a certain extent, it's like swanky and really, swag hai isme aur ye sab hai. But at the end of the day, if it is not, living up to your brand values and the purpose for which this organization that creates this brand, exists. So if it doesn't match with those things, it's better that you step out, because sooner or later, it will have its own repercussions. And in long run, in short run, they might make some money, but in long run, it will take a negative impact on the reputation of the organization. So sometimes, even if you see that, Cadbury's also pulled up a lot of things at one point of time because there was this concern about, the product, but then they came back and they gave the right kind of messages. And now you see that they are back in action again and they're doing roaring business again. But fantastic, thing that, at least they might have understood that, if they might not be in the wrong, but at some point of time you take a judgmental call, or any brand takes a judgmental call to kind of move out.
Thank you so much for it. I hope everyone has a great time. Well, for everyone watching this, this is the 40 under 40 summit, where we have the who's who of the branding and the communication industry. This event is brought to you by Exchange for Media. This was the first panel where we had Mr. Subir Moitra from from TDC, the Chief Communication Officer. We had Tarun Deep from the 23 Watt, and we had Mr. Majumdar. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ruhail, for sharing this. We are going to move on to our second panel. And the topic of the panel is building real-world connections in post-COVID times. And the panel and the people heading the panel would be Mr. Preet Kaur, Director Creative Service at Hill and Knowlton Strategies, Mr. Pratik Dey, Digital Head at RF Thunder. We have Ms. Supraja Srinivasan, Head PR and Corporate Communication at Book My Show. And sharing this will be our very own reporter from Exchange for Media. Ms. Malik, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much.
Most welcome. I'm really excited about this. But it says post-COVID. So do I believe COVID is over and I can go out and rejoice?
I wish I could say that very confidently, but the new variant has propped up, somehow disrupting our lives.
Once again, we get an opportunity to reinvent and to look things from a different angle.
Yes.
So over to you, and I'm going to get in the backdrop and listen to the fabulous conversation which you will be sharing. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Vaibhav. So good afternoon. I am so glad to be moderating this panel with amazing people. Shubhrit ma'am, Praja ma'am, and Pratik sir, thank you so much for joining me on this wonderful afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yep,
yes, you are. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much for joining me. So the topic for today's session is building a real-world connect in a post-COVID time. So as we know, with communications and with interaction, it's best done when we meet people face-to-face. It's more comforting, it's more interpersonal, which has been quite disrupted with COVID. Moving into a hybrid model, working from home, and having interactions over a Zoom call or on the digital platform. So in what ways do you think that in terms of communication and face-to-face interactions, what are the challenges that communication professionals had to overcome or had to face? If we can start with Shubhrit ma'am.
Hi. So, I think one of the things that I missed the most was just being able to go to office and meet people and meet, clients, because I think one thing that COVID very clearly showed that managing a house and managing your kids and then trying to work from home was quite a challenge. And that still continues to be so, in fact. But, the kind of connect that you can get and how things move much faster when you go to an office, or if you're able to do a client meeting, or just be able to go and hang out for a coffee or drinks after work and, build that bonding that you need as a team. And even when you're working with clients, with that client relationship that you can build, that of course took a hit during COVID. Frankly speaking, I do think people did a really good job. Like, I think I have to commend everyone across the world, so as to say, to be able to manage and keep things up, given that no one could meet anyone, you were only talking through Zoom calls, and people have managed to cope and they've managed to make it work somehow. But yes, I think that will still, and especially now with the threat of the new variant coming in, and now that people have again tasted what going back to work is like I was in Gurgaon last month, and I went to my office pretty much every day because I had my in-laws to watch my kids over there, and I loved it. I loved every bit of it. I didn't want to come home because it was after so long that I was going to work. I do think the hybrid model is the future, but I think the challenge will remain that building those real life connects. How often we'll be able to do it, and how will we be able to retain it, because that chemistry does work differently.
So Praja ma'am, the thing with Book My Show, you're associated with Book My Show. So with Book My Show, the thing is, it's mostly a little bit on the virtual front. So what were the challenges that you had to face as a communications professional?
I mean, honestly, Shrivasti, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, we were essentially everything out of home entertainment. The idea was you step out of home for anything, whether it was movies, live events across music, sport, theater, drama, activities, amusement parks. Your go-to was Book My Show. So for us, it was like a complete turn, to tell customers to say, don't step out. The company that tells you, that goads you to step out, to tell them, do not step out, be at home, be safe. I'm getting the entertainment to you. So, for us, it was a complete 360-degree shift. And I remember this so distinctly because it was March 17th when it was the last day when, we went into office. We were asked to stay at home from, the 17th. But as we all know, from the end of Feb, early March is when we were all really getting face to face with what this monster is in that sense, right? So I remember March 24th, I was at the grocery store, getting stuff, and I was hearing the Prime Minister on the address, and basically shutting it all down. On 25th, the day after the national lockdown, we went live with the first virtual music series. We were probably the first, no, not probably. We were the first platform to do that transition like in less than 24 hours, because we obviously had an inkling of what was coming. So we'd begun the work about 2 weeks in advance, and given the network of industry partners that we had, and we were seeing it right in Feb and March, events were getting cancelled, cinemas were sort of shutting down. You could see where this was going in that sense. So perceptive enough, nimble enough to sort of have that on board, and then we were able to activate it immediately in less than 24 hours. And we got tremendous traction. We started off as a 10-day series. We had Prateek Kuhad, we had Kamakshi Khanna, we had Indian Ocean. We had like some really popular indie artists come on board to do like this series of evening one. And for us, our consumer base, we have 200 million customers that come visit Book My Show each month. These are loyal transacting customers. So really that is our core like audience, if you will. It was important to tell them that you stay home, and when I tell you I'm bringing the entertainment, what is it that I'm doing? Because it's not familiar territory for me, and it's not familiar territory even for you as a customer to experience that at a platform like Book My Show, right? So and we had an entire CRM campaign that was sent out overnight. We had our CEO address consumers directly, which we had never done before. So we devised that, we sort of put it together, and we sort of pushed it out to everybody. And, we had so much traffic. And obviously, not to mention those 10-day series, it was all free. The first month and a half, everything that we were doing was free because we were all hoping, ye to 2 hafte ki baat hai, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, how far can this go? So, we had so many people tune in, we had so many people coming in. So from a challenge perspective, yes, monetarily, I mean, there's no denying that, right? I mean, that's across the board for a lot of sectors. Entertainment was the first to shut down, the last to start back in. So, the financial hardships are not unknown to anybody. It is the writing on the wall. But from a comms perspective, because like I said, consumer was the first bit, we used our emailers and our push notifications, which is really, we typically do digital marketing for us. Our conversations with the consumers are on our own digital platforms, and it worked really effectively. But as far as I want to say, and to add to what Shubhreet said in terms of the work that we do, day to day with media and journalists, I think it's important to address the elephant in the room, which is the fact that the media industry shrinked overnight, right? It just shrunk overnight, like so many loss of jobs. We've been not discussing. I mean, you and I both know journalists that we've known for years. We've been talking to for like months. We don't have a job. I remember this. I used to spend time thinking about a message because I didn't know if that person had the job or no, So I'm just like, it just makes everything so meaningless. It's like, what story, all of that becomes so meaningless when you're thinking about that person has a job or no. I think the biggest challenge was to not just reach out to people in a virtual medium. I think by then all of us had mentally and, sort of psychologically been okay with the fact that this is it and whatever, picking up the phone and talking to people and stuff. But, just finding the right journalist to even tell that story. And making sense of it in the madness that there was, both like from a human crisis point of view and from a business crisis point of view, right? So I'd say that was really like, at least for us, it just felt like really, it wasn't like the best feeling. Let's just put it there.
I think one thing I just like to add to what Prada said over here is that, I completely resonated what you said about thinking whether to message or not.
Yeah.
And I think the first wave, when the first set of lockdowns happened, people still had a lot of positivity together around saying that, oh, we can do this, we can fight this. But by the time the second lockdown hit us, I mean, I remember across the media industry, so be it from getting stories published to working with influencers or anything for that matter, I think what had happened was that everyone was just in this mode that why are we doing this? What's the point? Like by then everyone knew someone who had been badly hit by COVID, who had a family member that they lost. So it had died down this entire industry of communications, media, influence, etc. because motivation to do anything, it just seemed like why do you want to do that? And again, I think a challenge has been to come out of it. And I feel again, people have been shown a lot of tenacity in the fact that they've done it and rebounced back, going through loss of jobs, loss of family. But yes, that was one stage where I felt that bigger factors than just the lockdown impacted on how we worked, whether we even wanted to connect or not. And that's something we saw all across as well.
So Prateek sir, as the digital head of Dr. Fitch, how did you find new ways to connect to people?
See, honestly, it was completely out of syllabus for us. I mean, I don't just speak for ourselves or Vodafone. I think I speak for the world. We had no idea how to go about managing this, and the situation was evolving real time. Every day there would be a new, a rumor or a law or something new that you have to understand and then figure out ways around it. I think, and also we were also going through a phase at that point in time wherein we had hired a lot of people. How do we onboard a workforce by physically not being present there? I think that is the time, and like the world saw it, Zoom really, really helped us out. That was the only way that we saw possible for us to connect with everyone. What we in fact did was initially we made it a point that we are going to connect almost on a daily basis, be it for even 5 minutes. So we ensured that there is a human connection, there is a human touch, because what we realized is, and I also started feeling it, because at home it's just my wife and I. So, and no connection with family, friends, nothing. It's only over the phone or video calls and all that. But having this one more team to connect with, it gave. I mean, and then you realize when you start speaking to people, you realize that you're sailing the same boat. You realize that everybody is going through the same problems as you are. You start figuring out there's a collective way of tackling this, and that is what gave us a lot of sort of confidence. Administratively, yes, it was a little difficult because laptops lao, arrange karo, hand it over to them, try and figure out a way of delivering it during the lockdown to the houses. That was a bit of a challenge, but yeah, we figured a way out around it. But yeah, it was difficult, but not impossible.
Okay, so now that throughout the lockdown, we had to change our mode of work and ways of interacting with other people. And now that the pandemic has subsided a little and people are getting back to their normal working timings and working workflow. So how do you think that we can, or as professionals, we can make it smoother for us to, go or transition back to the traditional ways of interacting, going and meeting people or having face-to-face meetings and discussions. And if we can start with Supraja.
Yeah, Shravasti, to be really honest, yes, the Omicron variant has come in now and, there are jitters around. But I think, at least I'm just going to speak for our experience. We've been like in this claustrophobic space for really long. Everybody is sort of willing to sort of now step out and find some semblance of normalcy. So honestly, it's just that it's coming at the fag end of the calendar year. So it's anyway like, this is the lightest time of the year, even from a media interaction standpoint. So you don't do it too much. But I genuinely do not think it is going to be such a big challenge. You can't go around doing your media rounds like you did, 15 journalists in 3 days and 4 days. Nahin hoga. I mean, let's be realistic. But it's also about, creating the core group, which we always do, right? Any communications piece, any journalism piece, you have a core 6 to 8 journalists who are really going to tell your story. And even now, if you think about, and I'm sure Shubhrit and Pratik will agree, the way we are thinking about how we are telling stories, the kind of stories we want to tell is very different. What is it that really matters? Everyone wants to know about recovery. Everyone wants to know about how the post-pandemic economic revival is going to be when you compare it with the pre-pandemic days. Is it going to be a shed of it at all? Is it going to be something completely different? Is it going to be like, how we've seen this post-recession as well, right? Like we've seen this post the internet bust as well. When consumption demand takes like a dip, the rise that it sees is almost like a hockey stick. And you'll see that, we're seeing that in the early days of cinemas opening up and how the numbers are coming in. It's a recovery like we've never seen it before, right? But it's the same thing even with physical interaction. Like I'm just drawing parallels to, how we're looking at it's after all a social setting. Everybody wants to get back to work in the nature that they knew pre-pandemic, closest to it. That is true of us as communications professionals, and that is true for journalists as people finding stories. I mean, you know this. I come from a journalism background. I've spent like a decade in journalism. When was the last time? I can't even think of getting a story sitting in the 4 walls. Oh, you're going to be like, where's my source? Where's my meeting? Think about it, right? So it is true. And the fact of the matter is most of us now are double vaccinated, if not, or at least single vaccinated, if not double vaccinated. Like Shubhrit mentioned, so many of us have been through either directly or through closest inner circle having had COVID. Our ability to deal with the situation is better. We are better equipped to deal with it health-wise as well, right? So there is a little more, comfort. There is a little less fear in sort of going back to it. It will be slow, but I feel like if we were to speak, maybe Jan to March will really tell us how we're sort of doing this warm-up exercise, if you will. But in our interactions with the folks that we are speaking to, it's fine. We've maintained some of those relationships through these 18 months, right? You've been close to the folks that you have, even like I said at the head of the conversation, the folks that we've not been, friends, media friends that no longer have those jobs, and we've had to move on to other people and build. 18 months is a long time to build a relationship. Yes, it won't be the way it was, but that's the onus of us as communications professionals, right? Like how effective you are in making that connect in whatever the medium may be. I don't see that as a challenge in a big way. I feel like there is a lot more empathy in understanding the situation on both ends, so it makes the job a little easier. And I think just as how we are looking at getting back, how do you go step by step? I think the other side of the sword is also looking for the same thing, right? Stories have to come, stories have to be written, and everyone has to write them. Some are telling them, some are writing them, but they have to be out there, and they will be.
Okay, so Pratik sir, I just wanted to ask, since we are going back to normalcy, like step by step and slowly by the day, how do you think that, what are the prerequisites that you think that a media professional should keep in mind when they are transitioning back?
So I think the first thing that you need to keep in mind, and it's not just for media professionals, I think it's across the board, is empathy and compassion. A lot of people have been through a lot in the last bunch of months, and I just feel that, so number one, while a lot of people are coming back to work and want to come back to work, I've also come across a lot of people who are managing a lot of things at home, and they've figured out a way to put a balance in place.
Yeah.
From the work front, at the work front, at the home front, kids, family, and all that. A lot of people have found that balance after a while. In my opinion, I don't think it's right for us to disbalance that at the moment, because then there's an entire process of learning and unlearning and then coming back into this grind, and then that bit at home gets ignored. So, I think what we need to do is be a little compassionate, a little more empathy, and and we've seen it even from the client side. We've seen it. The days that when team members were down. In fact, somebody in the team had COVID. A couple of people had COVID, and the entire morale had really shot down. The client understood. They realized that don't worry, take your time, come back, and then bounce back, and then is when we can take our stories, our campaigns, everything else forward. So I think it was very important for people to show empathy and compassion.
Sir, I'm going to draw one reference from one of the points that you mentioned, that we have somehow over the past 18 months learned to find a balance working from home, juggling work, juggling household chores. So, sir, I just want to put it out on to the panel, is that how do you think that the hybrid model, working from home and coordinating everything from the comforts of your own place, has affected or changed or had any kind of effect on the productivity of professionals, of communication professionals?
I think. Sorry, I'll just jump in, because this just. I mean, I've been dealing with this. I think we've all become hyper productive.
Yeah.
I agree.
Too overproductive. I don't know. I'm putting it out there. Earlier you had to get to work and then get to a meeting and do a round of meetings, come back to office. All of that was very tiring. All of a sudden now, what has happened is that a switch of a button, you're in front of a camera, you're talking to people. Earlier, older meetings would run into an hour and a half, out of which the productive time would have been only half an hour. Now it's only limited to half an hour. You're doing your quick calls, getting things done. And while it's not the same, it's not the same thing as having a team sit around you and work with you. Yeah. But I think we've become a little more productive. We're doing a lot more than what we would do inside an office. That's what I feel.
I think I completely agree with what Pratika said over there, because, and also I think you're working around the clock because you're also managing things around the clock, like case in point. Yeah, we've got people managing kids. I have 2 kids over here and who have classes. One has classes, the other one is a toddler. So I know for a fact that I maybe cannot start my meetings at 9 a.m. They'll probably start at 10, which means at lunchtime I have to take a break to give them khana. And my husband has to take them out in the evening. So we work our meetings and all around that time. So we take our breaks when we need to physically do other responsibilities at home. And I think that's true for everyone. And hence you end up working longer as well. That, there are times when I will read my emails after I've made them sleep, because that's when I have peace and quiet. So it is not as straightforward as going to office, coming back home, and then you're kind of just sitting with your kids and you're wrapping up your things at home. Now everything is an entire day cycle, which is your entire ecosystem. And again, just to add to, like, I was nodding my head ferociously when Pratik was talking earlier about empathy, is that something that as we go in, even as you return to whatever semblance of normalcy there will be, empathy is going to become a huge factor, because while most of us do want to come back to work on an everyday basis, it might not be possible for many. And that goes for the media as well, and us on the comm side as well, because people might still have responsibilities. Like in Bombay, schools haven't opened. So if I want to meet a journalist who has a child, she or he might not be able to come and meet me simply because they don't have a place to leave their child. So we still have to communicate via this model. So keeping these little factors in mind, I think can actually, even if it's still to be done virtually, can help strengthen those relationships, especially as we move through the transition period.
So there's one more thing that I wanted to add to this. What I've also noticed is that a lot of people have figured out, like the way I said, they've figured out a balance into this. I think it has also helped us identify leaders for tomorrow, because a lot of young kids took charge of the situation. Yeah. You were not available. Their leaders not available. They took charge of meetings. And that's when you realize that, whether you've made the right hire or not. So that's also, I think that's one more learning that I've had, that I've been able to identify tomorrow's leaders.
Another thing that has, that we have realized throughout these last 18 months is the power of empathy, and how clients and professionals, they have, just because they had empathy, they were able to make things work. So how do you think that empathy, builds into or weaves into whatever we have been going through in the last 18 months and moving forward? So Praja, if we can start with you.
No, I mean, honestly, Pratik and Shubhrit really summed it up. It is exactly that. The thing is, we are all living through the nightmare together in different roles, right? Like, I don't have children, but I have family, immediate family who has children, and the parents were affected with COVID. So as an aunt, I was taking care of the child during the period when his parents, were not there. So, and working at that time. So like Shubhrit says, it's very, there's no one size fits all, to be honest, right? And even now when we're back to office, it's voluntary at the moment, and starting next year, we're going to come into office just a couple of times, 3 times a week, right? And it looks like it may be so for the longer term. The fact is that there are certain parts of the job that require 5 business teams to come together, and for that you do need to step into office. But the fact is also that once that meeting, or once the plan has been laid out, then it is my job I have to do, his job he has to do, her job she has to do, and we all have to deliver to a particular timeline. For that, I can sit anywhere and do it, right? And that's what, like Pratik said, who's willing to get down in and get your hands dirty. That is completely dependent on how not just passionate you are about your job, but what you think of what it is that you are adding value to. And if you believe that this is how you're adding value, you will be empathetic to the other person, and you will recognize that irrespective of whether there are 2 eyes on you or no, this is a job you have to get done, and you will get it done. I say this often to the team. You're not wedded to people. As a comms team, I'm saying your responsibility is not towards being a yes man towards XYZ person, senior, junior, peer, whatever. Your responsibility is only towards the brand, only towards the company, right? To be able to do that effectively, empathy is paramount, even in a non-pandemic situation, right? We're always walking on eggshells, as this function is perennially walking on eggshells. We're probably expected to be more empathetic in a situation like this towards everyone else, given what we deal with. It is what's inside is what's outside. We have to be this way with folks in the company to get what we need, and we have to be this way with folks outside the company. We're all in the same storm. We just have to figure our own ways of wading through it, but we're all going to get through it together only. So there is no alternative. Pratik was right that hoga hi nahi. If you're not empathetic, it won't happen. It won't happen. Yeah.
Shubhrit ma'am, you were wanting to say something?
No, I was just agreeing with Supraja on this and Pratik on this, that there is no other option. And frankly speaking, I don't think empathy actually takes an effort. From what I can see across agencies and companies, and that's what's happening at Hill and Knowlton as well. Our offices have opened up too. However, we've kept it voluntary because we understand every employee's ecosystem is different. Some of us have started going, a few times a week. My husband also, has his offices have also opened up, but we have 2 kids at home, so we alternate the days, and that works for us. But then there are other people who might not be able to come, and there's some who might be able to come 5 days a week. So we've left the choice up to the employees. And I think another thing that the pandemic or the lockdowns of this way of working has really taught all of us is that teamwork really can prove itself. Like when you trust each other to be able to do what you're required to do, like Supraja also mentioned, that leave it at the personal responsibility of your teams. Know that they will figure out a way in their own personal ecosystem and get the job done, instead of having it traditionally ki itne baje tak ho jana chahiye, itne baje tak, or no need. I don't think there's a need to micromanage anymore. What has really changed working wise is that we've just got to trust each other and let people deliver obviously what needs to be delivered within deadlines, because at the end of the day the brand or your client is most important, but let them figure out their way of doing it, because everyone is fighting their own battle.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I completely agree. I think that's a great point. Getting people together in a room versus them being in their own ecosystem and then fighting their battles and then figuring shit out for yourself. I personally feel that's a great point, that you let people let them figure it out, and then I think that's a brilliant point. I completely agree with that.
Another challenge or another roadblock that might pose itself to us as communication professionals is the slowly opening up of offices. And like Shabitna mentioned, that we all work in our own ecosystems. Like we have one employee coming in 1 day a week or 5 days a week. So what are the challenges or roadblocks do you think will present itself when things go back to normalcy, like the new normal that we call it right now?
I think getting people back into the office will be a big challenge, because what we realized is that so many people are living like 30, 40 kilometers away from work. They might as well work out of home rather than spend 2 hours in commuting. And people who are not using private transport, who have to use public transport, it's a massive risk for them. So getting people back into the office will be the biggest challenge. But I think the hybrid way that we figured out for now is working beautifully for us.
I also believe the hybrid model is here to stay for a while. And, I think one very relevant point that Prateek just mentioned right now, that wasting 2 hours on the road versus you could be using that to actually finish some work at home. So, but it'll also probably depend role wise, because some roles will require you to meet people. So I think those functions will probably have to figure out a way that they can find time. But yes, I completely think that I don't think the hybrid working model is going anywhere for the next year or two, even if the entire threat of COVID goes away, even if the entire population gets vaccinated. People adjusted to working from home within a day.
Yeah.
Now, after 2 years of that, you have to give them time to transition back.
Yeah.
But frankly speaking, in my view, I personally don't think the hybrid model is going anywhere for the next 2 years.
You actually took the last question out of my mouth. So is the hybrid model here to stay? The hybrid working model?
I think that's a unanimously answered.
For sure.
That's been answered over and over again. Yes, it is here to stay. The other thing that I've noticed is that, because of this, I think there's a lot of honesty also in people. I have some team members who've come back, and, not just team members, even friends and all, when they're interacting with their peers or when they're interacting with their superiors, they've all come back and said that, I've been honest with my boss. I've told him that there's a lot of work at home. I'm feeling tired. And I don't think I'll be able to make it to work, but I'm obviously logged in and I'm on my toes and I'm on the case, or I'm on the job and I'm making the campaign, I'm working on the creatives. So people are doing that. I think there's a lot more honesty, and that makes it even better.
Yeah.
There's a lot more, just to add to Prateek's point, I think more than just convenience and, like taking care of our ecosystem internal, at home and outside also, we have to understand that irrespective of whatever that sector may have been, for 18 odd months, every sector was close to shut. Right. So in terms of the economic impact, yes, you can talk about online delivery, food, all of these, but yeah, you're not at 100% of what you were, right? You're still like hand to mouth in that sense, right? So all of us, us for sure, but most others, we've all been at the receiving end of the economic impact in some manner or the other, whether it was at a personal level, or whether it was at a brand and agency level in terms of how contracts went, how renegotiations went, with long-term relationships. There was there is a cost cut involved. All of this happens in the faith and in the honesty that when the business comes back, we will sort of realign, right? Now, it takes a lot to work in that kind of ecosystem for what you thought was 3 months and then went on to be 18. Right. So the exertion is also so much mental, right? You've been at it one after the other for what, right? In a normal situation, you would have been like, "Arey yaar, we're not even getting paid for it," right? But in this situation, you won't even say that, right? Because you don't know the next person has it worse than you. So I think it's not just physical convenience, it's also just like a mental sort of, you need to like have that sort of downtime to then come back up to say, okay, this is the best that I can do. And that will take a couple of years of an entire economic recovery for us to get back to that space, even mentally. And they go hand in hand. You can't remove one from the other and say it's a matter of physicality. It's not. It's a matter of what that physicality has done to your entire lifestyle change, right? Like in that sense. And I think that's a very that is something that we have to think about. And to the point that Pratik mentioned about people honestly coming back to work, it speaks volumes about integrity. It speaks volumes about work ethic. And he mentioned it in earlier about the right hires, choosing the right team, and all of that. But that's what it is, right? It is about what work ethic we brought to the workplace in that period that will now tell us who's standing at the end of this recovery cycle. You've picked your wheat from the chaff through this process, if you will.
Absolutely. There's one more thing that I wanted to table with you guys. Initially, almost all meetings are on with cameras, and that also built in a lot of stress with people. I realized that people were getting a lot more anxious. It was adding to their stress. So we decided that, it's okay to not be on camera.
Yeah.
It's okay to be in your pajamas with your hair completely messed up, no makeup, nothing. I mean, it's okay to be just out of bed and be on a call. It's okay to do that. As long as you're not adding more stress to your life. That's one more thing that I realized that happened to us.
I think it's also completely changed how meetings are done. I mean, no one thought we'll bring our kids or pets to work, but I think now everyone has met the entire family.
Exactly.
The CT is ringing at the back. So, and thing is, the work is happening amongst all of this. Everyone's done it.
Yep.
I'd like to take one thing from what Pratik sir said like a while ago, is that honesty. It integrated a lot into how we worked in the last 18 months, and honesty along with empathy did a lot on the humanitarian front in connecting with the clients and connecting with the customers and in interpersonal interactions. So I just wanted to ask, as my last question, I think we are almost nearing our session, is that in what ways can companies and leaders and professionals reset growth inside the industry as well as outside post COVID, like once we go back to normal?
I think signs of that are already happening because, like what both Supraja and Pratik sort of probably contribute points to the question you just asked. We can see a comeback happening already. We can see hiring has increased. We can see people are more excited to go back to work. There's people are stepping out, they're getting their breaks now outside the house. So we can see a semblance of normalcy come. So I think growth is going to happen. If you look at consumer patterns and if you see what buying behavior and what numbers people are buying things in, it'll show to you that growth is happening across industries, obviously slower in some and faster in others. In the comms industry specifically, we can see a lot more engagement happening. It's getting more active. Maybe soon, press events and all are going to restart, maybe in smaller numbers, obviously keeping all protocol in mind. But growth is already happening. So I don't think growth is going to be an issue. What is going to be crucial is to make sure that you have a balance, that organizations, be it on the comms front or the client front, is that you maintain a balance for the people that are working with you. Because options are going to open up. Everyone's priorities have changed, and you want to keep the right kind of people. People who've left an impression, who've shown they can outperform, who've shown that they can tackle stress and still maintain. Give them that option to, again, this is where trust and empathy comes in, that, let people perform. And if you just give people the space to do it in the way that they feel most comfortable, I don't think growth will be an issue at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, growth is going to come from people only, right? So as long as you take care of your people, treat them right, I think growth is inevitable.
I couldn't put it better than that. I mean, it is true. I mean, you take care of your people and they'll take care of you and your work. I mean, that's what it is.
What should drive the growth, given that whatever we have gone through in this last 18 months?
I mean, honestly, I don't think for us as an industry, we're too far off from it because I'm sure Shubhrit and Pratik will agree, our entire genesis of how we work sits on how effective our relationships are with somebody else on the other side of the table. That's been the core of our work through and through, pandemic or no pandemic. Right. But that is going to be the single most important differentiator in bringing the person back to the table. Because at this stage, industry, whatever work you're doing, you want the other person to understand the tough time that you may be going through. And if you've done that, sab ho jayega uske upar. Everything is doable. That's all. Like I know it sounds like we're all repeating the same thing, but I've seen it in practice. We've had team members who've been like in Jaipur, in Calcutta, working, going through a lot of difficulty, right? And doing that with journalists as well. Just the ways of interacting, the ways of getting a story, the same, things like of course, we always interact with folks on WhatsApp messages, but things like just giving like tidbit information and that being effective enough to sort of help them and stuff like that, because they were not doing, offering to go the extra mile a little bit to do, the job. It helps. So much of it helps, really. To answer your question, empathy will be the driver of growth, comms or no comms, business or otherwise. It will be the most, not to mention it adds to your good karma. But yeah.
Yes.
I just want to add 2 more points to this. I think collective thinking is also what is going to drive growth for us. Putting people together, coming back with solutions, and doing that at a speed, at a pace.
Yeah.
I think that is what is going to drive growth effectively, if you ask me. So these 2 things also, other than empathy and compassion, you need collective thinking, a lot of people putting their minds together, cracking solutions, and then doing it at a faster pace.
Just, adding on to what Prateek said about collective thinking, one more thing I think which changed for the better with your online virtual meeting model was that earlier, let's say, heads would probably brainstorm and then go brief their teams. But when suddenly we went virtual, we did not have as much time to pass on the information. So everyone was on calls, right? That got people from every level to be on calls and brainstorm, and you realized ideas come from anywhere. And it's made organizations flatter, and that kind of thinking really has yielded a lot of results. And we say at HK, at Hill & Knowlton, at Ideas Over Hierarchies, and that's what we've been following for the longest time. But that's a work culture change that has come, not just comms industry, but I'm talking even overall in other industries as well, that has come due to this new mode of working model that we had to adjust to during the pandemic.
One thing that Shubhreet mentioned, about people just getting to know our ecosystem through calls, right? My family, my this. So even when you're doing team meetings, I mean, in comms, what do we say? We're trying to creatively brainstorm, right? Like eventually, where is the breakthrough that, yeah, we're all thinking the similar ideas because we're all going through similar experiences. Now, suddenly in the mix, if I'm a 5-member team, suddenly I have 15 people because of the 2 extras of each house that have come in, right? Now, and that ecosystem is different. Someone's from a consultancy field, someone's from a banking industry, someone's from the pharma industry, and we're all because we're all at home all the time. So you're discussing work at home, you're discussing home at work. It's the same thing. So ideas are getting, someone's sister said something, and then that person has discussed that on a team call, and then suddenly something from there has triggered. There has been flow of information and ideas that I don't think has been as enriching as pre-pandemic, honestly, through this. And this is all by chance, right? It's literally making the most of what you have. So yeah, I mean, you've got to look at the bright side. So it did do a lot to that gray matter, so you've got to give credit where due.
Absolutely.
So it kind of proved to be a bane than...
I'd say boon, no?
Sorry, boon. I'm a mistake. I'm so sorry. It proved to be a boon than be a bane.
I mean, yeah, for what it's worth, yes.
Yeah.
So I think we're at the end of our session. If you have any final parting words on how we can build a real world connect in post-COVID times.
I mean, this is all real world now. I mean, even the fact that we are connecting virtually is still happening real world. I think this is going to continue. But yeah, I'd like to. I mean, I've started going out. I'd like to go out more often. Yeah, probably do a bunch of road trips.
I hope you'll be able to do that soon, sir.
Thank you.
I'll just add something quickly. One thing that we've noticed with social media is that real connections can actually be made virtually as well. I think that is something that's also proven with how people interact. I come from an army background. So for me, it was very common to always maintain my relationships long distance because my friends would keep getting posted here and there. And when email and social media came, it made life much easier than letters did. So I actually still have a lot of faith in the online platforms that we have and the power of communication that they provide. But at the same time, I think the physical connect is equally important. And what will come down to is finding the balance without disrupting anyone's life and letting them find their own personal balance in how they work.
Just to make light of the matter, I'm just taking heart in the fact that, earlier when we used to have these specific interviews that you had to do, and people would always say, yaar, tum hamesha Bombay mein karte ho, yaar, tum hamesha Delhi mein karte ho, yahan kyun nahi aate, wahan kyun nahi aate? And now everybody's used to Zoom. So I'll be like, karwa denge, kar lo, and everybody's okay with it. So it's like a win-win for everybody. So I'm just taking heart from that situation. Honestly.
That's a very good point.
That's a great point.
Easier to schedule and faster as well.
Yeah, and easier to accept.
And easy to communicate as well. It's like it's the touch of a button. Like everybody is like in front of you.
And everyone's happy. Everyone's getting the FaceTime.
Yeah, because you don't have to gather everyone for a meeting. Like, let's go.
I think meetings are also starting on time. In fact, before time, I see a lot of people logging in 2-3 minutes before the meeting is supposed to start. Physical meetings, you would walk in 5 minutes after the meeting.
Yeah.
If you're lucky.
Yeah.
If you're lucky, that's right.
No traffic to deal with.
No traffic to deal with.
No prep, like final goes through. So those are eliminated. So we'll just wait for our MC to join in and take over from here. It was a lovely panel. It was wonderful to have you. Wonderful people here, and it was really
a lot of fun
session.
Likewise. So much fun chatting with Shubhreet and Pratik. So much to take home, really. Honestly, I made so many notes.
I made a lot of
very engaging session.
I filled up a couple of pages here.
So did I. It's a lot of information for me to gather as well. These kind of sessions are really enriching.
Happy to be here.
Thanks you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you. I'm sure the session was fabulous. I thank each and every one of you for being a part of this. Do we have Vivek here? Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So, well, the session was brilliant, and thank you, Ms. Malik, for hosting it, and thank you, everyone at the panel, for taking out your time and being a part of this. Do we have Vivek? Is he in yet?
No.
Okay. So before we have Vivek coming in, would you like to play the AV, or should we just wait for Vivek?
Yes, Mr. Vaibhav Ali, how are you? You're on mute, you're on mute.
I said, how are you doing?
My usual is I'm always awesome.
Well, first thing, thank you for agreeing to do this in such short notice. And I'm glad that you could make it.
Actually, I had to leave for a meeting at 3:30. So this was just perfect. It's like my last meeting was getting over at 2:30. So I said, like, this is like, it couldn't have timed it better. So I said, like, I asked Karan also, okay, boss, कोई question पूछोगे? नहीं, extempore कर दो. मैंने कहा ठीक है, extempore कर देते हैं.
And I'm glad, that we could make this happen, and you are here. For everyone watching this, we have Vivek Bhargava. He is one of the leading angel investors in the country. Been a part of Dentsu. He was the ex-chief performance head there. And right now, he's doing something really exciting. Oh, but before that, let me also tell you that he is a national level table tennis player and owns a table tennis team as well. And today he's here with us, sharing the keynotes at the 40 under 40 event for Exchange for Media. So Vivek, over to you, and thank you for coming in.
My pleasure, Vaibhav. So what I thought was that because I'm going to do this extempore, I thought that let me just cover some of the key trends that have happened in the last 1.5 years where all our lives have changed. For me, a year and a half ago, I left Dentsu, started my own company, raised capital for it. Now we're looking at expanding in the US market. I wrote a book on happiness. But they say that sometimes decades go by and nothing happens. And then sometimes in weeks, decades happen. So Lenin said this, and that's what has happened in the last few months, last few years, right? That decades or more have happened in the field of digital industry. Everything has become topsy-turvy, and we have to now live in this new normal. So I'll tell you what are the key trends that have happened and how they're going to impact advertising, media, and it's going to transform the way we work, the way we do media, the way we do advertising. So I think one of the biggest trends is a trend called cookie deprecation, where cookies are going to go away. It started off with Safari, started off with the other browsers, but now Google has agreed in the next 2 years they're going to remove cookies. The challenge is all of advertising today is dependent on cookies. All of measurement is dependent on cookies. Most customer data platforms are enriched by cookies. So living in a world where you have to target users, but you don't know who the user is going to be extremely challenging. And there is no immediate solution in sight. One of the solutions that Profit Wheel is working on is something called cohort-based or segment-based marketing, which allows you to target segments of consumers based on the psychographics. And that's where I think the future is leading to, and hopefully we can be a part of creating that future. I think the other key change that has happened is that we've moved into the age of digital, where earlier it was all about digital marketing, but now digital is the age we're living in. So digital impacts every single portion of an enterprise, right from customer acquisition to brand building to customer and knowledge in terms of consumer intelligence. So in fact, our product is mainly in the consumer intelligence space, but even cross-selling, upselling to existing users, training your teams, hiring people, everything digital is a catalyst. So digital age is that there's hardly any part of our organization that is not touched by digital. It's no longer about digital marketing. The other key trend is that we are going from this world of scarcity to a world of abundance. The challenge of the world of scarcity was that, let's say if I have this remote in front of with me and I give it to you, now I don't have the remote anymore, you have it. But when I send you a photograph today, then I have the photograph and you have it too. So when you have to track this double spend problem, that's where Web 3.0 and blockchain and some of these technologies come in, where you can track digital assets. But the thing is, if distribution is free, then the whole world changes all over again. And that's what is happening in the tech industry. But the biggest challenge in the abundance industry is that in abundance industry, the way you do everything changes. So let's take an example, negotiation. Negotiation used to be made up of 3 key things, right? That you need information, you need power, and you need time. So if you have knowledge of these 3 things, you can negotiate effectively. But that was for a one-time negotiation. Today, collaboration is a competitive advantage. So you take the next 3 to 5 years, 10 years, 20-year period, your negotiation has to last for the next 20 years if you really want to benefit from the negotiation. So in the abundance age, relationships, the customer lifetime value is more important. And that's how you would have to negotiate. So even the basic fundamentals, to read Peter Drucker, he would be very cut to cut. He'll say, okay, 3 things important for negotiation. But that's not how the world is today. Negotiation itself has changed because now you look at a customer lifetime value and the lifetime value of the relationship rather than cut to cut this negotiation. The other important changes happening is the rise of privacy. Earlier, users didn't care that much. In developed countries is more now, and even so now in India, that people are worried about their privacy. when I see the same ad again and again because I browse something, or when I talk something in my house when there is Siri and there is Alexa present, and then suddenly I seeing ads of those devices or those products that I was browsing, at some level it scares me. So I always use this line that this is very exciting for a marketeer, but very, very scary for the consumer. So when a consumer hat, it's scary for me. So I think that again, GDPR and some of these laws are coming into place, which is going to impact the way we target consumers. And we have to again prepare for it. I think the other key trend that is happening is rise of first party data. So if you take traditional distribution models of FMCGs, a Unilever or P&G could be selling 100 million products to 100 million consumers, but they won't have data of even half of them or 1/3 of them, because it's sold through retailers, it's sold through distributors, and they are not incentivized to share that data with the brand. But then if you don't have that data, then you don't know the psychographics of the consumers. If you don't have the data, when COVID happens and there's a lockdown, there is no way for you to directly reach out to the consumer and make them buy from you directly. If you don't know your consumers, then you don't know what kind of content you should create with them, how to engage with them, how do you hire the right influencers. So first party data collection is becoming a very critical thing. And one of my investee companies, one of the 25 angel investments I've made, actually puts QR codes on products, and we are able to get 1/3 scan rates. So if you're selling 10 million products, you get 3 million scan rates a month by just giving small gifts for scanning the QR code. But once you collect that first party data, then you don't need to build a CDP anymore. Today, you can ingest that first party data in a platform like, let's say, like Profit Wheel, where you get transparency with that consumer immediately within seconds. It's almost like Google search, where you get immediate results. Imagine a Google search where you get results 6 months down the line. That's what a lot of technologies today that exist on CDP do that. So I think brands have to now realize that in this new world of distribution, understanding the consumers is going to be very critical. They understand the consumers, they can create content more effectively, they can do creative more effectively, they can engage with the right level of consumers. Because let's take a place like India, we have 1 billion people, but we only sell about 150,000 or 120,000 luxury cars in a year. So people who have propensity to buy a luxury car in India, maybe your guess, but it'll be 10 million people. So if you are a luxury brand, you may want to create a brand with 10 million people, because out of them, only 1 million can actually afford to buy a car. But the rest 9 million want to know that you bought that car. So maybe your brand has to be slightly larger than the target audience. But that's the total reach that you need. You need more frequency with those consumers. If you know who they are, then you can find lookalikes of them and you can reach out to them more effectively and build a brand with that 10 million people. So many times what happens is they say that I would like to build a brand with every single person in the world. The problem is I don't have enough budget. So boiling the ocean is never a good strategy. Today, digital allows you to reach out to very, very niche users. The other trend that's happened is the rise of digital in terms of just the reach frequency and the ad unit digital has created. So if you go back in time, right, when digital started, what digital started was to remove the ills of conventional advertising. It started with this thing that, okay, conventional advertising does not have measurement, which is logical. So you extrapolate 150 million homes with 40,000 devices is definitely not logical. The measurement was based on readership of 5 for every single circulation done. But the challenge is that in most households, teenagers and Gen Z don't read newspapers anymore. So again, the challenge is that all the measurements was warped. So then digital came in and said, okay, we're going to have a census-based measurement. So there'll be no extrapolation of data. So census came in and then digital became more effective in terms of measurement. The other thing that happened was I want to buy a washing machine, but I see an ad of a car. So there was no ability to target intent of the user. So digital came in, now you could target intent because you search something on Google. That's what the ad comes up for what you search for. Third biggest challenge with conventional media was pricing. If you're Unilever, you would get a 90% discount on the rack rate. But if you are a small SME company, a D2C company, you would not get any discount on television. So Google came in, they said, okay, we're going to make it auction based. So they tried to create a platform, and digital was the platform that removed the ills of conventional advertising. But now what has happened is digital over the last 5 years has focused on sort of adding the strengths of conventional media. What are the strengths conventional media had those days, right? It had reach. You could reach a significantly large number of households through conventional media. Second advantage was you could deliver frequency. Earlier, digital could not deliver frequency because nobody searches the same keyword again and again. So it was very difficult to target the same person and target him in the same ad multiple times. So frequency was difficult. And so it was there in conventional media, and digital was difficult. And the last problem was the ad unit. So the ad unit of conventional media was larger than life. There was outdoor, there was a full page print ad, there was an amazing TV commercial. Digital did not have that. Over the last 5 years, what has happened is digital has adopted these strengths of conventional media. And how? First thing that's happened is the ad unit has become phenomenal. You have YouTube homepage takeovers. I just got a Quest 2 last week from US. The kind of ads that you see in a virtual reality headset, it's just phenomenal. It's almost an immersive experience of being there. I remember going to a Van Gogh museum in New York, which was like basically this called immersive experience, where you wear a headset, then you sit down in the room where Van Gogh used to paint, and then you go down the stairs all virtually. You come onto this open field. Everywhere you look around, there are these boxes of paintings that he painted. So what he saw and what he painted, and you could see that. So I was almost like living in the Van Gogh's life 300 years ago or so, and it was just a phenomenal experience. Now that kind of impact nobody can have in a conventional traditional ad unit. The other thing is that frequency now is possible on digital. You have remarketing, but it's gone one step beyond. So I can have a series of 5 ads, and I can sort of make sure that the first ad is seen first and the last ad is seen last. So in a way, I can build a story with ads, because now not only frequency is possible, but I can actually sequence the frequency. The last thing, I think biggest thing is reach. Today, there are about 800 million internet users, maybe 500 million smartphones, and the trend is exponential. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, this was 1/10 of what it is today. So the thing is, we know that it's going to become where 100% of the population is going to have basically internet and smartphones with them. So suddenly the reach has gone up. You have an amazing ad unit, and they have the ability to deliver frequency. So all the key strengths of the past, which was intent, measurement, and the ability to have auction-based pricing, added to the 3 benefits conventional media had. Today, digital has become an effective medium for everything, from brand building to performance. But the challenge is that the way I look at it is, right, it was always called digital marketing. The reason it was called digital marketing was that the dominant player in the world always names the newcomer. So we were newcomers as digital. That's the reason we were named as digital marketing, and everything else was advertising, right? But if you look at it, that's the same way we've named rural marketing, because we are urban marketeers. That's the reason rural is rural marketing. But today what happens is that digital has become the dominant medium. When it comes to dominant medium, then what happens is that the non-dominant medium gets named by the dominant medium. So today we call it conventional advertising, you call it print advertising, you call it television advertising, because everything else is advertising. When I send you a photo today, I won't say send me a digital photo. It's assumed I'm sending you a digital photo. If I send you a song, it's assumed it's a digital song. It's an MP3. It's not a CD or a physical object. So automatically, what's going to happen is that digital is the dominant medium. Already in UK, a few years ago itself, print, outdoor, television, all put together was lesser than digital. The same thing is happening in India, where today I think digital is already crossing print and television, but over a period of time, all the other mediums put together, the conventional mediums put together, will be less than what digital is today. The other big trend that is happening is this whole concept of metaverse and Web 3.0. So if you take the evolution of web, right, it started off with Web 1.0, which was basically taking a magazine and putting it on the internet. If you take the whole of Web 2.0, Web 2.0 is focused on this one-to-one interaction, one-to-many interaction, and social media and user-generated creation, and this whole concept of creator economy. Now, the thing is, what's happening is that in the Web 2.0, the company owned the platform and the users were the data. But if you look at it today, Web 3.0 is setting in, and I think blockchain and crypto is the first step in that direction. So if you look at it today, blockchain has allowed us, or if you take, there is no company called Bitcoin. So what happens is there is no corporation called Bitcoin. All the users today, in a way, are owning the network. The more and more you buy into the network, you have ownership of the network. So, okay, is my time over? Sorry. Okay, just 1 minute before my time is over.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll wrap it in 2 minutes, but I thought I was supposed to speak for 20 minutes, so that's the reason I was continuing. So, okay, so basically, I think the future is that when Web 3.0 becomes norm, where there is no platform ownership, each user who's contributing the network are the ones who are going to make money. So if I invest in Bitcoin, I'm adding to the platform, and there is no Bitcoin company. We all creating wealth for ourselves. So we are not data anymore. We are actually owners of the network. And I think this all is going to have a tremendous impact on advertising. Everything that we know is going to get impacted by it. So as brands, I think we have to have a very clear sort of a 5-year, 10-year horizon, what's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years in this exponential world, and then work backwards what we need to do. If we have to reach out to lesser number of consumers, then what kind of content we should create. Do have an opportunity of becoming a publisher ourselves. So some larger advertisers have done some phenomenal things like a Coke Studio or initiatives like that. But I don't see why a small luxury brand who wants to reach out to only maybe 1 million users cannot actually analyze what the user looks like, take the psychographics, and then create content in that space. Because as CPM prices keep on going up, the cost of acquisition for direct-to-consumer companies is going to keep on going up. And unless until we have a great content strategy in play, it's going to be challenging for us. Content takes care of all the 3 pillars of digital. Content allows you to reduce paid media cost. It gives you organic traffic and gives you more engagement on social media. So if you get your content strategy right, you get your digital strategy right. So last thing I want to say before I wrap up is that I think brands have to look at how the world is changing, not what percent it is today. So I had an opportunity to attend this university called Singularity University, where I learned about exponential technologies. So what they said was something is 1% of the industry today, but it's growing at, let's say, 100% every quarter. So then what happens is 1 becomes 2, becomes 4, becomes 8 by the end of 1 year. The next year, 8 becomes 16, becomes 32, becomes 64. So it becomes 100% of the industry in less than 2 years. So when you look at 1, then you think, okay, it's a small opportunity. When you look at 100, in 2 years' time, it's going to become 100% of the market. So the way to look at exponential technologies is, what was the technology 10 years ago? Create a graph, create a linear graph, and then look at it, what's going to happen to that technology in the next 5 years, 10 years, 5 years, 2 years, 1 year. And then suddenly realize that what a big opportunity it can be. And working backwards, then we are today, 24 months down the line is going to be 100% of the market. What can we do today? If it's going to be 30% of my business, am I investing 30% of my advertising expenses into content creation or into Web 3.0 or into something which accepts crypto? Because don't look at it that it was only 1% of the user using it today. But if it was 0.0001 earlier, and it's doubling every quarter, then that 1% is going to become 100% in less than 2 years. So the only advice I can give, that the future is very exciting. Please work on exponential technologies in an Excel sheet, predict it. Once you predict it, then you can know what you can do today so that you can dominate the future. And all the best for the future. I hope you guys have wonderful award ceremony. Congratulations to all the people who have won this 40 under 40 from Exchange for Media, and all the best to you guys. And if any of you guys are looking for investments, I would love to talk to you. That's one of the more exciting things that I'm doing in life, which is angel investing, other than building profit wheel into a multi-billion-dollar company. So over to you, Vaibhav. Thanks a lot for inviting me as a keynote speaker.
Most welcome. Ending में जो आपने कहा, अगर किसी को investment चाहिए, do get in touch with me. I'm sure a lot of us are so excited. I'm like, Vivek का number कहाँ से मिलेगा? आप ये बताओ
You know what, I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to share something which is a tool that people can use if they want to try out to understand user behavior and consumption all over the world. This is one of the tools that we will launch a profit wheel. It's a free tool. Everybody gets 10 credits. And if anybody wants more, I can give them more. But this allows them to understand consumption behavior of all over the world. So if you're a D2C company and you're trying to see which markets you should go after, what products, which cities you should target in India. This tool gives you Google-like answers within seconds and tells you what that market looks like. So everybody gets free 10 credits. Please try it out. If you're building as an entrepreneur, you're going to love bouncing off some of these ideas on this tool. I've done 300 plus searches in this tool. I do a lot of my angel investments to understand how big the market is. Yeah, over to you, Vaibhav. So
Thank you so much. And in fact, I also wanted to add on that a lot of us out there who have won an award, our dream is to have a beautiful exit like yours. So that one day, we can, whatever we have built, we can pass it on to another bigger company and then they can take it over. So
Vaibhav,
we would also...
You interviewed so many people. Money does not bring you happiness, dude. It's like, I'm telling you, I think basically happiness brings you success. So read my book and try to be happier. I can promise you money will come automatically.
Absolutely. So Vivek and I are doing a series of videos which is available on YouTube, and the podcast is available on Spotify and all the other platforms. Do Google it, check it out. You will learn a lot of things that Vivek is doing beyond profit wheel and all of that. So thank you once again. And everyone watching this is the third edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corporate Comm 40 Under 40 Awards. So moving on, we are going to move on to the next panel. So Vivek, thanks a lot for being a part of this on such short notice. Thank you so much.
Okay, my friends. Bye.
Bye-bye. Let's move on to our third panel. I hope that you guys are pretty pumped up having Vivek in. I'm glad he took up my request in such a short notice. Let's move on the third panel. And the topic of the third panel is basically talent and hybrid working model amidst pandemic. I was just reading an article where a very big outsourcing IT company wants the employees to keep coming back to the workstation. This will be a very interesting conversation. Chairing this conversation, we have Ms. Ruchika Jha from Exchange of Media. And in the panel, we have Madhavi Chaudhary, independent consultant. We have Ms. Goswami, creator and principal communication at Activia. We have Mansi Seth, group head, Veritas Reputation PR. And we have Archana V, business partner communication and engagement at Dunnhumby. I hope I got the name right. If I did, my apologies. Ruchika, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, Vaibhav. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good too. So,
which part of the country are you sharing this from?
I'm in Delhi, capital city.
Capital city. Wow, very nice. I wish you all the best for today's session, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Vaibhav. So, am I audible to all the speakers?
Speakers, malum nahi, but you're audible to me.
Yes, you are.
Yes, Ruchika.
Okay. So, hello all and good afternoon. I'm Ruchika Jha, and today's session's topic is talent and hybrid working models amid pandemic. So, starting the session, my first question is, as professionals have now adapted to the hybrid working model, so do you think that it will be easy to go back to the same routine as offices have now considered reopening? Starting with Ms. Mansi Seth, what is your take on this?
I feel the hybrid working space is here to stay, at least for a year or two more, because people have started, out from their work from home culture to alternate day working from office or a day or two in office. So there's a lot of acceptance now within the employees as well in the industry to be in office. But however, the biggest what I feel is the biggest challenge or the biggest hindrance in from the hybrid to the entire 5 days working model is, I feel people are still at their remote location, or even if people are visiting office hours, there are certain challenges they fight back home then. So it's very it's not a call for any employer should be a little flexible on accepting those challenges and expecting them to at least report in 2 or 3 days a week and then moving forward to slowly moving. But I feel hybrid is here to stay, at least for a year or so.
Miss Archana, I can see that you are sitting inside your office cabin. So
Yes.
Next to you, what do you think, that is the hybrid model here to stay, and how are the professionals taking this? Are they adapting to the model, and are they ready to come to the back to the office or not?
So yeah, I definitely agree with Mansi, right? I mean, it's going to be definitely not going to be, it'll never go back to the same. I mean, let me put it this way, right? We'll never see 100% of our employees or workforce going back to, how it was normal. We're like following like a shift routine where, people are coming at a certain time and leaving at a certain time. If I just take an example, what we're doing at Dhanambi, right? We're already talking about it as future ways of working rather than saying that, it's going to be for a year or a couple of years. We're saying it's going to be the future ways of working. And if I just talk about in terms of just how easy or effectively companies can actually make this happen, it's going to be dependent on how flexible companies are also to, cater to different needs. Like Mansi was saying, and in fact, Ruchika, you were also saying, right? People are based out of different locations. They've gone back to their hometowns. And also, what we've seen is over a year, people are also itching to come back. I think there's a quotient of social gathering, social communication. I mean, we're all social beings, right? I mean, in fact, for me as well, right? I come to the office a week and then I go back to my hometown. And the idea that we could make it work in a flexible hybrid model is really attractive because you're catering to both these needs, which is basically being able to create those water cooler movements and spontaneous moments of collaboration and being able to talk to people, and at the same time you're appreciating the needs and different priorities for people in terms of how they want to figure it out. So definitely agree with Mansi. It's going to be here for a while, and like I said, I think companies need to start thinking about this as future ways of working.
True. Ms. Goswami, what do you think on this?
Okay, I think we are all going to be talking about the same thing, right? Because life by far, Ruchika, life is different now. It's not the same anymore. So when the pandemic hit, the challenge then was to adapt to the new culture. You have to work from home now. That was then the new culture. Now I work with a team I've got members, across the country. Personally, if you ask me, I think I'm absolutely agreeing with Archana that hybrid working model is the future, for professionals all across. You talk about any industry, that's the way it is. Because I also believe because our acceptance of this new normal, it has actually gone up. So whether you talk about personally or professionally, I think we all have evolved through this pandemic. Living and working through this has not only made us adopt more, but I think it has somewhere accelerated our growth, right? Whether you talk about employers, employees, independent consultants, anybody, right? I think the right way isn't about whether it's going to be easy or difficult. I believe it's essentially the best of both worlds. It's not, all or nothing kind of a thing. Because you've got structure, you've got sociability, which I think we all have missed out on one hand. Then you have the independent part of it, and then you have the flexibility of, certain things. I think once we kind of accept that, whether we are back to work 5 days a week, 6 days a week physically, or whether it's like in varied schedules, whether it's in staggered groups, whatever it is, I think we would accept. We have come to terms with the fact that it's not going to be conventional anymore. But yeah, that's the way the world demands it. And I think it would be easier in that case to adapt to the routine. Yeah.
Ms. Chaudhary, how are you adapting to this? What is your take on it?
So actually my fellow panelists have already listed most of the things that I'm going to say. So much is being written about how the lives have changed due to the pandemic. The talent acquisition trends have changed. Companies looking towards professionals, their views have changed. They are more inclined to having people who can adapt to technology now because of the digital transformation. So it's safe to say that as we go ahead, this trend will prevail, and it has actually been a blessing in disguise. It has taught us how remote working can actually be effective. But on the other hand, we are still going to miss out that physical connection, that itching to meet our fellow colleagues and join for after office parties or whatever we call social gatherings. So yeah, I think what organizations would be more inclined to is having the best of both worlds strategy. And I think the power will eventually be in the hands of employees, as to they can select whether they would like to decide for a company's model on their own on their own beliefs, that they are still not feeling safe to step out and would like to prefer work from home, rather than companies enforcing their models on the employees according to the requirements.
True. So moving on with my next question. My next question is that during the pandemic, many agencies and corporates and firms like yours must have recruited many young talents to your organizations. So given that these young talents are more adaptive to technologies and more known to social media and digital work, so in what ways have they added to the changing workspace during the pandemic? Starting with Ms. Archana.
So I think I make a comment here, Ruchika, very quickly. I think it's not just young technologists, many other, right? The movement has been that people are generally becoming very tech savvy, and that's the way to go, right? I mean, my mom is more tech savvy. She knows all the new apps, mobile apps, than better than me. So definitely there's a movement in terms of becoming more tech savvy and having been inept with what is happening. I think specifically around young technologists, right? When we talk about hiring, right? Even in Dhanambi, we've hired roughly about 150 to 200 people in pandemic. The one thing that comes out is experienced professionals like us. We've seen that world which was before pandemic, where we were coming and we were talking, and I think when you move companies and you're getting inducted, right, there's a different way in which you're absorbing information, gathering knowledge, and getting to know a lot of this learning pieces, right? You get the ways of working and how the corporate world functions. For young technologies, it's been a challenge during this time. And I think that's where they're pushing more innovation in terms of learning and development, in terms of in the ways in which they're getting knowledge, in the ways in which they're able to observe what is happening. So they're pushing the needle in terms of how can they make it work for them, given that they are not physically present. So I think that's something, I think, like you said very rightly, right? They're very in tune with trying to keep themselves updated, and trying to be fast and agile in trying to adjust themselves, and that's really pushing corporates as well, to move fast, to cater to those needs of knowledge management, learning, induction in different ways, even connections in unique ways, right? I mean even Microsoft, I mean, it's a big company, is immediately overnight had to release updates on their products and applications which were catering to hybrid working model. So definitely that's a plus for us, right? And I'm sure they'll be able to come terms with it much more quickly, and once things a bit more normal, and we talked about hybrid, I hope they get to experience that aspect of it as well. When they do get to join in, whichever model works for them. So yeah.
So Ms. Goswami, you must have come across many young talents. So what do you think? Have you seen them contributing to the workspace?
Okay, when I started working, there was literally no Google. Okay, so I don't come from the kind of people who started working and wherein for everything So Google wasn't a verb. Google did not even exist, right? And today for everything, you can just Google it. Now, I'll be honest, when it hit and we had to, as Archana rightly said that, like we always saying that adjusting and adapting to the hybrid work model was tough, was something new for all of us. But I think personally, if you ask me, I was skeptic because for me, it had to be that on-the-job training. And then I started working with people who were working remotely. Now, I have a very mixed take on this, okay? As skeptic as I was about the, younger lot, especially, I work with a lot of interns. I work with people who are only a few years into it. I feel the gap is because they are not hands-on, literally, right? And I think that is where the skepticism comes from, that the productivity may drop, there may not be a proper time management, there would be less commuting, yes. So ideally, there could also be, because of the pandemic, because they're stuck at home, there could be fewer distractions, but then technology could also be a major distraction, right? Because your screen time for everything, starting from Netflix to YouTube to Excel to Skype and Zoom, and everything goes up, right? And somewhere experience also teaches you the work-life balance. When you're working remotely from home, there are a lot of different kinds of challenges. You have to look at family. A lot of us are mothers, looking at, childcare becomes important, and then you've got meetings. So what I believe is that, yes, the younger lot who have joined in, they're more adaptive to technologies. But then I think we seamlessly adapted as well, right? We realized that, well, that's the new norm. You can't not do without a Zoom, right? Yes, we had an event day before, but then we are doing this right now through Zoom. So I think we were okay about both. I think the entire learning landscape has already changed for better. There are a lot of online courses, but I also believe that as people who are a little more experienced than a lot of people who are joining in now the industry, it is very important that we foster teaching mechanisms in a way to develop new skills in whosoever needs it. It could be somebody who has been around for about 10-12 years, somebody who's been around for 20 years, or somebody who's just starting off, because there would be one lot whose basic understanding of the job or the task at hand would be humongous, right? And then there would be another who may understand every terminology there is when you talk about technical aspects, but not have so much of a know-how of any kind of the task in hand, whatever it may be, right? Now, the ecosystem that needs to be formed has to have learning, research, development, all of it. At the same time, that adaptability has to come from within, whether we are young or old or somewhere in between, in terms of any industry, I would say. So, but if you ask me, once I knew that whosoever I was working with, the younger people who've joined in, right, or who work with me, I think once they had the basic understanding, yes, it was much quicker. They actually added on, and then it was like, it's gonna be done. Why do you even worry? There are like 5 different ways of technology that I could use to get it done. So I think once we cross that barrier, and anybody and everybody has that, I think then yes, it's been a pretty seamless change, and in a very good way. So yes, and I love working with them. Sometimes I end up learning new technology as well. So yeah, of course.
Yeah, definitely. Technology teaches us, and even I, when I come across my juniors, they tell me new innovative things things that we see, that we are, we have been introduced to.
True, because
Miss
the digital
Mansi,
technology, essentially, it's always evolving, right? I mean, it's
exactly.
We understand that now. So yes, absolutely. Yeah.
True. Miss Mansi, what do you think? Even you must have come across such young talents in your agency.
So I would somehow agree with what Atreya just mentioned about training, because that's a biggest challenge when it comes to young talents. Though because there are two ways to see there. So one is you don't get to sit next to them and train or give them a hands-on training on various. So basically, you would give them a email document that's what you're supposed to follow, but who will teach them how to follow it, how to manage your time to make those reports? So they might be technologically advanced than us, but somewhere I miss that hands-on training when it comes to young talents, because they have a very wavering mind, and to tell them to do it in certain ways. So, for example, we are quite fussy that these are the tasks to do, and if I still face this challenge when I ask my team members, especially young, but why don't you start maintaining TTDs? They get very irritated when you tell them, oh no, we'll do, you just give us the work, we get it done. So somewhere that physical training is what I always miss when it comes to young talent. However, you learn, like what she mentioned, you learn a lot. Like I know couple of my team members have started making documents through Canva, and that was quite interesting. And you start adapting to those different tools as well. So you do learn. But yes, I would also agree with what Archana said. It's not just young talent. I have seen so many larger agencies also have started hiring people who are much senior, especially during pandemic, when it's called, what we call it in that term, is distressed hiring. So people on the seniority level who have lost their job, I've seen so many agencies have hired them. So somewhere in this entire pandemic, I think all the companies, what they require is young as well as experience to handhold them. So I think that's the ecosystem of what across all communication which goes on.
True, absolutely true. Miss Chaudhary, how have you been adaptive to innovative technologies, and how have you seen your juniors doing that? How have they contributed?
Yeah, so COVID has undoubtedly magnified the demand for technology, and simultaneously, this has also increased the demand of this increased demand of technology has given a rise to the software development and IT skill jobs. And um, I would say that I have worked for a lot of edtech clients who have come up with learning courses that provide industry-oriented skills to the graduates, the freshly graduated people, so that they do not have to face that training session whole kind of a thing when they join a company. So they are occupied with the skills that they need to perform, and they can excel from the day one as they join the company. So this has really given a boost to the graduates who are looking for the job, because the gap between the demand and the supply was huge, and these edtech startups have really worked hard to bridge this gap, and they're doing great. And also I would say that young talent, according to me, I also have juniors, and I have seen that they bring a lot of freshness with them, and they bring a different perspective of thinking and getting the ways done of your business. And apart from the qualifications and knowledge, they also bring the ease of working with the technology and using the digital tools that have come into play now, especially after the pandemic. And they are more data driven and have a flexible approach along with a focus on the ever evolving technology that we'll face. And this enthusiasm is, I think, great for team building and productivity and workplace culture.
Exactly. Okay, so my next question for the panel is, before the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, the communication largely depended on face-to-face interactions and people-to-people connectivity, which has changed completely, as everybody knows, during the pandemic, and also in this post-pandemic situation. So in what ways do you feel that the new working model has affected the effectiveness of the communication? Starting with Ms. Goswami.
Okay. So Ruchika, there's something I keep saying for everything and anything I do, that communication is key. So yes, having said that, I think communication, it actually per se had to evolve pretty quickly, right? It was a new way of life. Each one of us actually, I think, learned. We were reminded how everyone could keep in touch, regardless of the location, right? So earlier it was only Skype, then came Zoom, Google Meet, Teams, whatnot, right? And we all went on adapting to it. Now, each team, irrespective of every industry, we learned how to create a balance, an appropriate balance, I would say, how to keep in touch with our team members and anybody else, and, and how to complete projects, tasks, whatever they had in hand, reports, whatever. Now, what we actually, I was actually thinking, funnily, I met Archana at the event, right? And we were talking about the same thing, that how we have missed out on this sociability factor, right? Because when you meet somebody, it builds trust, it builds intimacy, you build new acquaintances. I didn't get to meet Madhvi or Matsi at the event, but then, I met Archana. So the moment you send me a list of panelists, I'm like, okay, I know, I met her. So it's that comfort. It's natural. And I guess that's what went missing. But the truth is that we were always in the virtual world. A lot of us have dealt with clients who were possibly not in the same city or state. We would pick up our landlines, or we would pick up our phones and mobiles and whatever, and or Skype or whatever, and find a way to talk, discuss, communicate. Now, this pandemic has actually only increased the usage. What we did not account for, I believe, when we think about all of this, is that, we are not going to take that lunch break together and, go out for a walk. We're not going to have the coffee breaks. We are not going to catch up for a drink after office with an ad hoc plan. I think that is what we kind of missed out on. So if you ask me, I am in the profession because I'm a people's person, but what I feel is that communication per se, I would not say it was difficult to maintain, because we are all communicators. We all had new collaborative tools, as they put it. And if we can't communicate, who can, right? But I think what we missed out on were essentially the personal connections. And I think that is what makes it a little more special, right? The human touch, as we say, is what makes the difference. It's about what we communicate. I think that is what makes it more effective. Also how we communicate. So the what and how has to go together, right? But I think keeping all safety norms in mind, I think going forward, as we all have been talking about it, I think hybrid communication would be the new norm, going possibly for quite some time to come, right? We would have to create a balance of virtual as well as face-to-face interactions. And I think that would also be a good way going forward, because I think we all have started adapting. Whosoever thought, right, that this would happen and we would have to, but we have adapted. We have learned more, I would say. We all have started taking online classes, online trainings, teaching ourselves, Googling things. So I think we have all started realizing, oh, fine, let's go on a quick video call, and because then, so I think it has to be a balance going forward. So I think the sociability factor, yes, that was what was affected. But I think I don't think communication per se was majorly adversely affected, because I think we seamlessly started adapting to it. So that's my take.
But then you said that the human touch is also needed, but we have to.
Of course. Yes. You should have seen us. I don't know if you did, but I think at the event when we all walked in, right, or the last time I met anybody, you should see the smiles at each one of us. Oh my God, it's been like ages. Oh my God, yeah. We know we are possibly going to be meeting again after 2 months, 3 months, but that one meeting makes a lot of difference. So I work with clients wherein they to an extent expect me to be there, but I do make sure that I actually go and visit them at least once a week, because that matters. Could I do a Zoom? Could I do a Google Meet? Of course I could. And I do that nearly every day, talk to them on the phone, discuss things, screen share and do things. But then I think that actually it builds that trust factor a little more somewhere. Oh, okay, this is the person. Because I think somewhere it's not just this person, but the entire body language matters, right? When you're communicating, because subconsciously, consciously, you see how that person's looking at you, behaving, walking in, it makes you feel a little more comfortable. So yeah. So I think, of course, I am any day a absolute taker for face-to-face interactions. But I think the new norm is the new norm, right? Hybrid communication is going to be here for a very long time.
True. Physical proximity has its own importance. Exactly.
Always.
So next to Ms. Chaudhary, since you've been an independent consultant, how has this model after the pandemic, during the pandemic, affected the effectiveness of your communication?
So yeah, the hybrid model has definitely provided a balance between work and personal life. It has a lot of advantages. It's very convenient to go virtual and just set up meetings, and you don't have to travel anywhere. It's convenient in that way, but then again, definitely what my other panelists have also said, that in-person meeting builds up a trust which is stronger than what we do in virtual connections. Like, I'm talking right now to all of you here, I may forget after some time that who all were there, but when I meet you, there's a different connection, there's a different trust build, and the friendship may go on. So while this has a balance, but there are also some backlash and holdouts, because the workforce does acknowledges the value of professional in-person interactions, and while they may have found it convenient to go virtual, this will indeed miss out on the critical lessons that are instilled through social interactions, as well as learning experience that comes from interacting in person, and social and cultural nuances, travel, and visiting new places. So just a second.
I think Ms. Madhi Chaudhary got logged out because of network glitch. So I'll move to Ms. Mansi Sheikh. What is your take on this?
So, like Atri said, that we are communicators. So I don't think there is any impact of this pandemic for the communication. There is no any communication. What a communicator make has to be effective, be it virtual or physical. So I think what I feel is, knowingly, unknowingly, even before pandemic, we were doing virtual calls. It could be either through phones or it could be either through emails. All these communications were virtual. It's just that it wasn't to the face like what we say MS Team or Zoom. That has evolved during this pandemic. Or else I think to our colleagues we are based in Mumbai. So to our colleagues in Delhi, Bangalore, we used to communicate any which was through calls or emails. So, and we used to meet once in a while. So I feel there hasn't been any change in the communication patterns. Having said that, but yeah, what we didn't thought of was to communicate virtually to our own team members who usually we are sitting in one office. So we wouldn't have thought of meeting my colleague through Zoom or MS Teams and hi, how are you? So that is what was missing that communication. So even today, if I have to communicate anything to my team, I call them up. So I'm dependent on that call. What if they don't answer? They might be in washroom, or so if it's a physical office, I know they have gone down for a sutta break, or they have gone for a chai break. So I know those things. But when it's virtual, I don't know what do they do. So trust is what matters in this entire virtual communication, because the opposite person might not answer your call because of some or the other reason. Having said, there are people who do say that, oh, they might have just shut their laptop and gone out for, but even during physical office hours, we used to go down, we used to chill, we used to go for walks after lunch. So it's all what matters is having trust on a team member that they would definitely answer. People like me, I keep on forgetting things. If I'm calling someone for certain work, I have that things to do to tell them. And if they don't answer, I keep on forgetting that, oh, what conversation. So how I have evolved is I started doing WhatsApp or SMS to them that this is what I had called you for. Call me whenever you are free. So you evolve in your communication ways as well. So I think it's not impacted, but it's evolved rather.
Okay, so we have Ms. Chaudhary back. Ma'am, can you please continue with your point? Ms. Chaudhary, you're on mute.
Yeah. So actually, I was about to conclude only that all the social and cultural nuances, visiting new places, and hanging out with your colleagues or friends or client acquaintances and so on, we all have an impact, or they all have an impact on shaping one's viewpoints and towards various aspects of life. And there will be the advantages and disadvantages to everything, and same is the case here.
True. Like Ms. Mansi said, that trust is universal. We should keep that. Moving on, Ms. Archana, what is your take on this?
I have a slightly, I do agree overall, right? I want to bring this, a different thought to this panel, because I think I'm coming from a bit of more corporate communications point of view, right? So one of the things that I feel was really something that, we were completely, hit in the face of, was the fact that everybody was now on an equal level playing field, right? Earlier also, we used to have remote workers. We used to have, a workforce, which is a certain percentage of workforce, although a lesser percentage, we always had a percentage of workforce which is working virtually or from remote office locations. And then we used to have this concept of headquarters, or like, your main office, right? Where all these nice, beautiful things happen, where it's the happening place, and you have all these major events which are taking place. I think what the pandemic did was really help us view that as something where we need to ensure that we're bringing in the whole point of view of inclusion. I'm co-leading diversity and inclusion in Dhanambi, and this is one of those things which is we've got very aware of, that by virtue of pandemic, everybody has come to a virtual environment, which means that we need to cater to situations of people where the communication is actually going to happen virtually for a while. And like Atreya said, and Mansi and Madhuri as well as pointed out, while we are, this is our bread and butter, we know how to communicate, right? I think it was even more important now who is communicating, whether it is your leadership team, whether it is your head of the company or whoever, that they are also upskilling themselves in terms of moving away from being physically present for town halls and for important cascades, but going to virtual, which means that there was a bit of movement in there, right? And then of course, like Atreya said before, right? I mean, we are all social beings. We can't deny the fact that there's a certain energy that we bring out, and we give and take. That is never going to go away. I think we thrive on it. That's how we push ourselves forward. That's how we create those connections, those relationships, and all that. So it's going to be, I think it's the acknowledgement of the fact that yes, there will always be a certain percentage of people who will be always virtual, and ensuring that you're communicating in all, you're keeping in mind while you're communicating, you're keeping in mind these different aspects, ensuring that you're able to land the message effectively with wherever they are joining from, whether it is in the office or anywhere else.
True, ma'am. True. Okay, so now we move to the last question of this panel. That is, how strong do you think that the post-COVID-19 recovery will be for the PR and communications industry? And how confident are you about that? And for this, I'll start with Ms. Mati Chaudhary.
It goes without saying that almost every business and every industry has been severely impacted by the pandemic, and the growth and success of the PR industry is largely dependent on the growth and success of their of the other industries they are going to publicize and communicate their strategies. So, but I believe that PR industry is strong and robust, and I'm confident that we'll recover. And as we begin the process of recovery, it's important to look beyond the economic impact of COVID and more towards how the crisis will change the industry in years to come. And as we emerge from this situation, we must focus on the way industry has changed for the better. Authentically, honesty and truth. We have never been, I think, more important. These aspects have never been more important than now, because as we are going all digital, it's something very important to bring out the authentic thing to the public. And proving return on investment has always been a challenge for the PR industry, I believe. And yes, of course, there's a whole lot of matrix involved to measure the demonstrate value, and but the brands, I believe, will be demanding more of it, as their investments for the advertising and media will be cut because of the impact. They'll be shortened and very stringent. And so according to me, that's the most important thing we need to do right now is to upskill as an industry on the whole, in order to meet the new world, we can call it, the new norms of PR industry. And diversification will be the key to the survival in the years ahead.
Absolutely true. Ms. Mansi, what is your take on this? How are you confident about this?
The industry, in fact, in the recovery process right now, and I feel any organization to scale up to what they were before pandemic, the only two things besides training, besides learning, the two most important thing for any organization to grow, especially with this after post pandemic, is empathy and trust. I think empathy towards your employees, towards your co-workers, understanding their situation, considering the challenges they faced back home then. And I think empathy and trust is what will help organization to go back to their because the biggest challenge in the pandemic is also retention. So you see a lot of these young buds whom you recruit, they do, because they do quit, and retention is a bigger challenge. So I think the reason and the reason why they say is would be, traveling would be a concern, or they would have a certain challenges back home then. So I feel the biggest thing for an organization to grow is employee, and being empathetic towards them and trusting them for the work they do. I think that's the two important skills for any organization to grow.
Sure. And next, Ms. Archana, how do you feel about this? What is your take on it?
I'm pretty confident, right? I mean, I think communication, you can't do away with communication any day, right? I mean, we are, like I said before, I think I'll just, at the risk of repeating myself, we're social beings. We have to communicate, we have to talk, we have to get our message landed and ensure that, whatever we're trying to say is, understood with the same intent and impact that we want to create, right? So definitely communication is not going anywhere. I'm pretty confident about it. I think it's even more relevant and even more important, just like Mansi said. There's a whole view in terms of, ensuring that you're putting your people at the center of all decisions that you're taking, keeping them at the heart and soul of whatever you want to do, whether it's initiatives, whether it's, even your sales and whatever you're trying to do as a company, if you're going forward, people have to be at the center of it. And when you do that, you have to do it with authenticity. Like Madhavi said, you have to bring in that element of trust and empathy. And all that will happen effectively if you're effectively communicating and ensuring that, you're taking them along the journey when you're bringing that along, right? I think the one thing we need to, of course, upskill is the right way to go. I think the one thing we need to be mindful of is the increasing importance of social media. And ensuring that we are aware of the fact that traditional media might not just win it for us. It's a combination of all these pieces with a heavy emphasis on social media. We've all seen the debate on LinkedIn on, whether it's the next Facebook and all that, right? Let's acknowledge that, our lives have blended. That's not going anywhere. Work and life has blended. The blurring lines between, when you're working, when you're taking care of your child, when you're going out. And that's truly reflecting in how, we see LinkedIn and social media as well. I'll say, keeping in mind the employee advocacy piece, and keeping in mind, how you're communicating with your people, and ensuring that they are along the journey. I think that's gonna land. But definitely, I'm pretty confident that our industry is going to do much more, and it's going to be much more relevant in the years to come.
Absolutely true, ma'am. Constant upskilling is the foremost thing that many agencies and corporates are working on. And finally, Ms. Goswami, over to you, and a point from you on the post-COVID-19 recovery for the PR industry.
So, Chika, I believe that, what Madhvi, Mansi, and Archana said, I think what I'm going to say is going to be essentially the same. The entire point of this panel discussion has been, all of us, I think somewhere deep down, we have accepted the fact that, whether it's working from home, staying in virtual connected spaces, it is going to be the new normal, right? The way we work, we live now, that's how the future is. That's what's going to define the future. I think in the last 2 years, we all have made major adjustments. We all have realigned our lives, our everything, both at the professional and personal level. The reality of our industry is that, we are driven by the needs of our clients, right? That's what I would say. As an industry overall, I think providing bespoke solutions or customized client delivery is what we are known for, right? And I think one of the prominent things has been in these times that online presence is.
How are you? Good. I'm going to start in better.
Highly desirable, and I think again, as an industry, I think we've always been known to deliver what is called for, right? Now, having said that, yes, a lot of industries have had a setback, and so did we. Priorities changed, campaigns got cancelled, there were pay cuts at a lot of places because there were fewer retainers, right? But if you ask me, I think not even for a split second would I have a doubt. I say we are the resilient ones. We are the ones who identify distortions in communication and we fix them. We are the ones, we promptly adapted to the new normal. We devised new ideas. We embraced the fact on both professional and personal level that we need to coexist with the pandemic. We changed strategies and we became a part of the, evolving digital ecosystem, right? So I think it would be only a matter of time till we get back where we were and even go further from there. I think no doubt whatsoever.
No doubt, no doubt. Thank you to all the panelists for joining, for your valuable time, and it was really, really, really great. And I'm literally honored to have you dignitaries on this platform and to interact with everybody. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ruchika.
Thank you, Ruchika.
Thank you, Ruchika.
Thank you, Ruchika, for hosting this fabulous session. I was actually kind of taking notes, and I love what Mansi said, how everything is becoming so fluid. The bottom line is just to get the work done. And I've been, traveling from one location to another and hosting this because I kind of double book myself, but it is so fabulous to see. At the end of the day, the work should happen, and that's all that matters. So thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this. For everyone else who's watching us from over the world, well, hi, my name is Vaibhav Ali, and you are a part of the third edition of Exchange for Media, PR, and Corp Comm 40 under 40 Summit and Awards. Let's move on to our next panel discussion. This one is going to be shared. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for being a part of this. We are going to move on to our fourth panel. And the topic of this panel is how PR played an integral role in healthcare crisis during COVID's challenging times with strategic planning and communication. I remember I was hosting another event for Exchange for Media during the second wave. And boy, that was uh, the starting of the peak. And everyone who were at the event, I'm sure Ruhail would remember this, that every speaker at the event was trying to call up somebody, try and figure out hospital beds, was trying to get some oxygen cylinders. Everyone was just trying to make sure that, they try and get things sorted during the COVID. And let me introduce to you our esteemed panel. We have Mr. Ajay Maharaj, Group Head Corporate Communication and PR at Fortis Hospital. We have Dr. Rajiv Chibbar, VP External Affairs at SMT. We have Mr. Aman Gupta, Marketing Partner as SPAG. We have Ms. Jaspreet Dheer, Head Marketing and Communication at Antaras Senior Care. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaibhav.
Thank you,
Hey,
Vaibhav.
guys.
And chairing this will be Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor at BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Over to you guys. I'm really looking forward for this conversation. And firstly, I would like to thank everyone for doing their best during the COVID second wave and the first wave as well. I hope we never get to see the third wave, and I'm just hoping about it. Thank you, and over to you guys.
Thanks, Vaibhav.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. And what a topic we have, very relevant. And with the new fear around, I think it becomes all the more relevant. So let me dive into my first question. The topic is how PR played an integral role in healthcare crisis during COVID challenging times, and how the agencies helped brands get a strategic direction. My first question to you, Mr. Gupta, I want to start with you, is we have seen what happened during the crisis. We're all coming, it was a radical, uncertainty that we witnessed. And it took us time to take stock and find our response. Give me a sense of how the PR agencies, help healthcare get a sense and get a direction during that crisis.
So, Rohil, I think, if we look at the role which we played, it's kind of, can be divided into a couple of parts. I think the one part which became very, very important, and I think would continue to now remain as one of the top priorities, was the whole listening. Because as we know that in today's world, so many conversations happening across multiple channels, and for brands who are active and specifically in the healthcare domain, where the amount of conversation was just going through the roof, to segment between what is really the truth versus what might be considered as a rumor or misinformation was playing havoc on the brands. You will hear a lot of things which were not factually correct, but was becoming the toast of the town. People were believing into it. So therefore, keeping an ear to the ground and having almost like a real-time understanding of what's happening, and therefore providing a response mechanism to our clients was very, very important. The second thing which was very important for us was that while you are listening and you're understanding what's happening across different target audience, how do you provide information and which is scientifically correct, which is factually accurate, but is still in a snackable mode? Because people, as we know, are not really want to live like a long read. They need something which is now current, snackable. So really converting a lot of science communication into a more consumer-friendly information, and then packaging it in a way which could be distributed through different channels, whether it is my social, whether it's my video, it is my long read, so on and so forth. I think that was done. And third element was, how do you therefore bring this brand, especially the healthcare brands who were at the forefront of really fighting the COVID, to gain the trust of its audiences? I think that was very important. So bringing that credibility by doing both the kind of an engagement through internal messengers, as well as layering that with certain external influencers and credible voices who people will believe in. I think these three elements coming together in a time when everybody was trying to figure their own way how to operate, because we as an agency also went through a complete shift, from having offices to sort of working from home, trying to make things happen, almost everything virtually. I think that is the kind of a journey, and I think that's the kind of a role which we as an agency worked very, very closely with the brands we were working with.
Right. I want to bring in Mr. Maharaj here. Give me a sense of the crisis that you faced, and did you what was the reliance on the agencies at that point of time? Was the brand able to get a sense of the road ahead, or was it a collaborative kind of an approach to sort it out?
Thank you, Raheel. And like what I can say, that COVID, when it hit us last year, so I see this total transformation of the PR as well as the corporates, the way they function, and the work from home and everything has started. It was a very, very new kind of experience for everyone. But the last wave which has hit us, believe me, it has been a very, very critical one, very severe one, and especially from the healthcare perspective, because the kind of calls, or maybe I can say I'm getting 80 or 100 calls a day, people are asking for a bed, asking for oxygen, asking for like remdesivir, other kind of whatever help was required. They were approaching the hospital and approaching somebody who could be approached. Like the media was connecting me almost every day, 70 to 80 calls I was getting. So it was very, very critical for people to understand what is the kind of COVID it is, when they require the hospitalization, and what's the kind of treatment which can be looked at and can be taken care from home itself. So the agencies played a very critical role. They were as a partner ensuring that whatever government advisories or something which were coming out, ensure that we are able to get it, and we were able to circulate it internally. So the doctor, paramedics, or other nurses, etc., who were involved in treating the patients were aware that this is the kind of advisory which has come in, this is the kind of treatment which has come in, and what ICM or other government bodies, whatever kind of information they were sharing was shared with the right kind of people, and they were aware. Also, presenting the doctor the right platform, that was another critical thing, because there were uncertainty. What Aman was saying, people are not sure what is a myth, or maybe it's the news is correct, or maybe it's just a myth, or people are not aware about it. So there were a lot of rumors in the market. So how do we ensure that a doctor is represented on the right platform? Because doctors are also totally tired of it. They're working 18 hours a day, believe me. From the morning 7 to 8, 9, 10 in the evening, the doctors are on the call. So ensuring that they were taking their time out, making sure that people, our stakeholders, the public, everybody's aware what's the kind of disease and what is happening and how the treatment can be done at home itself. Because what had happened in the last wave, if anybody had COVID, they wanted a hospital bed, because nobody was wait and take a chance that I can wait for 2 days, 3 days, then I'll see what my situation. Because there was a wait list of 200, 300 people across all the hospitals in Delhi NCR. Because in our group of network, we were 7 to 8 hospitals across Delhi NCR. So everywhere, I couldn't also help people. Whatever best possible, we tried, but there was not a possibility of getting a bed. So that was the situation. And right treatment, making them aware, that was critical, and putting them across the right platform, basically making sure that they're in the media, they're talking to people, and the digital platforms also played a very critical role. So we ensured that, and the mental health also, like people needed counseling also. So mental health also, how did we promote that? How did we ensure that people, there's a helpline? So the PR, our agencies played a very integral part, and they were our partners who ensured that our doctors and representative people are aware about the facts and not just believe in rumors. That was important.
Absolutely. I think it's been a challenging time across the board, and but great that we met with a response. But Dr. Chibar, how do you read the contribution of PR industry when it comes to giving, a sense, taking the situation under control, helping the brands tide through this tough time? How do you see, and what, according to you, were the big highlights of that phase that PR agencies, especially, under that could be underlined for them?
Yeah. Hi, Rohel. Hi to the co-panel members. Very pertinent question. The first thing I would say, and I completely echo what Aman and what Ajay said right away. I come from the healthcare industry. Aman is also serving a lot of healthcare clients, and Ajay himself comes from from a hospital group itself. The first thing that struck us, and I come from a medical devices company altogether. We are integral to that part of healthcare, which was required at that time to be not only fulfilled, but also holistically upgraded to a level which India did not have. So you would not believe, immediately after the Prime Minister's lockdown way back in April 2020, and then going forward, entire industry, when I talk about the industry, the medical devices industry was called by the Department of Pharmaceuticals, by ICMR and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, reporting directly to the Prime Minister's office, and we were required to ramp up our productions overnight. Overnight meant whatever is required to ramp up your supply chains, whatever is required to ramp up your stocks, whatever is required. So India at that time, to be honest, did not have the kind of PPE kits, the gloves, the ventilators, sanitizers, goggles, masks, swabs. You forget about, RNA extraction kits or diagnostic kits, which India took almost like way in September got self-reliance on. This entire league of manufacturing was missing in India. That was a challenge, because at that point of time, the government also did not want that anything which goes out is an information uncertainty or a misinformation. So if we would have told people that no, we are not into the domain of manufacturing all these products which you're talking about, India would have not been able to survive the pandemic at all. So our challenge was typically different, which could not involve basically a PR agency at that point of time. But yes, I would come to that part slightly later, because we did ultimately use our agency to our benefits also. But the idea was that the entire health policy paradigm, advocacy, implementation, and enforcement required to really dovetail to what the government wanted itself to really portray. And we had to look at it, because India, with the kind of population it had, India with the kind of healthcare systems which were there, and we're not talking about the class 1 cities, we're talking about the class 2 and peri-urban rural areas. We had to look at all of that, and that was the time when the entire policy communication conodrome really developed. It was developed from the Prime Minister's office, reached down to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Department of Pharmaceuticals, ultimately coming back, giving the baton across to manufacturers like us. So our policy, we had two sorts of communication agendas on us. One was to streamline with what Ajay said, the government had really come out with guidelines on a regular basis. And second, to also make it more and more cognizable that industry is the backbone which will now see it through, coupled with the hospital management, because hospitals and the industry had to really tie up well, last mile connectivity, the entire supply chain acoustics which were required to be done, and even connecting the last doctor to that extent, because doctors at that time were so stretched. 18 hours a shift, 24 hours a shift. AIMS doctors really went to 52 hours a shift, one resident doctor going around. So that was the kind of communication level which needed to stretch around, which went not only from a paramedic, but a policymaker to a seasoned doctor and the last mile, peon who was handling that part. Forget about the efforts which people like Ajay would have done during that time to really get beds, ventilators, etc. Right. The other technological glitch which was there is not having the kind of technology accurately within India. So ventilators were not here in India. You talk about high-end other stuffs which were not here in India. see, latex gloves and masks were something there, but not having that kind of stuff with us, which is technologically enabled and required at that time point of time, could create panic. So you kind of like countered the misnomers which were really being put up not only by political parties but also from certain pockets, and especially your social media feeds which we get through WhatsApps and others. So we had to really counter it, and that is where we use the agency to our benefit, because then we started creating messages around the positivity of how things are going ahead. You have the Ayushman Bharat centers which were working, you had the PHA CHCs which were working, and then ultimately collaborating with the bigger chain hospitals which were giving out the better behavior change messages. So that was a dual approach which we were doing.
Right. Absolutely. I think it was, a challenge at scale that we all had to address. Mr. Gupta, coming to you, there's another thing. It was we found the response. We are all talking about it, but however, if you go at the granular level, it was not that easy. It was also a logistical nightmare. It was a cultural shift that that had to be done overnight. Which required also very customized messaging. Putting all this together, both from the brand side and from the agency side. Give me a little backstory about how did you enable it? It's like getting into that position and hitting that shot, but it looks very swift, but I'm sure it had its own challenges.
No, right, Rohil, and as you rightly said, it's all about how do you do messaging, and in a large country like India, the geographical spread, the language spread, the audience spread, and the channels which they consume through is so multifaceted that you cannot really sort of work on one. Therefore, I think the way we went about it, and I think I would also like to sort of highlight here that it was not just the brand within the healthcare. Almost every particular brand jumped in, whether it was the news channels, whether it was the channels from the government side, or the brands which were outside of the healthcare, because there were three things which were very important at that time. One was the behavioral change which was required. I would say this moved away from the traditional public relations campaign to what we call is a behavioral change communication, because we needed to ensure people understand the need for masking, because if you remember, and we still believe that this is the best way to go, that masking was very important and almost everybody played its role. But having said that, when you're talking about masking, you will have to have one messaging which might be more appropriate for an urban population, who might be sort of an SECA, and there you're talking it more from a rational perspective. Whereas when you go to a more peri-urban or a rural area, you have to bring in an emotional angle, as well as who do you really bring to do this messaging. You need community leaders, people who are more closer to them, and I think that kind of matching in terms of the messaging and who will be my messengers was very, very important, which we sort of talked about during that time. I think the other aspect which also sort of resulted from masking was to the whole aspect of vaccination. As we do realize that, while a certain population was looking for the vaccine during the early part of it, and it took some time for the government to reach a stage where vaccines were freely available. We have enough stories to say that in a certain parts of the India, the vaccine was, there was a kind of a pushback about vaccine because there was a lot of misinformation which was flowing. People were not really comfortable about, what is this all about? They haven't even understood what COVID is all about, right? So if I'm going to a small village or a district area, while we might think COVID is big, for them, it's nothing, right? They have not even seen it. And that's one of the reasons why this, apart from the Delta, the second wave really reached the, beyond the metros part. So how do you really use different channels, whether it's your community, whether it is, radio, whether it is a certain other aspects of the media, and providing that kind of a messaging that why this is so important, not just for them as an individual, but for the community in which they are. I think that kind of a specific messaging really worked very well. And I think, one thing which we are realizing is the power of the social and digital. So while social and digital a couple of years back might have been very English language specific, in India, I think the the newer, players, who are sort of coming in, who are really sort of taking a lead in terms of social media to take it to the last mile and to the larger population, they have been able to, demystify and take this conversation into the local languages. So even the giants are now understanding the fact that if in India you need to operate, you can't work with one language. You need to really operate into the language, which could be from a Bengali to a Marathi, to a Tamil and a Telugu, and that I think really helped. And besides that, the whole penetration of the mobile and internet, which has happened over the last couple of years, has ensured us that we are able to take our messaging to the last mile. And I think having that kind of a technology, fabric which exists in India, so it's not just about messaging, which also do we have the capacity to transmit that messaging to each and every individual. I think these are the aspects which I thought was really important in the scale of this thing, and therefore the agencies have to really push the boundaries to look at a campaign which is not just restricted to one, but really is on a pan-India basis.
No, absolutely. I think the learnings have been huge here as well for the agencies, especially in a country where the cultural and the linguistic context changes every few kilometers. Of course, Mr. Maharaj, give me, was it easy for you to find the right tone of conveying the messaging right at the outset? Did it take time to adjust it? Did you rely on your agencies to find that tone? Give me a little bit of idea about that.
Yeah, so basically what Aman has also mentioned, there were a lot of misinformation and myths in the market. The first thing was vaccination, what he's talking about also. So we started early because being in the healthcare, we started in January itself when we started getting vaccinated. There were a lot of myths around it, people not getting vaccinated. So that was the first thing we took the help of the agency and other bodies also, like industry bodies were there. So and the community connect initiatives were taken. So we took the help from all the industry bodies and other community connect initiatives were taken to ensure that people are aware that vaccination is the key to save yourself. It's not that if you're vaccinated, you won't get COVID, but if you get COVID after vaccination, it will be a very mild one. So that was the first very critical thing which people had to be aware of, which a lot of people didn't understand initially, but now also looking at the Omicron, other virus which has been coming. So it's very mild in nature, and basically if somebody is not vaccinated, they are getting majorly impacted, or they are having that kind of a trouble. Otherwise, people who are vaccinated, we have done some research studies across our organization itself, where we have vaccinated 16,000 people. So we got to see that most of them who got COVID was a very mild one. Only with comorbidities and all, if somebody had, so that became a little critical, or maybe they had to be ventilated or the kind of ICU treatment was required. Otherwise, most of them got treated at home. So that was very key to ensure that people are aware about this fact. And the second was about
you're finding that tone of conveying it. Yes,
the tone basically, like what I'm saying, every possible channel, whatever could be used. I mean, like agency did play a major role, but also the participation of doctors was important. So doctors were able to use the connect also. Like I talked about community connect, which is not agency. Basically, they were approached directly to us because we have a lot of our public sector or private sector, other companies who are on board as our partners. So we connected with them and ensured that they were aware about it. So we used the channel, social media, like digital, what Aman had talked about. Basically, whatever, I think the digital transformation which has happened in 1.5 years, it would have taken almost a decade if this would have not happened. Because everybody is aware, everybody is tech savvy, digital savvy, and people know how to log on. And that's really helpful for the people and for the masses itself.
Right.
Because they were aware that I can connect with a doctor sitting at home. I don't have to reach the hospital. If I'm infected, to connect with a doctor, if I go to the hospital, I'm going to spread it across. So that awareness about how the COVID appropriate behavior was concerned. So I think everybody played, and if you see, everybody is aware that they have to wear a mask. Now the situation is a bit different, but earlier, you could not see anybody going out without a mask. So that was key. So that's the kind of awareness which came for the people.
Absolutely.
And the third challenge which the hospital faced, because a lot of people who had other issues like medical issues, they were not coming to the hospital because they thought if I reach the hospital, I'm going to get COVID. That was another key challenge which we faced, and with the
Address
health
them,
agency,
convince.
because people are convinced that if I go to the hospital, it's COVID and I'm going to get COVID, I'm going to get infected, so I better stay at home. If their health deteriorated, and a lot of people suffered, and a lot of people had major issues, a lot of people died also because of that, because they didn't come to the hospital. So that awareness was also information. I mean, we had to tell them we've got separate wards and everything for the COVID, and we have a separate. So all this collective
Absolutely.
responsibility with the corporate as well as from internal external messaging, we did that, and that was helpful.
Absolutely, Mr. Maharaj, and kudos to you. I mean, convincing people to come to hospitals amidst this fear, and being able to communicate, when they have a perceived fear in front of them.
Yes, very challenging.
Dr. Chivar, you said that, for you, it was a mandate to, get into that production at large scale within no time. It also is a cultural shift within the organization, motivating them, removing the fear or that you come to work and do this. What was your story like? How did you make that transition, mindset shift? What I am talking about here.
Absolutely, that was a huge challenge. Immediately when the government told us, we've got two big factories. One is in Surat and one is in Telangana. So you can imagine an approximate of around 3,000 odd employees who would be working in almost like now not the regular 2 or 3 shifts which used to happen, but almost like another shift added, and their families allowing or not allowing us to go into it. And then the administration really picking on us and saying that, why do you need 3,000 people to really go to a factory? And then we're telling them that, look, guys, we still need production. We still need stuff going on. The challenge was dual. It was an internal communication challenge, which we had to sort ourselves. Those challenges, we can't rely on an agency to really look at. We can rely on an agency to give us ideas around it, but those challenges were an internal communication challenges. How to motivate employees to really come. You won't believe, initially during the pandemic, and I'm talking really about from April to September or so, we came out with almost like 48% of our workforce in the factories and the rest in the field. That was the kind of division which we did. We convinced their families. We made shifts within the factory. We made makeshift residential accommodation within the factory also, and try to convince the administration that this is not going to be a congregation of people who are impacted or infected. So it was a dual challenge, not only from a internal perspective, but also from an administrative perspective, right from going down to the SPCT of the SPCT, to the district magistrate, to the drug controller's office, to the chief medical officer of Surat and Telangana, to even the principal secretary of health and the industry commissioner, taking all permissions which were covering all of us. Employees had to go to supply also. The hospitals were working, but they were not working without supplies. You can if you remember the second wave which came, hospitals literally sent out tweets that we don't have oxygen. Who's going to provide that oxygen? It's people from our industry who was going to provide those oxygens.
Absolutely.
So when those line of communications ironed off was a challenge. Then the other thing which we really worked around was with industry associations. Like I'm the co-chair of the PhD Chamber of Commerce, Ayushman Bharat Committee, getting us into action. The CII, FICIs, ASSOCHAMs of the world, we got them into action so that there is enough government support as well as industry pressure to really keep the work going on. It was not about if our profits were going up or profits were going down. No, that was not the case. But the case was to supply the last mile that was another challenge which we looked at.
Absolutely. Yes. Sorry. I'm interrupting.
Communicate. Yeah. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I got the point. I'm just interrupting. We have 5 minutes to 6 minutes left. I have one question that I really want to pose.
Yeah, sure.
I want to start with you, Mr. Gupta. It's said that this phase has been the moment for PR, to showcase the caliber and what the true relevance is, and they've fairly done a great job at that. But give me, if you had to say communication, what have been the 2 takeaways from your perspective for the communication professionals? What would that be?
Well, I think, Ruvel, so one part, definitely, I think the last 18 months or so, the focus on public relations as a tool has definitely emerged. And I don't think in my last 20 years I have seen us at such a central place. So the two things which definitely came out was one, the ability to build trust through storytelling. I think building that trust among the audience was something which came in and showcased our relevance and the value which we bring to the table. And I think the second thing is that PR agency or a PR as a tool is at the center of everything. So having that kind of an integrated approach with a specialization at its core, where you understand the language, because it's not just about doing anything which is there. You're talking about health where the lives matter. So really ensuring understanding the nuances of what you're saying, coming from the science communication, understanding the what is a doctor saying and what is a particular Lancet report is saying, that particular aspect getting inbuilt. I think that these are the two things which really sort of emerged out. And therefore for agencies who are specialists like ours, SPAG has been, I think, at the forefront of being a healthcare specialist firm for last 7 years. The kind of role which we were able to play with our partners, with our clients as a partners together to make it happen. I think it was in the last 18 months, not so much about business, more about sort of really trying to make a better world, really trying to reflect the role which we as an industry, and I say industry is in healthcare and its totality, can play in the lives of the people, and why health or a public health per se should remain a priority, in terms of from a communication. I think emerged very well here.
Absolutely. Quickly, Mr. Maharaj, to you, what would you call the learnings from your side of the divide that you are on, from the agency to the brand? What have been the key learnings for you from the communication perspective?
If I think communicate the right message. That has been the key learning. Never stop communicating. So make sure that you are sending out the right message so people, there's no misinformation, there are no myths around, which can be challenging. And the second is the digital communication. So that's the key focus which people have to look. If you look at the future, digital is going to be the key. So in this pandemic, we've seen a lot of print publication, the publication have shut down. So digital platforms are the key platforms which are pretty new. I think 40 under 40 are more aware about the fact how the digital platforms are working and what are the new things which are coming in. But for people who are the little senior ones also, so it's critical to ensure that the digital platforms are best utilized and all the mediums are used. And the second one, which I'll talk about, is the internal conflict. I think not many people touch upon. It's the most critical thing which has to be done, because the first is customer is your own employee. If they're aware about the good management messaging, like from the chairman, from the managing director, from the chief operating officer. So motivation was required for people going beyond the line of duty, working 18, 20, 24, 50 hours, what I talked about. So, and providing them the right kind of policies and everything to take care of them and the family. So that was another key thing, ensuring that the internal communication, all our employees were aware what's happening from the management perspective, from the hospital perspective, and the second from the media perspective, from external, the various steps what we had taken, I've already talked about. So these two things are very
absolutely. And we aren't out of it yet. I mean, though we have, I think, got a grip on how to handle this communication, but the wave after wave is posing a challenge, though the narrative to a large extent is under our control, but still there are those specks of uncertainty.
My only advice is if you're not vaccinated, please get yourself vaccinated. And
absolutely.
COVID appropriate behavior.
On the screen, I'm sure we all are. So
I don't know. A lot of people I've seen who are not vaccinated and they're not taking the vaccine due to I don't know what reasons, but I think please get vaccinated, because we have done a lot of studies have been done. So that's the key to save your life.
Absolutely. And Mr. Dr. Chibber, sorry, the screen is yours. Tell me, what is what are the key takeaways from the pandemic, from the communication perspective that you would like to highlight?
So two takeaways. One, public relations or communications became from the cog to the wheel to the board talking room kind of a sense. So that gave me an elevation. But then the core problem lies of communicating uncertainty around public health information. So what people need to understand is that science is ever changing and the virus is mutable. All knowledge is partial knowledge. And what we saw in the last almost like 18 odd months is just an illustration of that. So we need to keep on coming up with newer information and newer communication guides and we need to really be on our toes to be, really knowledge changers.
Absolutely. What a wonderful way of ending it. And definitely, I think as we move on in the for the narrower side, we're still in the pandemic. We are not out of it. But of course, communication will play a major role in making it impactful the way it is delivered. Of course, the agencies, the brands, everybody has a huge part to play here. But thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Maharaj, and Dr. Chibar. Great to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you for being a part of this session. Okay, sorry, that was a glitch from my side. Ajay, thank you. And thank you, Ruhail, for chairing this. It's time for our next panel discussion. And this is unfortunately the last one. And I'm really looking forward to our panelists who are... Okay, but first, let me once again remind you, if you guys are watching this right now, this is the third edition of Exchange for Media PR for MPR and Corp Comm 40 Summit, which is being hosted right now. Thank Exchange for Media Group for taking out time and running this fabulous event. Let's move on to our next session, which is panel number 5, Role of PR in Purpose-Based Communication for Social Change. This one will be chaired by Mr. Girish Balachandran, founder at On Purpose. We have Akansha Jain, head PR and communications at BharatPay. We have Garima from Archetype. She is the principal consultant. We have Jagriti, who is the CEO of Chachi Communications. And we have Priyanka, the senior manager, corporate affairs and external communications at Flipkart. Welcome, everyone. Can someone unmute themselves and say hi? Hi, Girish.
Thank you so much. Hello,
Am I audible to you, Girish?
Hi. How are you?
Good. Thank you. So should we take it from here, Weber? Okay. Hello and welcome, Akansha. Should we take it from here, Weber? And Garima. This seems to be a slight echo. Hopefully it doesn't last. But welcome. And it seems like we're the last panel before people head to maybe an early evening Friday drink. So let's try and keep this as interesting as we can to keep them with us till we have them. And just for everyone to know, and I think Jagriti just dropped us a line to say that she won't be due to a personal exigency. But for the rest of us, we're here to discuss the role of PR in purpose-driven communications. And so let's start. I think we can't sort of avoid the context of the pandemic, which has been a trying time for all of us. And it's a time that called for both empathy and compassion. And during that time, how did brands really avoid the pandemic, which has been a trying time for all of us? Sorry, I'm sort of hearing myself again. Is that just me?
It's fine now. I think there was a slight echo, but it's gone.
Okay. So just returning to the question, during the pandemic, how have brands empathize with stakeholders that focused to come up with campaigns that not only brought about social change, but also came to the aid of humanity at large? And I think it'll be interesting to sort of start with Priyanka and Akanksha. If you could share examples from your companies, then perhaps we could also explore other popular campaigns from other brands. So over to you.
Sure, Girish, thank you. Good to be here with the rest of the panel as well. A very exciting topic that we're discussing today. Taking from what you were saying, Girish, I think absolutely yes, prioritizing empathy has been the need of the hour. And whether in business, whether in communication, that's something that most of us have put at the top of our list. And coming from India's homegrown e-commerce marketplace, Flipkart, agility has always been in our blood. And I think that's something we really saw soar to new heights, this past year and a half. And like all of you probably know, the role of e-commerce was elevated as well this past year and a half. And what we saw is a lot of coming together, new partnerships, what we call the power of partnerships, in business. So whether it's supply chain, whether it's brand partnerships, whether it's the kind of partnerships we struck up to make sure that, MSMEs stayed afloat during this time. We really witnessed an entire ecosystem come together in new ways, and the true power of technology that enabled a lot of that, right? Traditional businesses that may have been affected very negatively because of the pandemic saw a new lease of life because of e-commerce. And there were very interesting stories to tell from a communication perspective. And it was something that, we played a key role in, me and the larger team that I work with. And there was so much that we saw. So whether it was about teams coming together to facilitate donations on the app, whether it was about making sure essentials were being delivered through a safe and sanitized supply chain throughout, donating medical equipments, working with state governments, there was so much happening. And I think we really saw teams across the organization come together in new ways. And of course, everyone working remotely as well. It was a new dynamic, but I'm proud to see and say that Flipkart, helped and transformed things in several ways for the industry at large. So I think that should give you a good summary of a couple of things. And this is just a small snapshot that I'm sharing. But yeah, and the role of communications within all of this was, of course, ever evolving and always exciting as well.
Thank you for that very sharp summary, Priyanka. Definitely want to sort of delve deeper into that as we go. But Akanksha, let's sort of come to you. I think, the pandemic must have been a huge hit for a large number of MSMEs. And I think the switch from sort of traditional to, digital and further sort of, keep the lights on for businesses must have been, an exciting time to look at how financial inclusion could be further accelerated. How is it for you, and what are the sort of campaigns that you found yourself pivoting to that really came to life as a result of the lockdowns?
So the lockdown, the first one was very challenging to begin with, because our majority of our not even majority, 100% of our so-called customers are merchants who are retailers. So with the lockdown, all the shops just had to come, all the retail had to come to a standstill, apart from the Kirana store owners. So it was a big hit for us. We were a very young company, about a year and a half. Obviously, like the big organizations, we were also not prepared for it. It could have gone either ways. But interestingly, COVID actually accelerated the growth of digital payments. A lot because consumer behavior changed. People didn't want to actually use cash or pay via cash, and were more comfortable using their own phone because they're not touching a foreign particle. And slowly and steadily, we also saw merchants finding it more convenient, because while the shops were closed, they could just deliver the product and take the payment via a QR code that they could just send out. So from a business standpoint, I think it was a great accelerator. But we had to be very cognizant of the fact that we do not really go out and start selling our products, because that's the time when offline retailers a lot of them, the businesses had gone to zero overnight. So we launched a few campaigns. If you want, I can just delve into one or two of them right now. There was something we launched towards the third or the fourth phase of the lockdown last year. It was called #S. With S, we meant stay safe. So we actually did a lot of on-ground external activations in markets in Delhi NCR, where we set up the sanitizers, we gave away masks, created awareness amongst the shopkeepers that they need to ensure social distancing, and they need to ensure people are always sanitizing themselves. So that's the first one which we did. The second thing which we did around when the vaccination came about in May this year was that we launched India's first COVID vaccination cashback. what we wanted to do was that, retailers, we wanted them to get out of their houses and get vaccinated, because all of you understand, initially people were very reluctant to get vaccinated. But as the shops opened, they were at high risk. So we essentially launched something under the Bharat Pay Cares program, where we actually got them to give them some incentives to actually get themselves vaccinated. So if you get yourselves vaccinated and you upload your certificate, you get a 300 rupees cashback. And you can also track it using our app. So it worked really well. We actually pushed it across about 50 markets in India. Worked extremely well, created a lot of awareness, got our merchants to actually get themselves vaccinated. And the third one, which we did, was like mask causes inconvenience, but then you can go digital, but you have to wear a mask. So a series of slightly funny DVCs that we ran, which essentially created awareness on why you still need to wear masks. This was in May, June this year, post the second wave. And still, you can go cashless, but you have to wear a mask. So in totality, we moved away from just doing our product or our brand PR, while that continued. But a lot of it was more empathetic and more to do with why it's important to stay safe, more human.
Very nice. So a very strong education focus seems to have come out, which is just educating people on what is COVID appropriate behavior and sort of taking a lead on doing that for the greater good. Thank you, Akanksha. Garima, so talk to us about your experience. What were the clients that you were working with, and how did you have to sort of, pivot with them towards sort of great communications for greater good than just brand and product PR? You're on mute, Garima.
Yeah, thank you so much, Girish. Great examples of the kind of work that the brands have done during these challenging times, and both Flipkart and Bharat Pay being very central to the entire situation that we were faced with. These are very pertinent examples of the kind of work that's been done. Similar, from an agency point of view, when you're looking at client communications, you have plans and you have ideas, and there's a standard template that you're following, and then something like COVID hits, and you have to completely change the way you're thinking and be more relevant, empathetic, authentic. And while one part of the conversation is about keeping the whole brand communication alive, at the same time there are a lot of sensitivities involved. You cannot be very promotional with what you're doing. There are limitations that you have to be considerate of. We're already living in a world that's hyper-connected. This took technology, adoption to a completely different level. And in times when you're already playing with a lot of consumer distrust at hand, authentic, relevant brand communication is something that, takes a lot of thought when you're curating, campaigns. Of course, so I'd like to bring two examples to the table here of the nature of work that we did. One was, of course, very, opportunity-led, very impromptu, topicality-led. There were a lot of CSR efforts that came to the front. Of course, every brand wanted to be relevant, to make a difference, go out there and, do their bit. But as their communications partner, this was also a time for us to step up beyond the role of consultancy and play a role of a devil's advocate, where you actually filtered it from a lens of purposeful communication and try and, bring that voice of reason, where we there's a very thin line in evaluating if something is being, promotional or authentically purpose driven. So yeah, numerous examples of the kind of work that we've done in terms of topical communication, be it about making certain CSR contributions, be it about partnering certain brands and going out there and doing stuff. But then there are also campaigns that have lived through these times and become even more vocal and even more relevant in these times. One example that comes to mind, and it's absolutely bang on, is a brand that we service, Vivo. being a smartphone brand, one thing that a challenge that they always work with is this whole communication around, our stickiness to our devices and letting the smart technology be smarter than us. Way before COVID hit in 2019, we'd suggested a campaign to them, Switch Off, which, now is a very, very, it's become legendary in its own self, because here was a smartphone brand that was wanting to do purpose communication that actually hit where, it actually hurts. So that's one campaign where, we did a lot of research. We did a 360-degree communications. We did a lot of work on how it's important to switch off and not let human interactions get impacted. So like I said, two kinds of communication. One, purpose-driven, authentic, original, long-term, annual property, a cause that you live with. And second were more impromptu, more topicality-driven. For example, Tupperware happens to be one of the brands that we worked with. A direct selling brand that had just become, adopted newer means of, interacting with the consumer. They'd just gone from direct selling to an omni-channel sort of an approach. They just launched their retail outlets. They'd just come online in the e-commerce space, and the COVID hit. So how did you turn the communication around to yet know your new partners? Because it's not like an giant like a Flipkart, which might have very strong vendor relationships. Here was a brand that was already trying to form relationships, learning the ropes of how different kind of businesses function, and was hit with something like this. So making snackable small videos, and it's not just about external communication. In times like these, there were brands where, who were conscious of not going out and really putting themselves out there. They still wanted to wait it out and test waters. And that's where, as a communications agency, we help them, create a lot of internal communication campaigns and keep their employees and their internal circle closer and safer. So yeah, so long story short, these are the kind of examples of work that we've been doing. And I'm sure as this conversation unfolds, we'll get an opportunity to talk a little more about them.
Thank you, Garima. I think some great input there. Love the idea of switch off. And I think it speaks very well to this debate that we often have as communicators, which is, can you have purposeful communications without having the risk of losing profit? And I think the switch off is a really good example of focusing on purpose, almost to the extent of perhaps taking a hit on profit for greater good. So thank you for sharing that. Also, I really like the point that you made about the having to switch very quickly from maybe focus on external to more focus on internal. And I think that's something I think we all would have experienced either in our organizations or with our clients. Right, so now let's quickly move on to the next question. In what ways have the PR and Corp Comm industry been instrumental in generating, initiating, and promoting campaigns that aim for the bigger good? How has that proven beneficial for the brands? So I'm going to come to you first now, Garima, I think because you, as against Priyanka and Akanksha, who are sort of representing a single brand, you probably work across brands. So what would you say has been the PR industry's role in initiating campaigns for the bigger good?
Yeah, again, Girish, to respond to that, I'll answer that in two parts again, because one is the matter, the messaging, what you're taking out to the media. Of course, there was an evolution, there was a thought that was put in there, and depending on different campaigns, there was a slight, fine tuning of sorts that was done to suit the current times and go out and talk about that. More than that, I think what really had to be looked at, we had to look at as agency personnel, was the medium with which we were communicating. Editorial media took a massive hit during these times. Circulation of newspapers went down. Everybody switched to digital mediums. even the elderly generation, for that matter, our parents who would have never picked up a phone in the morning and rather stuck to their good old cup of tea and a newspaper, were scrolling through, news apps to get their dose of daily news. Maybe millennials not so much so, but the larger population that would have liked their mornings to be a little different, they had to, like, suddenly there was a behavior change. And as communicators, it was very important for us to, ride that wave right. The ever, never-ending demand to be in print was something that actually, the lenses shifted, the perspectives changed, and from being on a newspaper front page or third page, the conversations shifted to vlogging and blogging and podcasting and webinars. So I think that was, if we talk of from a communication evolution point of view, I think mediums was something, the power of the medium through which you're communicating was something that brands started realizing. Agencies had a massive role to play there. Like I'm saying, not every brand was ready to put themselves out there. So much as we had to deliberate on the messages that with which we'll have to go out, it was equally important for us to, handhold them through this journey of transitioning from the way they've been seeing traditional PR to a more integrated approach. I think one thing that this entire situation has done to us as communicators is, even for us, we had to, change the way we thought our campaigns, and even for the people sitting on the other side, for them to really envision that instead of seeing it in a certain space, what is the new avatar in which I can see communications? Coming to the messaging, because it's very specific to the brand and the sector in which you're operating. I think being authentic with whatever you're putting out, taking ownership of whatever you're talking about, being relevant. At times, at times you just want to ride on the wave without thinking too much on what this is going to do for me as a brand in the long term. I think this was a time for us as consultants to really take that pause and think things through and then put it out in the open, even if it was just about building reassurance and saying that, I as a brand stand by you here in this time of need. And even when this is over, was the kind of, communication. Of course, there were some hard news, which will always be there, some around announcements and some business movement and various other things. But at times, a lot of it was also to do with, just being there around and being in circulation. So I think those are the 2 points that I'd like to make.
Thank you, Garima. Priyanka, I'm going to come to you next. So, as the switch sort of happened towards more empathetic, human-focused communication, did the metrics for measurement of success of communications change in any way for you internally? What was the leadership sort of looking for? Because if they were not looking for reams of coverage anymore, because that was not the ask, but it was more empathetic human communication, did the internal metrics for success change?
Absolutely, Girish. I think everything that we knew from before, most of it got thrown out the window. We had to change perspective. We had to understand, like some of what Garima said, right? The way news cycles work when it comes to online mediums, when it comes to social media, podcasts, and so on. We had to open our eyes and prioritize a lot of different pillars of communication overall. And I think moving very, very quickly and aligning your objectives along with your business on a daily, if not weekly basis was very important for us. And I think it was great to see how open our leaders were, how understanding they were. And I think us as an organization that has always valued communications and public relations, everyone was on the same page in terms of this is what we need to do, and this is the truth that we need to tell at the end of the day. So just to summarize a couple of things connected to the output that Garima was discussing, right? If I need to cover 3 important things, one would be validating your good purpose. This was one thing that was very, very clear in the comms outlook over the past year. As customers, stakeholders, when they build a relationship with you, they need to understand your good purpose. They need to know what you stand for. And especially at a time where so much is changing, you need to make that very clear. And that's where communications plays a very important role. The second would be building and showcasing a truthful identity at a time where fake news is all over the place, at a time where cancel culture is so prevalent. It's so important for people, stakeholders, to understand who you are as an organization, what you do for your people, what are you doing for society at large, and communications plays a very important role here as well. And the third important pillar that I think, was prioritized and made a difference last year was driving change through actionable insights. People wanted to come together to help each other at the end of the day, right? Brands came together. We saw a lot of interesting campaigns where folks from across the ecosystem came together to give back, to help each other. And I think, egos were set aside, and there was a lot of goodness that was created at the end of the day. And that as well is something that, was a very important communications pillar. It was something that helped channel a lot of key things for us, and I think the industry at large as well.
Thank you, Priyanka. Akanksha, from Bharat Pay's perspective, one of the things you said earlier was that you were careful that you were not, promoting product in these times. When we look at a communications effort that is largely focused on purpose, greater good for humanity, social change, how does one measure its impact on the brand? And is that something that you're doing at Bharat Pay? Is that something the leadership appreciates? How do you sort of showcase the communication of purpose as an impact on the brand?
So there are 2-3 ways we do this. One is obviously we evaluate the consistency of our messaging. Are we really able to push that message across? Again and again in retrospect. That's one thing that we measure. Also, our leadership, for them, it's important to go to cities which are not just the top 10 cities in India. So it's important to go to at least 50 cities, create that buzz, reach out to the right merchants and tell them and create awareness of what we are. For us, it was very important to utilize this time to be the best friend of the merchants. That was the clear mandate given to us, that, whether we're not here to sell products, we are here to partner with you to grow your business, and we're here for a long haul. So that's how the communication messaging was designed, and that's how we continue to push communication. A lot of communication was pushed using social channels. You'll be surprised, a lot of these merchants actually are very active on a Facebook and a Twitter to essentially stay connected, because our sales team was not really all out there on the field. So we use digital channels to stay connected, use WhatsApp, use our app extensively to stay connected, push the right content to our merchants and tell them that we are there for you. We're here to kind of get you back up and running. Another thing that we also measure is the engagement piece. So we work closely with the other teams internally. We get a sense of what is our active merchant base, what is the engagement that we see on an ongoing basis, and that's also a key measurement metrics for all marketing and communication campaigns that we run around, keeping in mind the merchant interest. So that is something we evaluate on an ongoing basis to ensure that what we are communicating is really what they want to know. So essentially, these were the key metrics that we would kind of look at and try and measure if we're really doing the right thing.
Thank you. So a lot of what both you and Priyanka have described sounds like a really massive challenge in internally sort of aligning, realigning, recalibrating, getting on the same page, and then sort of communicating with consistency with stakeholders. In this time, what has been your expectation from PR agencies to enable this more sort of social change focused communication?
Priyanka, are you going first?
Go ahead, Akanksha.
So I think it's been slightly the other way around. Our PR agency had proactively told us not to actually go out and sell and kind of push stories on products. So we took that as a right advice. We kind of were in sync with what they were saying. Our expectation from them is to help us reach out to as many merchants as possible beyond the cities that the top cities in the country, which means that our vernacular, our regional campaigns become extremely important. And as Garima rightly put out there, About a couple of years back, it was all about print media, but now, there are a lot of vernaculars online. There are a lot of other media which are there in the online space. So our ask from the agency is to help us ideate stories, help us create stories that are human impact, and that actually showcase how we are, helping our merchants to grow their business. These may not be on the national level, but they need to be at the local level, at the vernacular, regional press, because that's what they read, that's what they consume, and that's where the real Bharat is. So that's essentially our ask, and our agencies have been really helpful in kind of pushing the message across. And we've also used different mediums. We've used, we're running a series called Transforming Bharat, where we actually showcase human impact stories. We actually go out there to the merchant store, we shoot their stories, get them to talk how they started, what is their aspiration, how do we fit into the whole scheme of things. So we're using different mediums, from the standard long form content to simpler videos, video capsules, to blogs, to essentially communicate a lot more with the merchants.
That sounds wonderful, Akanksha. I really like that you said the PR agency was actually the initiator to come and say, I think you should pause and think about. And you took that advice, and then you also looked to them to sort of help ideate the stories and reach as many merchants as possible. What was your experience, Priyanka?
So for us, I think if I have to summarize it, it's all about equal partnership, and we just saw and continue to see our agency as an extension of our very own team. And it's important, and I think they have also embraced the agility at which we need to work, because there's so much that's been changing. And within e-commerce, I mean, it's a very wide universe, right? When it comes to storytelling, there are different charters that we look at, whether it's people focused, whether it's ecosystem, whether it's to talk about business impact, whether it's to talk about what we are doing in supply chain, how we're enabling inclusion in different ways. So I think having a team that, constantly pushes us to also think out of the box is something that made a difference, that they also challenge us equally. Because when they see you as part of their own team, and I think that's something you have to build, they're not afraid to, either ask a question or push back on something, whatever it may be. And I think playing a role in identifying various, channels of storytelling, not to sound repetitive, but it has been a very important one for us this last year. And I think the agency plays a very big role there, getting into smaller cities, storytelling in tier 3 regions and beyond. We've embraced new forms of storytelling, whether on radio, whether through YouTube partnerships, influencer-led storytelling, finding new ways, like Garima was talking about. Print was severely impacted this past year. How could we work with print publications to make sure that we are giving them the stories that are relevant to their readers in their locations? The smaller media, how can we support them? So I think, this is an overall gist of the relationship, the support. And I think this will only continue. And all of us doing this remotely, I think it's commendable the way that, our team has managed to pull off fantastic campaigns and very, very high impact levels of storytelling, because it's not easy. There are many folks who also are relatively new. So, meeting each other through a screen may not always be convenient, but it's been a good journey and a good partnership for sure.
Thank you, Priyanka. Garima, I should have checked. Are Priyanka or Akanksha your clients?
No, none of them. Neither of them.
Okay, so then has your experience been different? Because I think what Akanksha and Priyanka both described are very sort of, I think they're admirable and also very aspirational in terms of, what agencies really look for in client-agency relationships. So how has your experience been?
Yeah, I think I'll agree with both Akanksha and Priyanka here, Girish. When as extended partners, definitely PR agencies looked at both from a narrative building standpoint to amplification standpoint, helping them reach where they can't directly. But I think one point that I'd like to just add above and beyond what's been said is that when a particular brand is operating, it's operating in its own ecosystem. It's a very inside out sort of a point of view with which they view, the whole a particular situation. Whereas what agency, an additional layer of point of view that an agency brings is that, maybe today I am working in a setup where there are 10, 15, 50 odd clients nationally who are going through a similar churn, and maybe, like Priyanka mentioned, the power of partnerships. We are we are being the custodian of the brand, being somebody who's invested in the brand way before the situation hit, understanding it inside out, as an extended part of the team. It's much easier for us to bring two brands to the table and get them to our table to sit there and talk and exchange ideas and work things together. So that it's agencies have in these times also played that role of a missing link between various entities who were trying to communicate with a similar sort of an objective and a goal. So I think that's one massive value addition that brands look for: a perspective, a fresh perspective, which the ears to the ground, having a hand on the pulse of what's happening, how is the acceptability in certain kind of mediums, and what's new, keeping them on their toes by throwing multiple ideas and thoughts towards them. So I think that's another piece that that clearly our clients expected from us, and we had a great time, putting all of that together for them, because that's an advantage with which an agency any day works over a single brand. So yeah.
Yeah, if I may just add on there to Karima's point, I think the knowledge sharing is key, because for us, we are sort of restricted maybe in some ways, and we're always prioritizing the goals of our organization, and agencies come with experience on various clients, and I think the sharing of knowledge, and when we have our brainstorming and case study sharing sessions, it does add a lot of value, and sometimes it can really bring in new perspective that can make you think completely differently about a certain approach or a certain medium or whatever it may be. So yeah, the knowledge sharing for sure is a good one to have, and is a valuable part of a client agency relationship.
Thank you all. I think I will confess, for me personally, I think the last 2 years have been so, such a blur. It really feels nice to be able to have a conversation and reflect on these things and hear these, stories from all of you. And I think, I think we've all been through a lot. I think we and our teams have worked really hard to, in ways that we've probably never done before. So I think we should absolutely acknowledge that, and thank you for sort of, being so open and sharing your stories. Conscious of time, we've got 7 minutes left. So we're going to probably skip a few questions and maybe come down to the last two and maybe do them in a slightly rapid fire format. So very quickly, in under 60 seconds, what would be your top 3 tips for people aspiring to be in the 40 under 40 in the coming years? Akanksha, let's start with you.
Think differently. Think long-term impact, like focus on the purpose and keep adding to your knowledge.
Thank you. Priyanka?
I would say challenge yourself, don't stop reading, and don't underestimate what you're capable of. Don't second guess.
Don't stop reading. Love that one. Okay, great. And don't second guess. Yes, I think too many of us suffer from imposter syndrome. Garima, on to you.
True that. I think I'd like to say that, at this stage of your career, take feedback very constructively and keep your hardest critics closer, because I think that's hearing and acting on that is really imperative. Be authentic, but do not be afraid of being audacious in goal setting and trying to achieve those. If you think you can do it, you can definitely do it.
Wow, again, some very diverse feedback. So thank you. Last question. In one word, what do you want 2022 to look like for the PR industry? One word. Akanksha.
Make it more powerful from what it is today, while it has come a long way from what it was pre-COVID, but make it more powerful in the overall business environment.
Priyanka?
I would say joyful. I think I'm looking forward to more positive headlines, meeting more people in person. I think, you know, we're coming out of, hopefully, fingers crossed, rough times. So that's what I would use to describe it.
Thank you. Garima?
I think for me, it'll be mindful partnerships and integrated communication, definitely. More minds coming together and, you know, really, really doing things together. But I love what you've said, Priyanka. I think really, really, you know, a time, I hope the next year brings more joy and more harmony and, you know, less fearful, less riskier times.
Wonderful, powerful, joyful, more mindful 2022. That sounds really something to look forward to. I think we're now within time. Weber, what do you suggest? We still have 4 minutes.
I'd like to hear a little from you, Girish. I think, you know, you've been somebody who's done this for a while now, and, you know, purpose communications is something that just comes naturally to you. Closing points from you as well. All these rapid fire questions that you've put across to us.
Absolutely agree. Yes. Go ahead, Girish.
Right. Oh, it's okay. So I would say, so reading is right up there in terms of top tips. We don't read enough. I have also got to do better at that. I think I would say take time off and be comfortable with it. So learn to take time off, learn to sort of schedule it and not sort of, you know, just wake up one day and say, okay, I want to take time off, which you can, but I would say do it without guilt so that you're, you know, planning your time off well. I think I would say my one word for the PR industry in 2020 was maybe I would like to see a little more swagger in how we think about ourselves and our industry. And I think, you know, this is a great way to sort of also give credit to the entire Exchange for Media team here that is doing literally so much to, you know, bring us together, you know, to also feel like we're part of a bigger community, that we're not in this alone. There are other people doing it, and, you know, there's so much to learn from each other.
Yeah, basically all of us must celebrate ourselves a little more than we do.
Right. That's right.
True.
All right,
Great.
Weber, what should we do?
I think they'll be extremely proud of us for completing all of this in time. And do we sign off?
Weber, Karan, anyone there?
I think they're all prepping for the exciting awards that are upcoming.
Okay, great. Then in which case, thank you very much. I really enjoyed this. I hope to stay connected, and I hope you all have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
Thanks,
so much.
everybody.
Take care,
Bye.
everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958 we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984 we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991 we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013 we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
Well, thank you everyone for being a part of this session. Really excited, really looking forward to the next speaker. But before that, let me go ahead and introduce everyone to the event that we are in. This is the third edition of Exchange for Media's PR and Corp Comm 40 under 40 Summit and Awards. We have had fabulous sessions throughout the day. Let me go ahead and also thank our sponsors, our presenting partner, Ad Factor PR and Knowledge Driven Communication as presenting partners, powered by Godrej Group and Fusion PR. Our gold partner, ATDB Teamwork Communication with PIC and Grace Tells PR. We have had a fantastic day from the welcome note by Dr. Batra, who is the chairman and editor-in-chief of BW Business World and Exchange for Media. And after that, we had the first panel. Just in case if you missed it, it would be available on our YouTube channel. I hope that you guys would take our time and see it. We had panelists like Dr. Sameer Kapoor from Ad Factor PR. We had Mr. Subir, the Chief Communication Officer at TTC. We had Nikki Gupta, Director at Teamwork Communication Group. We had Tarundeep Singh from the 23 Watt, and that session was chaired by our very own Ruhail Amin, the Senior Editor at BW Business World and Exchange for Media. And then we had a second panel where the topic of the panel was building real-world connections in post-COVID times. And our panelists for the session were Ms. Supreet Kaur, Director Creative Service at Hill Knowlton Strategy. We had Pratik Day, Digital Head at RF Thunder. We had Supraja, the Head PR and Corporate Communication at BookMyShow. And that was chaired by Ms. Malik, the reporter of Exchange for Media. And then we had the third panel, which was spoken about talent and hybrid working models amid pandemic. That was a lovely session. We had Madhavi, Atirya, Mansi, and Archana, and that was chaired by Ruchika. And just before that, we had a keynote by Vivek Bhargava, the founder of Profit Wheel. Earlier, he was the head of Dentsu's Performing Group. And then we had our fourth panel, which was how PR played an integral role in the healthcare crisis during COVID challenging times with strategic planning and communication. And our panelists for the session were Ajay Maharaj, we had Rajiv Chibir, we had Dr. Aman Gupta, and we had Jasira Dheer from the entire hospitality, from the healthcare industry. This was chaired by Ruhail Amin, the senior editor of Business World and Exchange for Media. And just a while ago, our fifth panel got over. The topic was role for PR in purpose-based communication for social change. And our panelists were Akansha Jain from Bharat Pay. We had Garima from Archetype. We had Jagriti from Chachi Communications. We had Priyanka from Flipkart. And that was chaired by Mr. Girish Balachandran, founder at On Purpose. I would like to also congratulate all the winners of the 40 Under 40 Summit. Congratulations to you for winning the award. I wish you guys all the best and hoping the younger generation takes the baton ahead from you and goes ahead and creates some amazing content via PR, digital, or the hybrid version that we are looking at. We now are actually waiting for Mr. Naval Ahuja, who is the co-founder and director for Exchange for Media, to give a vote of thanks. Is Ms. Ahuja here? Can someone from the team give me a prompt? Okay, lovely. We are going to have Karan Bhatia from business. He's a business strategy consultant for Exchange for Media. Karan and I, we have got talking since yesterday, and seems like a fabulous gentleman to work with. Karan, welcome.
Thank you, Vaibhav. Thank you for introducing me. Well, it has been a great, long, elongated day. We had a panel of discussions across various sectors. So we started our day with talking about what the public stand on campaigns, especially during the COVID crisis. Then we talked about the real world connection, especially with the agencies working in hybrid model. And there was also a talent issue. Now there's a lot of transitioning happening between agencies, between people moving from corporate to agency and agencies to corporate. And then there were discussions about purpose-based communication and integral role in healthcare. So there was indeed series of panel. We had veterans from the industry like Dr. Samir Kapoor, who unfortunately couldn't make it. But friends like Bhaskar and Subir and Tarundeep, and you have Akansha from Bharat Pay, and Girish Balchandran, Priyanka Sirao, Jagriti, Jasrita, Aman Gupta, Dr. Chibbar, Ajay Maharaj. So Madhvi Chaudhary and all the key people. So we really learned a lot, and I hope all the audience who were watching us since the morning had their minds full with a lot of deliberations and discussion which happened. This is our third edition. Each year we are going stronger, and we already have finalized 40 plus odd people who are going to be felicitated tonight for 6 p.m. as the winner of 40 Under 40 awards. Summit is largely discussed about the key areas where we see a lot of thought leadership and discussion needs, because the agencies are expanding their horizon. It's no longer just a PR agency. Now marketing, social media, influencers and other ambits are also involved. See, the domain is exponentially increasing day by day. We also concluded our 40 Under 40, top 100 influential game changers list yesterday, where all the luminaries, stalwarts of the PR industries were awarded. And it was an on-ground event. So after a long time, people started meeting each other. And the 40 Under 40 event also was done online. and some bit of it. And since it's a hybrid working model, so we'll do some bit of it in the hybrid mode. I would like to congratulate all the winners. You guys really deserved it. The jury find your entries worth the while, and the best one was selected. The process was very, very stringent and very honestly done. And we hope to see you next year. And thank you once again, and congratulations to all the winners. We'll reconvene at 6 p.m. and we'll start our award ceremony from there on. So please don't go back. Stay tuned. Wait for about 35 odd minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll start the award ceremony. Over to you, Weber.
Thank you, Karan. I love the, what you said. The guys who submitted the application were worth the while of the jury. I think that is really important. A very important point there. And thank you, everyone. Congratulations to the winners. My name is Vaibhav Ali. I hope you had a great time listening to all the panelists and everyone out here. So 6 o'clock IST, we are going to be here. See you soon. Thank you.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज़ हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Welcome to the third edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corporate Communication 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards 2021. The 40 Under 40 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have series of keynote and panel discussions on latest innovation, agility, strategies, and way forward in the communication industry. The PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor those brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age of 40 through these awards. This year, we have received over 170 nominations, out of which we selected best 40 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting, and after screening over 170 nominations, we selected best 40 plus nominations. Jury chair was chaired by N.S. Rajan, former global partner and MD, Ketchum Sampark and Director at August 1 Partners, and Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and Business World.
It was indeed great to be part of the jury for the Exchange for Media 40 Under 40 Awards. The rising stars that make up this year's group of winners represent the bright future of the Indian PR industry. They demonstrate the talent, drive, and leadership to steer the profession through its next generation of evolution and disruption. I'm especially pleased to see in the list a few entrepreneurs who have not only set up their own outfits but have expanded and grown despite the difficult environment of the past few years. The contributions of communication practitioners have never been more important or meaningful to business. Yet, it has never been more difficult to achieve or has required more skill and dexterity. With the complexities of business increasing by the day, PR and communications will have a bigger and more strategic role on the Marcom stage. To continue to succeed, they will have to constantly evolve and adapt to the new challenges to be able to maintain their leadership. I would like to thank Exchange for Media for providing such a platform to encourage talent in the Indian PR industry.
The other members of the grand jury were Ashim Gupta, Head of Consumer and Technology Communication for India and South Asia at Uber; Anshu Khanna, Founder and Managing Director at Good Word Media Services Private Limited; Anuja Chaudhary, Co-Founder and Director at Wispeak Communications PR; Bhaskar Majumdar, Head Corporate Affairs, Communications and Digital at Aegis India; Bibhu Ranjan Mishra, Director of Public Relations at Immobile; Hina Jaffrey, Vice President and Head Corporate Communications at Times Network; Kiran Ray Chaudhary, Co-Founder and Joint MD at 80DB Communications; Lavina Gujral, COO at Candor Communications Private Limited; Madhukar Kumar, Founder and Chief Strategist at Graycell PR; Madhu Chibber, CEO at Madison Public Relations; Pranav Kumar, Managing Director at Allison and Partners; Parag Darade, Vice President, Corporate Communications at Z Media; Pushpendra Kumar Dhansoya, Head, Corporate Communications at Somaya Group; Pooja Thakran, Senior Director, Corporate Communications at Honeywell; Sonia Huria, Head, Communications at Amazon Prime Video; Sunanda Rao, CEO and Founder at Seraphim Strategic Communications; Sujit Patil, Vice President and Head, Corporate Brand and Communications at Godrej Group; Shubham Mukherjee, Head of Corporate Communications at ICICI Prudential; Abrez Ahmed, Group Director, Government Affairs and Public Policy at Dell Technologies. Exchange for Media thanks the jury and congratulates all the winners.
So this year the entries are really good, and I think the process of selection was quite transparent. I wish all the best to everyone and let the best entries win. I think, in most of the entries which I was looking for, that what will be their contribution to the industry. I mean, at an individual level, people can excel, but at the end of the day, the more you move the ladder, what are your add-ons to the industry is something which I was looking for. I think, they have done really well. The way they have presented their work, I think in PR, not only how your hard work which works, I think how you present it is also something which matters, and they have done it well. And keep up the good work, and they should win more entries like this, more nominations like this. I think, post-COVID, everything has changed, and it has impacted business, and it has impacted the way PR or communication used to work. I think now there is a sudden shift or tilt towards digital. So, traditional media will always be there, but there will be now the media mix will be it will be in between traditional as well as digital. So understanding the new trends, understanding technology, understanding how content has to be used, and what are the limitations of this new technology, are new things which one has to understand and learn and adopt. And I'm also, as a professional, I'm learning. I come from awkward age, and from awkward I have moved to podcast. So it's a learning process, and I'm sure with this current time, things will get changed within the span of 3 to 4 months of time. So everyone has to be very updated. I think it's going to thrive. I mean, especially because of COVID, there is a financial stress in every brand, and I think every brand, be it a B2B company or B2C company, has reduced their marketing budget, and there lies the corporate communication department or PR agencies can actually take up that space. They can own that space because every brand needs visibility. And in the absence of less marketing spend, I think it's good for PR or good for the communication industry to thrive.
Well, very interesting and eye-opener to see what all young people are doing and where the PR world is moving and how they've dealt with the pandemic, which is the most important point, which I saw as the recurring subject in most of the entries. The key, as a PR person, I like storytelling. So I was looking for people who would tell stories, who were campaign-led, who were content-led, and also people who were able to handle crisis. So that was interesting to see it in many campaigns. 40 is just the beginning. Go on, keep on. Continue the good work. To me, the biggest quality for a leader is to be able to teach and to lead with humility and be open to any kind of crisis and not crumble under stress. Have you ever seen a turtle? That's where we are. We've turned turtle. And anyone who does not accept it will be an ostrich with his or her head buried in the sand. And the sooner we start learning how to sprint towards the new goals, we'll be the happiest.
Well, I think first of all, it's an honor being a part of this jury. It's great to see so many communications professionals coming out and taking the initiative to talk about their work. So it's been a great experience. It was great interacting with our co-jurors and having some, great deliberations on, what is really defining communications today. Also, the kind of talent we're seeing, the passion and the energy, it all came through in the entries. So very happy to be a part of the Exchange for Media 40 Under 40 Awards. I think what we were expecting was passion, a strong desire to succeed, backed by also showcasing, strong results, meaning to say that we were also looking for creativity, commitment, and all of those areas. So I think some of those came through very strongly in the eventual discussions we had and when we chose all the nominations. Well, I would say that congratulations. You're clearly ahead of the curve when it comes to being a successful communications professional. And my message to you would be to continue that yearning and that hunger to do well, and also do your bit to keep communications strategic and also contributing to each one of your organizations, because that just augurs well for the industry overall. That's what I would say to everybody who is in the shortlist. Well, I think whether you're client side or whether you're agency side, I think the qualities are pretty much the same, which is to be successful in showcasing to your stakeholders on what a well-run communications campaign can do for your brand, for your corporate reputation, and also why communications is such a crucial function when it comes to elevating reputation or perception. So I think that would be the message. So make sure that you continue to do that and demonstrate strong value, and clearly that's where you will also stand out as an individual contributor towards the larger cause. Well, I think the future is bright. I think with the coalescence of mainstream media, social media, digital journalists, influencers, I think it only underscores the fact that messaging content is very, very important. It needs to be channel agnostic. Also, I think that the environment for brands is very different today. there is the hyper news cycle, plus there is also a lot of issues in crisis management that happens. So essentially, I see that more and more mature and savvy organizations will invest more in communications and in that function. I think in today's times, I think reputation, well, even earlier, but reputation is everything. So hence, I certainly think that we're in a great place to inform and add value. So thank you so much for having me on the jury.
Hello everyone, and congratulations to all the winners. Let me begin by saying how important it is to appreciate the work done by our youngsters and celebrate their pursuit of excellence. Exchange for Media is doing a wonderful job of doing just that by instituting these 40 under 40 awards. In terms of a management discipline, communication became a critical area during the pandemic to keep employees motivated, customers connected, and stakeholders engaged. So awarding some of the industry's best who worked behind the scenes and under tight deadlines and pressures is really creditable. For me, it's always a pleasure to see how youngsters are thinking around building reputation for their companies, and also how they are stepping up to manage some of the emerging challenges posed by the pandemic. I also learned and enjoyed working with my fellow jury members in picking up the winners. So congratulations to all the winners. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to be associated with such events, and doing this with E4M is really special. It's incredible to see the talent out there. And it's been a great fun ride, and it's great meeting contemporaries and sort of, shooting the breeze as well as we did today from 11 to 4. So it's been a grueling session, but a fun one. So, there were quite a few things actually. One did want to see the overall experience of the people who'd applied. One was looking to see standout work, something out of the ordinary. One was looking to see a more integrated profile given the way PR functions today. I think creativity, and I think I also was indexing on the quality of the application, the way they had crafted it and the way they had positioned it. So the clearer and the more, sort of well-positioned the application, that really did catch my attention. So, I just want to congratulate everyone who applied, and of course, heartiest congratulations to those who have made it to the list. And it's great to see the talent out there. Clearly, PR is in good hands. Of course, I think leadership goes without saying. And when I say leadership, I think leadership in terms of being able to show the way for the function, both internally and externally. Being a leader of people, thinking outside the box, and looking to add newer skills. I think learning never stops in our career. So having that, I guess, and walking the talk would be really important. So, I think while it has always been the case, in my opinion, but I think the pandemic has clearly pushed PR in the forefront. It is a strategic function and has become more so. I think in the future, PR is going to have a firm seat on the table, and it's going to be very important in a world where influence and perception is playing a very important role in decision making by stakeholders. So yeah, it's going to be very, very important, and it's a great place to be. It's an exciting place to be.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal exchangeformedia.com reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Welcome to the third edition of Exchange for Media PR and Corporate Communication 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards 2021. The 40 Under 40 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have series of keynote and panel discussions on latest innovation, agility, strategies, and way forward in the communication industry. The PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor those brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age of 40 through these awards. This year, we have received over 170 nominations, out of which we selected best 40 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting, and after screening over 170 nominations, we selected best 40 plus nominations. Jury chair was chaired by N.S. Rajan, former global partner and MD, Ketchum Sampark, and director at August 1 Partners, and Anurag Batra, chairman and editor-in-chief, Exchange for Media and Business World.
It was indeed great to be part of the jury for the Exchange for Media 40 Under 40 Awards. The rising stars that make up this year's group of winners represent the bright future of the Indian PR industry. They demonstrate the talent, drive, and leadership to steer the profession through its next generation of evolution and disruption. I'm especially pleased to see in the list a few entrepreneurs who have not only set up their own outfits but have expanded and grown despite the difficult environment of the past few years. The contributions of communication practitioners have never been more important or meaningful to business. Yet, it has never been more difficult to achieve or has required more skill and dexterity. With the complexities of business increasing by the day, PR and communications will have a bigger and more strategic role on the Marcom stage. To continue to succeed, they will have to constantly evolve and adapt to the new challenges to be able to maintain their leadership. I would like to thank Exchange for Media for providing such a platform to encourage talent in the Indian PR industry.
The other members of the grand jury were Ashim Gupta, Head of Consumer and Technology Communication for India and South Asia at Uber, Anshu Khanna, Founder and Managing Director at Good Word Media Services Private Limited, Anuja Chaudhary, Co-Founder and Director at Wispeak Communications PR, Bhaskar Majumdar, Head Corporate Affairs, Communications and Digital at Aegis India, Bibhu Ranjan Mishra, Director of Public Relations at Immobile, Hina Jaffrey, Vice President and Head Corporate Communications at Times Network, Kiran Ray Chaudhary, Co-Founder and Joint MD at 80dB Communications, Lavina Gujral, COO at Candor Communications Private Limited, Madhukar Kumar, Founder and Chief Strategist at Graycell PR, Madhu Chibber, CEO at Madison Public Relations, Pranav Kumar, Managing Director at Allison and Partners, Parag Darade, Vice President, Corporate Communications at Z Media, Pushpendra Kumar Dhansoya, Head, Corporate Communications at Somaya Group, Pooja Thakran, Senior Director, Corporate Communications at Honeywell, Sonia Huria, Head, Communications at Amazon Prime Video, Sunanda Rao, CEO and Founder at Seraphim Strategic Communications, Sujit Patil, Vice President and Head, Corporate Brand and Communications at Godrej Group, Shubham Mukherjee, Head of Corporate Communications at ICICI Prudential, Tabrez Ahmed, Group Director, Government Affairs and Public Policy at Dell Technologies. Exchange for Media thanks the jury and congratulates all the winners.
So this year the entries are really good, and I think the process of selection was quite transparent. I wish all the best to everyone and let the best entries win. I think, in most of the entries which I was looking for, that what will be their contribution to the industry. I mean, at an individual level, people can excel, but at the end of the day, the more you move the ladder, what are your add-ons to the industry is something which I was looking for. I think, they have done really well, the way they have presented their work. I think in PR, not only how your hard work which works, I think how you present it is also something which matters, and they have done it well. And keep up the good work, and they should win more entries like this, more nominations like this. I think, post-COVID, everything has changed and it has impacted business and it has impacted the way PR or communication used to work. I think now there is a sudden shift or tilt towards digital. So, and I mean, traditional media will always be there, but there will be now the media mix will be it will be in between traditional as well as digital. So understanding the new trends, understanding technology, understanding how content has to be used and what are the limitations of this new technology or new things which one has to understand and learn and adopt. And I'm also, as a professional, I'm learning. I come from awkward age, and from awkward I have moved to podcast. So it's a learning process, and I'm sure with this current time, things will get changed within the span of 3 to 4 months of time. So everyone has to be very updated. I think it's going to thrive. I mean, especially because of COVID, there is a financial stress in every brand, and I think every brand, be it a B2B company or B2C company, has reduced their marketing budget, and there lies the corporate communication department or PR agencies can actually take up that space. They can own that space because every brand needs visibility. And in the absence of less marketing spend, I think it's good for PR or good for the communication industry to thrive.
Well, very interesting and eye-opener to see what all young people are doing and where the PR world is moving and how they've dealt with the pandemic, which is the most important point, which I saw as the recurring subject in most of the entries. The key, as a PR person, I like storytelling. So I was looking for people who would tell stories, who were campaign-led, who were content-led, and also people who were able to handle crisis. So that was interesting to see it in many campaigns. 40 is just the beginning. Go on, keep on. Continue the good work. To me, the biggest quality for a leader is to be able to teach and to lead with humility and be open to any kind of crisis and not crumble under stress. Have you ever seen a turtle? That's where we are. We've turned turtle. And anyone who does not accept it will be an ostrich with his or her head buried in the sand. And the sooner we start learning how to sprint towards the new goals, we'll be the happiest.
Well, I think first of all, it's an honor being a part of this jury. It's great to see so many communications professionals coming out and taking the initiative to talk about their work. So it's been a great experience. It was great interacting with our co-jurors and having some, great deliberations on, what is really defining communications today. Also, the kind of talent we're seeing, the passion and the energy, it all came through in the entries. So very happy to be a part of the Exchange for Media 40 Under 40 Awards. I think what we were expecting was passion, a strong desire to succeed, backed by also showcasing, strong results, meaning to say that we were also looking for creativity, commitment, and all of those areas. So I think some of those came through very strongly in the eventual discussions we had and when we chose all the nominations. Well, I would say that congratulations. You're clearly ahead of the curve when it comes to being a successful communications professional. And my message to you would be to continue that yearning and that hunger to do well, and also do your bit to keep communications strategic and also contributing to each one of your organizations, because that just augurs well for the industry overall. That's what I would say to everybody who's in the shortlist. Well, I think whether you're client side or whether you're agency side, I think the qualities are pretty much the same, which is to be successful in showcasing to your stakeholders on what a well-run communications campaign can do for your brand, for your corporate reputation, and also why communications is such a crucial function when it comes to elevating reputation or perception. So I think that would be the message. So make sure that you continue to do that and demonstrate strong value. And clearly that's where you will also stand out as an individual contributor towards the larger cause. Well, I think the future is bright. I think with the coalescence of mainstream media, social media, digital journalists, influencers, I think it only underscores the fact that messaging content is very, very important. It needs to be channel agnostic. Also, I think that the environment for brands is very different today. There is the hyper news cycle, plus there is also a lot of issues and crisis management that happens. So essentially, I see that more and more mature and savvy organizations will invest more in communications and in that function. I think in today's times, I think reputation, well, even earlier, but reputation is everything. So hence, I certainly think that we're in a great place to inform and add value. So thank you so much for having me on the jury.
Hello everyone, and congratulations to all the winners. Let me begin by saying how important it is to appreciate the work done by our youngsters and celebrate their pursuit of excellence. Exchange for Media is doing a wonderful job of doing just that by instituting these 40 under 40 awards. In terms of a management discipline, communication became a critical area during the pandemic to keep employees motivated, customers connected, and stakeholders engaged. So awarding some of the industry's best who worked behind the scenes and under tight deadlines and pressures is really creditable. For me, it's always a pleasure to see how youngsters are thinking around building reputation for their companies, and also how they are stepping up to manage some of the emerging challenges posed by the pandemic. I also learned and enjoyed working with my fellow jury members in picking up the winners. So congratulations to all the winners. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to be associated with such events, and doing this with E4M is really special. It's incredible to see the talent out there, and it's been a great fun ride, and it's great meeting contemporaries and sort of shooting the breeze as well as we did today from 11 to 4. So it's been a grueling session, but a fun one. So, there were quite a few things actually. One did want to see the overall experience of the people who'd applied. One was looking to see standout work, something out of the ordinary. One was looking to see a more integrated profile given the way PR functions today. I think creativity, and I think I also was indexing on the quality of the application. The way they had crafted it and the way they had positioned it. So the clearer and the more, sort of well-positioned the application, that really did catch my attention. So, I just want to congratulate everyone who applied, and of course, heartiest congratulations to those who have made it to the list. And it's great to see the talent out there. Clearly, PR is in good hands. Of course, I think leadership goes without saying. And when I say leadership, I think leadership in terms of being able to show the way for the function, both internally and externally, being a leader of people, thinking outside the box, and looking to add newer skills. I think learning never stops in our career. So having that, I guess, and walking the talk would be really important. So, I think while it has always been the case in my opinion, but I think the pandemic has clearly pushed PR in the forefront. It is a strategic function and has become more so. I think in the future, PR is going to have a firm seat on the table, and it's going to be very important in a world where, influence and perception is playing a very important role in decision making by stakeholders. So yeah, it's going to be very, very important, and it's a great place to be. It's an exciting place to be.
welcome to the third edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards. Let's have a big round of applause to that because we have the next generation leaders sitting amongst us in this very privileged room. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shobha Rana. I'm a holistic wellness and mindfulness coach and of course your MC for this wonderful evening. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards are the most profound, prestigious and elite awards given to the next generation leader in the PR and corporate communication industry. Exchange for Media will cover the brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers and the achievers in the industry in today's award ceremony. This year, we received about 170 nominations. And out of those nominations, our jury screened about 110 thoroughly. And out of those 110, 40 plus were chosen as winners today. And we are here to meet those winners. And of course, we will take you through the jury process as well as we go along the event. But for now, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. And we are just about to begin with this wonderful, wonderful evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special audio-visual clip to be shown to you for this event. May we play the AV. Thank you. Exchange for Media, PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards. You know, technology surprises us sometimes. I think we are having one of those moments here. Just allow a couple of seconds. You know, ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, we sort this out. I would just want to congratulate once again each and every one of you sitting here, making it to this room to be recognized as the best 40 under 40 is one of the most premium honor that one could have. And I'm very happy to see all the young bright faces here who are excelling in the field of PR and communication. Thank you very much for doing the work that you do.
With the latest news about the advertising.
Thank you for the amazing work that you do, the incredible work that you do day and night and, you know, bring the brands the value that they deserve and the whole credit of all that we see in the outer world goes to the work that you put behind the screens. So congratulations and thank you to all of you. And we would now like to play the introduction AV for all of you. Let's have the eyes on the screen and let's begin.
And Corporate Communication 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards 2021. The 40 Under 40 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have series of keynote and panel discussions on latest innovation, agility, strategies, and way forward in the communication industry. The PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor those brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age of 40 through these awards. This year, we have received over 170 nominations, out of which we selected best 40 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting, and after screening over 170 nominations, we selected best 40 plus nominations. Jury chair was chaired by N.S. Rajan, former global partner and MD, Ketchum Sampark and Director at August One Partners, and Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and Business World.
It was indeed great to be part of the jury for the Exchange for Media 40 Under 40 Awards. The rising stars that make up this year's group of winners represent the bright future of the Indian PR industry. They demonstrate the talent, drive, and leadership to steer the profession through its next generation of evolution and disruption. I'm especially pleased to see in the list a few entrepreneurs who have not only set up their own outfits but have expanded and grown despite the difficult environment of the past few years. The contributions of communication practitioners have never been more important or meaningful to business. Yet, it has never been more difficult to achieve or has required more skill and dexterity. With the complexities of business increasing by the day, PR and communications will have a bigger and more strategic role on the Marcom stage. To continue to succeed, they will have to constantly evolve and adapt to the new challenges to be able to maintain their leadership. I would like to thank Exchange for Media for providing such a platform to encourage talent in the Indian PR industry.
The other members of the grand jury were Ashim Gupta, Head of Consumer and Technology Communication for India and South Asia at Uber, Anshu Khanna, Founder and Managing Director at Good Word Media Services Private Limited, Anuja Chaudhary, Co-Founder and Director at Wispeak Communications PR, Bhaskar Majumdar, Head Corporate Affairs, Communications and Digital at Aegis India, Bibhu Ranjan Mishra, Director of Public Relations at Immobile, Hina Jaffrey, Vice President and Head Corporate Communications at Times Network, Kiran Ray Chaudhary, Co-Founder and Joint MD at ATDB Communications, Lavina Gujral, COO at Candor Communications Private Limited, Madhukar Kumar, Founder and Chief Strategist at Graycell PR, Madhu Chipper, CEO at Madison Public Relations, Pranav Kumar, Managing Director at Allison and Partners, Parag Darade, Vice President, Corporate Communications at Z Media, Pushpendra Kumar Dhansoya, Head, Corporate Communications at Somaya Group, Pooja Thakran, Senior Director, Corporate Communications at Honeywell, Sonia Huria, Head, Communications at Amazon Prime Video, Sunanda Rao, CEO and Founder at Seraphim Strategic Communications, Sujit Patil, Vice President and Head, Corporate Brand and Communications at Godrej Group, Shubham Mukherjee, Head of Corporate Communications at ICICI Prudential, Tabrez Ahmed, Group Director, Government Affairs and Public Policy at Dell Technologies. Exchange for Media thanks the jury and congratulates all the winners.
So this year the entries are really good, and I think the process of selection was quite transparent. I wish all the best to everyone and let the best entries win. I think, in most of the entries which I was looking for, that what will be their contribution to the industry. I mean, at an individual level, people can excel, but at the end of the day, the more you move the ladder, what are your add-ons to the industry is something which I was looking. I think, they have done really well, the way they have presented their work. I think in PR, not only how your hard work which works, I think how you present it is also something which matters, and they have done it well. And keep up the good work, and they should win more entries like this, more nominations like this. I think, post-COVID, everything has changed, and it has impacted business, and it has impacted the way PR or communication used to work. I think now there is a sudden shift or tilt towards digital. So, traditional media will always be there, but there will be now the media mix will be it will be in between traditional as well as digital. So understanding the new trends, understanding technology, understanding how content has to be used, and what are the limitations of this new technology, are new things which one has to understand and learn and adopt. And I'm also, as a professional, I'm learning. I come from Awkward age, and from Awkward I have moved to podcast. So it's a learning process, and I'm sure with this current time, things will get changed within the span of 3 to 4 months of time. So everyone has to be very updated. I think it's going to thrive. I mean, especially because of COVID, there is a financial stress in every brand, and I think every brand, be it a B2B company or B2C company, has reduced their marketing budget, and there lies the corporate commission department or PR agencies can actually take up that space. They can own that space because every brand needs visibility. And in the absence of less marketing spend, I think it's good for PR or good for the communication industry to thrive.
Well, very interesting, and you see what all you are doing and where the PR world is moving and how they've dealt with the pandemic, which is the most important point, which I saw as the recurring subject in most of the entries. You know, the key, as a PR person, I like storytelling. So I was looking for people who would tell stories, who were campaign led, who were content led, and also people who were able to handle crisis. So that was interesting to see it in many campaigns. 40 is just the beginning. Go on, keep on. Continue the good work. To me, the biggest quality for a leader is to be able to teach and to lead with humility and be open to any kind of crisis and not crumble under stress. Have you ever seen a turtle? That's where we are. We've turned turtle. And anyone who does not accept it will be an ostrich with his or her head buried in the sand. And the sooner we start learning how to sprint towards the new goals, we'll be the happiest.
Well, I think first of all, it's an honor being a part of this jury. It's great to see so many communications professionals coming out and taking the initiative to talk about their work. So it's been a great experience. It was great interacting with our co-jurors and having some, great deliberations on, what is really defining communications today. Also, the kind of talent we're seeing, the passion and the energy, it all came through the entries. So very happy to be a part of the Exchange for Media 40 Under 40 Awards. I think what we were expecting was passion, a strong desire to succeed, backed by also showcasing, strong results, meaning to say that we were also looking for creativity, commitment, and all of those areas. So I think some of those came through very strongly in the eventual discussions we had, and then we chose all the nominations. Well, I would say that congratulations. You're clearly ahead of the curve when it comes to being a successful communications professional. And my message to you would be to continue that yearning and that hunger to do well, and also do your bit to keep communications strategic and also contributing to each one of your organizations, because that just augurs well for the industry overall. That's what I would say to everybody who is in the shortlist. Well, I think whether you're client side or whether you're agency side, I think the qualities are pretty much the same, which is to be successful in showcasing to your stakeholders on what a well-run communications campaign can do for your brand, for your corporate reputation, and also why communications is such a crucial function when it comes to elevating reputation or perception. So I think that would be the message. So make sure that you continue to do that and demonstrate strong value, and clearly that's where you will also stand out as an individual contributor towards the larger cause. Well, I think the future is bright. I think with the coalescence of mainstream media, social media, digital journalists, influencers, I think it only underscores the fact that messaging content is very, very important. It needs to be channel agnostic. Also, I think that the environment for brands is very different today. There is the hyper news cycle, plus there is also a lot of issues in crisis management that happens. So essentially, I see that more and more mature and savvy organizations will invest more in communications and in that function. I think in today's times, I think reputation, well, even earlier, but reputation is everything. So hence, I certainly think that we're in a great place to inform and add value. So thank you so much for having me on the jury.
Hello everyone, and congratulations to all the winners. Let me begin by saying how important it is to appreciate the work done by our youngsters and celebrate their pursuit of excellence. Exchange for Media is doing a wonderful job of doing just that by instituting these 40 under 40 awards. In terms of a management discipline, communication became a critical area during the pandemic to keep employees motivated, customers connected, and stakeholders engaged. So awarding some of the industry's best who worked behind the scenes and under tight deadlines and pressures is really creditable. For me, it's always a pleasure to see how youngsters are thinking around building reputation for their companies, and also how they are stepping up to manage some of the emerging challenges posed by the pandemic. I also learned and enjoyed working with my fellow jury members in picking up the winners. So congratulations to all the winners. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to be associated with such events, and doing this with E4M is really special. It's incredible to see the talent out there, and it's been a great fun ride, and it's great meeting contemporaries and sort of shooting the breeze as well as we did today from 11 to 4. So it's been a grueling session, but a fun one. So, there were quite a few things actually. One did want to see the overall experience of the people who'd applied. One was looking to see standout work, something out of the ordinary. One was looking to see a more integrated profile given the way PR functions today. I think creativity, and I think I also was indexing on the quality of the application. The way they had crafted it and the way they had positioned it. So the clearer and the more, sort of well-positioned the application, that really did catch my attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, those were a few encouraging words from our jury. As you could see on the screen, our jury comprised of a tall list of elite stalwarts and stakeholders from the industry, and we are privileged to have them on board. Thank you very much for doing this very tough and humongous job of, selecting the best out of the best. And I think that deserves an even louder round of applause. This evening, music should be your applauses. As you can see, the setting is very simple, but we are here honoring the best of the talent, and that deserves definitely a loud round of applause. So we'll go on ahead, ladies and gentlemen, and we would like to once again thank our eminent jury and our winners and our nominees for participating with us. And as you know, no event is possible without the support of its partners. We would like to thank all our partners for supporting us in organizing this event. Our presenting partner, AdFactors PR Knowledge Driven Communication, as presenting partners. Our powered by partners, Godrej Group and Fusion PR. Our gold partners, ATDB, Teamwork, Vispeak, and Grey Cell PR. We would like to play a special audiovisual clip for our partners, for all of you. Let's have a look on the screen.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful of marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now let's begin our day of knowledge sharing, celebration, and of course, awarding the best of the best. Up next, I'm going to call a leader on stage. You know, they say a leader is the one that knows the way, then goes the way, and finally shows the way. And this description befits this gentleman perfectly. I've known him for about a decade and a half, and he has led various verticals in the business and the industry and how. Ladies and gentlemen, it brings me true honor and pride to welcome on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. Let's have a big round of applause going on. Welcome. Hi.
Good evening. I know I love BW, invested 8 years of my life in it, and I promise you the best of BW is yet to come. So you'll see a better AV someday later. I know we were running late and the jury AV was long. Yes, it should be shorter. It will be shorter next time. No reference to you, Kiran. Happy to see you, but first of all, a big shout out for my colleague Karan, who's put this together, who puts his heart and mind and soul. I'm a perfectionist. I still manage to point out some things that can be better, but he really does a great job. Also, I'm a little somber since the afternoon, and I don't know what God's ways are. We must keep at least a minute of silence for people who died in the chopper crash. And I was telling a colleague of mine, I don't know God's ways. The whole family is perished. The wife, the son, the daughter-in-law, the grandchildren. I mean, it's not yet announced. It is not yet formally announced, and I hope it's not that. But the chances are really, for those who died in the chopper crash, I don't know how many. 14 were there, but I don't know how many. It's not yet public, but it's not yet announced. But informally, we know. So I'd request if you can stand up and, at least we can't do much. At least pray for them and really hope their families do well and, Thank you. We carry on, as if the last 19 months were not enough. But anyway, good evening. And we started Exchange for Media 21 years back. We wanted to build a marketplace, and then hence the name. Hopefully in 2022, we'll get down to building a marketplace 20 years later than we originally started. But the PR and corporate communications domain has been a very important domain. 18 years back, we started the subsection on the site. And I don't want to give you the story, but both my partners called me mad for starting it. They even called me names for it, but the stubborn person that I am persisted and said, no, I'm doing it. And then we, 14 years back, started our first conference on PR, Corp Comm. Again, we were the first one, and the more the merrier. I just want to say that I personally engage with PR people. I'm polite with most of them. Some people call me and ask me if I'll, Anurag, will show up for a conference? I tell them if they gave me $5 million, why not? One, they don't know me first name. So sometimes I give advice to them that one, they shouldn't call people young people, and I don't want to dampen their enthusiasm. But sometimes I feel they should do a little better check before they figure out who they called, why they've called. But I genuinely believe that the PR professionals, the PR agencies, the corporate communication professionals, very important parts of the media, advertising, communication ecosystem. They're equal stakeholders, and in the last 20 months, you know why. When advertising spends, when paid spends were low, I think PR and communication was one tool that most businesses and brands used to make sure that they were still active with their stakeholders, whether consumers, whether investors, whether employees, whether third-party vendors. So really, I think the role of PR and communication is only going up. Even in the last 10 years, the acquisitions by the top 6 holdcos in terms of PR agencies shows you that they also value that. And I'm aware of a couple of transactions that will happen in the first week of next year where there is advanced due diligence. And in one of those transactions, I did make the introduction in a goodwill gesture, nothing more, nothing less. So I think we at Exchange for Media really value this community more than ever. Most importantly, we also take this community to other stakeholders. We're not just about PR and communication. We broaden to make sure that clients are at the head of our reporting, hierarchy, and then is MarTech issues, and then is agencies, and then everybody else. So really, when in an era where time is at premium, I still read 8 newspapers, but some days I struggle with it. I only watch 1 or 2 channels when it's my job and I'm interested. I think I say if you read Exchange for Media, you don't read anything else. Because time is at premium, otherwise you're free to read the number 2 and the number 17th player. That's okay, if that's what you like. But you won't find anything fresh. Most of the times they do stories 3 days, 4 days, 5 days later, breaking news. But this is not time to triumph about Exchange for Media. We want to reinvent ourselves. 10th is the conference. Today is the 5th, today is the young achievers or, young leaders as we call them being announced, and then is the top 100. And, I've been somber since the day, and it's a long AV. I did point that out, and that's why I said no BWAV. But I think in the PR domain in 2022, we'll do much more than what we've done in the last 2 years. The last event that on 12th February we did here, which was a huge success. And before that, in December 2019, when the protests were on, I think it's the best event that we've done in this domain current. I think we want to take it to Southeast Asia. We want to take it to Dubai. We want to take it to Singapore. So we also at Exchange for Media want to go outside India. So hopefully over the next 18 months, we would be present in 3 markets outside India as a complete business. Because we need to grow outside India so I just want to use this stage to share that. We've identified the countries. In 2 cases, we've identified the leaders outside India who will run these businesses, will partner with us in a deep way. I also want to say that 10th is the day when the conference on PR and corporate communication is there, and I'm sure all of you are aware. The Exchange for Media Conclave is around the corner again. It is virtual. Because we have global speakers and they are a little shy to come to India. Still, they were okay till a couple of weeks back. But anyway, I congratulate all the winners. I was not there on the jury, I was supposed to be. But really, with Karan in charge. I know the process will be very, very high integrity. The jury members are here. I have had no role. I don't even know who the winners are. Really, because you know them. I don't know all of them, but I look forward to celebrating your good success. And I can tell you that Srini, Mr. CVL Srinivas, is the country manager of WPP. He was our first writer 20 years back, 21 years back, almost 21. And look at where he is. So I believe if you catch people young, they do grow and they become leaders who really lead initiative, not only making an impact to their own organizations, but to the community. I think of the PR, advertising, communication, business as a community. I've never taken it as a business. Yes, we need to be sustainable and we need to plow back to grow ourselves. But really, again, Karan was very keen that we do it physically, and we are doing it physically. We did our Impact Person of the Year in Delhi physically. We did, many other initiatives face-to-face or physically, as we say. While this week there was a little doubt about Omicron, I think in the last 2 days, the WHO announcement that it is mild and it's likely not to impact, not that we should lower our guards, but hopefully it will not be as potent as what we thought it would be, made sure we continued with the event. So this is what I'd say. Karan, I don't have my phone, so even if you text me, I wouldn't know what it is. So I don't keep my phone in meetings or events. I just want to congratulate you. I want to thank all of you for your support in being involved with our initiatives. And I'm sure in 2022, hopefully the pandemic will be behind us and we'll do more face-to-face events and we'll go deeper into each community, investing in research, in data in each community, because we want to go to the next level. There's paucity. If you ask what is the turnover last year when we were doing the report, and me being in this domain for 21 years, even I was way off in the number that I thought it was and what it was. So I think 2022 is about investing in research and data, in deepening what we do, in improving what we do, continue to do what we do well, and hopefully being truly global in the way we operate as Exchange for Media. And we are only about Southeast Asia. We possibly will never go to Europe or America. Never say never, but chances are less. But yes, in Southeast Asia, we'll be in at least 3 markets in over the next 18 months. That one of the things that was missing in the AV is our Samachar for Media piece, which is our website in Hindi. It is the 14th year of that. It completes our offering in the media space. I know my young colleague Anand Parashar is there. He's our head of our video content in Samachar for Media. Does an amazing show, which I definitely watch with senior journalists and editors. And Samachar for Media is again the only community in Hindi which is of that size, scale, and really credibility. So Anand is there. I'm sure he would have noticed that Samachar for Media is not best part. It's a very important part of what we do. And again, so I just want to say, Anand, I'm sure that we will include it. We will include it in the AV. For some reason, we didn't sit, So he's very passionate about what he does and he's always giving me new ideas. He reports to our editor, Pankaj Sharma. So the entire Hindi journalistic fraternity reads it in the morning, every morning. I can only tell you that sometimes editors complain about 1 or 2 stories every month to me. And I take it to Pankaj and Anand, and if there is some redressal to be done, we do it. We've also announced our Exchange for Media 40 under 40 in journalism. We have a stellar jury. We had to tell a state that wanted to sponsor it and said to remove 2 of the editors. We politely told them that we don't need their sponsorship, but we won't. We also have the Samachar for Media Hindi Patrikarita jury. I think they're the best names in journalism. We got our A list. If we so we continue to do. We're launching 3 more initiatives. 1 in the environmental journalism space, and 2 more in all 3 initiatives are in the editorial spaces. Eventually, we want to be in every language because journalism happens locally in the Indian languages. Again, that is another endeavor, both in INBAR to deepen the categories in Indian languages, because as one of our jury members said during a jury met that we are primarily Hindi and English, which we are. We have other categories, but we are not deep in them. So hopefully, journalism is done in India in local languages, in Indian languages. So there is a lot to improve, and we'll continue to improve. So we'll celebrate the winners. I can tell you all the winners that you've been really selected through a process that is honest. Is it perfect? No. Every year we will improve what we do, but it's absolutely honest. And that's why I congratulate you. I think most of you know that you've done great work, so I congratulate you for being in the list. Also, today will be the launch of it was Karan's vision that he wanted to do a specialist editorial product on the PR industry. So we launched a specialist editorial product. He feels the need, and he really runs this community. Anyway, I come to Exchange for Media events, but I don't have an operational role. I spend all my time in business world. Most of my time, 91% I spend on Exchange Media. I have a long way to go in business world, so that's where I'm focused. Here, Karan and my other colleagues are the editors and business heads. Really don't, and my co-founder Naval really runs the company. So it's in very safe hands with Karan and everyone. So today we launch a magazine, and I want to tell you, a lot of people ask me, magazine business, ये तो खत्म होने वाला है. So if you are the leader in your space, if you do specialized content, if the editorial is something that excites, I bought some 25 magazines on the weekend. I'm a magazine aficionado, it's also my business. And I buy my competition. It's okay, life is about abundance. I want to see what they're doing. It's not about being narrow. So I can tell you that we are not in the business of magazines, websites, events. We're in the business of building communities. Through this editorial product, we will. And the charm of reading a magazine in a lean back way. I mean, on your WhatsApp, you cannot really read a magazine. I can't. I produce magazines. They send me a cover for approval on the WhatsApp. I still go onto my big screen, look at it, and do it. And it makes a difference. So really, we'll launch a product. It's a name that Karan thought, and though I had a different name for it, but it's Karan's domain, so he runs it the way he wants. And it's looking good. Again, on the edit cover, I wanted something else, but Karan wanted something else. So it's Karan who always triumphs. I don't argue with him, but it's a product that we launch, and it'll grow. Again, it'll be a monthly. We'll bring it out every month, and we bring out impact, so you can look at the quality of what we bring out editorially and in production in the editorial product that serve the corporate communication community and the PR community. We will endeavor to do impact, quality, or better it. And he's really done a comprehensive editorial product. So I hope we'll get suggestions from you, your involvement, and how to make it better. And that's where I'd stop and say thank you and be amongst you and leave the podium back to Shobha. Please give Shobha a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for your encouraging words. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are moving on to felicitating and recognizing the top 40, and in fact, 40 plus. When I saw the list, it was in fact a few more than 40. So we are going to honor all of these incredible winners today. And for the same, I would like to invite our jurors on stage. I would like to request and invite Mr. Tabrez Ahmed, Group Director for Government Affairs and Public Policies, Dell Technologies, to join us on stage. A thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Anshu Khanna, Founder and Managing Director for Good World Media Services, to join us. Welcome you. Let's keep on applauding. We are honoring today the young, the next-gen leaders, and the energy and applause should match that energy. All right, up next, I would like to invite Bhaskar Majumdar, Head Corporate Affairs, Communication, and Digital AGs, to join us. Welcome you. And Pranab Kumar, Managing Director for Allison Plus Partners, to join us on stage. I would also like to invite Dr. Anurag Batra to join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. The moment that we all are waiting for is finally here. Time to recognize the top 40 in the PR and communication. The first award, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Neha Bajaj from Scroll Mantra. As we invite your name here on stage, I would request you.
Founder and Managing Director, Scroll Mantra.
May we have you on stage, please? We would request you to quickly make your way up to the stage when your name is called out. Apparently, she's not here with us. Moving on to our next winner. May I please invite Riya Mukherjee from Value 360 Communications Private Limited.
And the next award goes to Riya Mukherjee, Business Head, West, Value 360 Communications Private Limited.
Please welcome Kuheli Ray, 2020 MSL, to join us on stage. Some of our partners couldn't make it to this event today, but nonetheless we'll applaud for them. We'll send our best wishes and congratulations to them, and thank you for all of you, those who are here with us. Let's applaud harder. It's a tight room. Maybe request for the mic on stage. Congratulations, Kuheli, and we would like to hold you back on stage for just a few seconds more. Congratulations. And Kuheli, I would like to hold you back on stage. How does it feel this moment? You're the first one here on stage with us receiving this wonderful honor. How do you feel?
I was very surprised. I thought it was alphabetical, but nevertheless, thank you so much. Thank you. It's always exciting. It was as exciting when I won my first E4M award last year for a client that I was servicing. This is my own, so thank you so much.
Congratulations and best wishes for the next year and future. Moving on, we would like to invite our next winner, Gaurav S. Kapoor from Rudafin, to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, louder the applauses. Like I said, the music should be your applauses.
Gaurav S. Kapoor, Account Director, Rudafin.
This is your moment. Smile bright and soak it all in. Congratulations once again. And I would like to hold you back. 40 under 40 is a huge recognition. How does it feel right here in this moment?
It's feeling very good, and it's equally good because 35 under 35 I've won with Kuheli, and today also we are together. So nice for journey ahead. Thank you.
Wow, so you see, when we say next gen leaders, this is what we mean. Congratulations. Moving on to our next winner, Nitin Jagar from AdFactors PR Private Limited, to join us on stage.
And the next award goes to Nitin Jagar, Branch Head, AdFactors PR Private Limited.
Nitin doesn't wear a sari. This is his colleague receiving the award on his behalf. Congratulations. Moving on to our next winner, Meghna Chaturvedi from Rio Tinto India Private Limited. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Megha Chaturvedi.
And the next award goes to Megha Chaturvedi, Senior Advisor, Communications and Corporate Relations, Rio Tinto India Private Limited.
You're looking lovely. And where do you see the PR and Corp Comm industry going in next 5 years?
I think, all of us have gathered here, and Mr. Ranjan has also spoken in his message. I think as communicators, we hold a great role, given there is so much happening in the world with the pandemic, with the whole climate change agenda. There's so much more that as communicators we all can do, and I think this is just the beginning. And with this award, I think I take this as a baton of responsibility to further champion my role as a communicator. So I thank the jury, and really looking forward to many more years to come in the role.
Spoken as a true communication expert, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to meet our next winner, and the next award goes to Priyoska Uke from Rudafin India Private Limited. Big round of applause. And there it is, Gaurav coming up again
And the
on
next
stage.
award goes to Priyoska Uke, Account Director, Rudafin India Private Limited.
Congratulations to Priyoska. And thank you, Gaurav, for receiving the award on her behalf. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, the next award goes to Amrita Panja from Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC Limited. Big round of applause.
And the next award goes to Amrita Panja, Lead Corporate Communications and PR, Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC Limited.
Thank you so much, and I would like to hold you back. And let me just ask you that, how does it feel in this moment? And if you have to, let's say, enlist top 3 qualities of a mentor or a leader, what would those be?
I think one of the best things that I heard in this evening is the number of times youngsters were said, which feels great, because when you are in your 30s, every birthday is like a shaka to just see the number of candles you have to blow out. So thank you so much. Feels good. And I think as mentors and leaders, one of the first things I think would be flexibility, which is in terms of not like you can do yoga for that, but then what I mean is, flexible towards ideas, because I think as communicators, we are in a super challenging ecosystem where everything is constantly changing in front of our eyes. So open to ideas, definitely, in ensuring that you're building the leadership pipeline within your function, within your team as well. And at the same time, I think just sort of egging on people. This sort of forums are great to network, to meet people and learn from each other. I think that's really what mentors and leaders can do. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Amrita. Congratulations on the wonderful win. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up next Reshma from Metro Cash and Carry India for the next award.
And the next award goes to Reshma, General Manager, Corporate Communications, Metro Cash and Carry India.
Congratulations, it's still a moment, and we would like to extend our heartiest wishes to Reshma. She's not here with us in this event today. However, our best wishes are there with her. Congratulations. Big round of applause. Moving on to our next winner, and the next award is going to Rachamala Pritesh, Panasonic India Private Limited. Let's hear it out for Rachamala Pritesh.
And the next award goes to Rachamala Pritesh, Communications Manager, Panasonic India Private Limited.
Let's hear it for our winner. I would like to hold you back, Pritesh. First of all, are you feeling shy right now?
No.
You are the PR and communication guy. Come on.
No. It's not. It's just that I'm a little late to the event, but then yes, this is a great opportunity and a great responsibility to be here and getting this award. So definitely not shy.
But congratulations on the winning, and it is an overwhelming moment, and many congratulations to you, and all the best for the future. We would see you in the next one as well. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. And on this note, I would like to thank my jury members here on stage for felicitating our awardees so far. I would request you to kindly take your seats. And for awarding our next winners, I would like to invite on stage our next jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage Kiran Ray Chaudhary, co-founder and joint managing director for ATDB. Please welcome Abhilasha Pedhi, co-founder for ATDB, to join us on stage. Big round of applause, everybody. Please welcome Lavina Gujral, COO for Candor Communications. Please give it up for Amardeep Singh, COO for the Gutenberg. A warm welcome to our jury members here on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Where are the applauses? I think we are missing the applauses. Let's bring in some more energy. We have a few more awards to give out today. And for the next award, I would like to invite on stage Kunal Joshi from Hero MotoCorp.
And the next award goes to Kunal Joshi, Assistant General Manager, Hero MotoCorp.
Apparently, he's not here with us in the ceremony. Moving on, we would like to invite Prema Datta, PR Pundit, on stage. Please give it up for Prema Datta from
And the
PR
next
Pundit.
award goes to Prema Datta, Account Director, PR Pundit.
Congratulations, Prema, on the amazing win. And I would like to hear your thoughts on this win today.
As some of the other winners have just mentioned, it is a responsibility and also it's overwhelming. But I just hope that this is also, sorry, I'm a little overwhelmed. This is a great moment for us to also get more and more people into this room. Encourage more people to stand up, show their talent, and shine.
Thank you so much, Prema, and you are paving a way forward for that, for others to follow in your footsteps. Congratulations. Moving on, I would like to invite on stage Rajni Chalam from Ad Factors PR Private Limited.
And the next award goes to Ranjini Chalam, Group Head, Ad Factors PR Private Limited.
Congratulations, Ranjini. And please join me here. This is the second award. This is for you, of course, and you received an award for your colleague as well. How does it feel today, first of all, and how does the road ahead look to you?
It is an honor and to be recognized by E4M. And we're just getting started. I mean, under 40 is the new 20, and I think we have a great way for the PR industry ahead.
Absolutely, and getting a little overwhelming and, soaking in the feeling. I get that feeling because of late I also got a 40 under 40, and trust me, I've done this for 15 years standing on stage, and when I had my moment, I was also shaking. So I get the overwhelming part of it. But congratulations to all of you. You all are paving the road ahead for the next generation to follow, and, in your footsteps and lead the way you are leading. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Archana V from Dunnhumby, India, as our next winner.
And
big round of applause, everybody. We are missing the applauses. Come on, the energy, the music should be your applauses.
Dunnhumby, India.
Congratulations, Archana. Many, many congratulations to you on this. And just tell me, how does it feel, I can never get tired of asking this question because you all are leaders and people are going to follow what you have to say today.
No, it's absolutely amazing. I'm stoked. Stoked is the word that people use these days. I'm excited. My throat is a bit down. Absolutely thrilled. And definitely, I think 15 years back when I decided that I want to do Corp Comm, my family was a bit like, what? What are you trying to do? But that's what I really want, right? This industry to just come in terms with everybody young, getting motivated with what we're doing here and what exactly power with a purpose means. I think that's something big that we can all do as a community. So yeah, I'm really excited. Thank you so much for the jury and thank you for Exchange for Media. I'm really happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations. We are elated to have you with us as a winner. Moving on, the next award, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Priyanka P. Pandit from Gutenberg. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen.
And the next award goes to Priyanka P. Pandit, Associate Director, PR, Gutenberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, and there we have on stage, let me tell you, a very proud boss. We have Amardeep Singh here from the Gutenberg, ladies and gentlemen, and of course Priyanka here receiving the award. Congratulations, Priyanka. Congratulations. Let me also take your thoughts on the winning today. 40 under 40. Wow, that must feel incredible.
Indeed, it does. And firstly, I want to thank you, all the jury, respected jury, for taking out time from your busy schedule. We all know how busy you are all the time. Thank you so much, and thank you for selecting me and finding me eligible for this. Secondly, I would want to say thank you to Gutenberg. 11 years at Gutenberg, started as a journalist with BBC, and it has been such an exciting journey. And we at Gutenberg, it's an integrated agency. So I'm so thrilled now because like everybody's saying, this is just the beginning for us. And I have another good news to share that with this now I also get a new responsibility for integrated role where I would be doing US PR, UK PR, digital, SEO, and a lot of the other things. So communications is way to go. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Some of those words I didn't understand, but I know it sounds like a great responsibility. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to find our next winner. The next award goes to Jagrati Motwani from Chachi Communications Private Limited.
And the next award goes to Jagrati Motwani, CEO and co-founder, Chachi Communication Private Limited.
Congratulations, Jagrati. Just be here with us for a moment. Jagrati, how does it feel? You look very happy and quite naturally so.
Yeah, I am happy, and I'm just happy, that I received an award instead of her, and I wish her the best.
Oh, okay, so you are receiving it on her behalf. Thank you. Thank you for doing the honors for us. And congratulations to Jagrati, ladies and gentlemen. The next winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Rashmi Nakaskar from Wavemaker Group M Media.
And the next award goes to Wavemaker Group M Media.
Congratulations, congratulations. Somebody's got it.
Congratulations. Thank you, Pallavi. You are collecting a lot of trophies today on our winners' behalf. Congratulations to all the winners. Nonetheless, moving on, the next winner I would like to invite on stage is Reshma from Metro Cash and Carry India. We announced her name before, but I've heard that she's now present with us in the room. So, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Reshma.
And the next award goes to Reshma, General Manager, Corporate Communications, Metro Cash and Carry
Ladies
India.
and gentlemen, let's bring those applauses in. May we bring Reshmi's award? It was announced before, number 9. Just allow us a moment. We announced her name before and we have moved on in the list. So our team at the back end is just sorting out. It will take a couple of seconds. Please bear with us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And in the meantime, I would like to invite the next winner on stage. The next winner is Mansi Sheth from Veritas Reputations Private PR. So we have the award coming up. Congratulations for Reshma, Metro Cash and Carry India. Congratulations. Hi Reshma, where were you missing? We were missing you here in the ceremony. Congratulations. And
thank you so much. Very bad day at work. That's why I'm sorry I'm very late. But thank you very much, E4M team, and to the entire fraternity. And congratulations, everyone. Thank you for celebrating our work. And whoever has won, and all the communicators who are doing some amazing work, especially in these challenging times. So congratulations, everyone. Thank you.
big shout out to every winner there, every nominee, in fact. Congratulations. The next winner is Mansi Sheth from Veritas Reputation PR.
And the next
Come on,
award
ladies and
goes
gentlemen,
to
give it up.
Mansi Sheth, Group Head, Veritas Reputation PR.
Many congratulations. The next name, ladies and gentlemen, is Naina Agarwal Ahuja from Talking Point Communications. Please welcome Naina Agarwal Ahuja on stage.
And the next award goes to Naina Agarwal Ahuja, Director, Talking Point Communications.
Your thoughts on the win today?
It feels absolutely amazing. I started my own agency about 7 years ago with the aim of making a difference in the PR world, and it feels great to be recognized for that. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, and it does seem that you're making a difference out there. Congratulations. Moving on to our next winner, Stuti Singh from Ad Factors PR.
And the next award goes to Stuti Singh, Account Director, Ad Factors PR.
Congratulations. Stuti, I would like to hold you back, and you are the next gen leader, and there are many who would be looking forward to you and your win today. So how does it feel in this moment?
It feels amazing for the very specific reason that this is the second time I actually filed my entry. So I would want to actually say this, that every individual who actually thought of filing the entry, even if you're not here, you are a winner. Because I think that very step that you decide that, I should file an entry itself is a winning point. So I think kudos to them as well. And in terms of being a leader, I think the legacy has to continue. So I need to make sure that people whom I work with, they have, I give them that sort of a strength that they can come and stand here as well. So thank you so much, and thank you Exchange for Media for doing this. Thank you.
And with those thoughts, we are sure that the legacy is going to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Divya Jain, Value 360 Communications, joining us on stage.
And the last award goes to Divya Jain, Group Account Director, Value 360 Communications.
Congratulations. Please come, Divya, center stage. This is your moment. A big bright smile on that beautiful face. As they say, let's seal the memories for now and forever. Congratulations, Divya. Again, how does it feel on the win?
It's definitely overwhelming, and to share the stage with all of these, well-deserving people. And thank you so much for the jury. E4M always is a little special one, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Madhvi Chaudhary, who's an independent consultant, winning this award today. Please give it up for Madhvi Chaudhary, everybody.
And the next award goes to Madhvi Chaudhary, Independent Consultant.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. There she is, ladies and gentlemen, Madhvi Chaudhary. Congratulations, Madhvi. And, kudos on the win. First of all, how do you feel in this moment, and how do you think the next, 5 years, 10 years look for the PR in Corp Comm?
Actually, this is my very first award, and getting it from Exchange for Media makes it special even more. And I'm really thrilled to be looking forward to many more coming my way, definitely. And the PR industry has a way forward to go. I just think that the 5 years or the coming year itself is going to be very thrilled and amazing. Since the COVID is over, we have gone to the next level of digital media and influencer marketing, and everything is going to come our way. So it's going to be amazing.
Congratulations, and we really hope that COVID is over and, this calamity is past us, and we can go into a world that was normal. The next winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Richa Anand from the Walt Disney Company. Please give it up for Richa Anand, everybody.
And the next award goes to Richa Anand, the Walt Disney Company.
Congratulations. So we have her colleague receiving it on her behalf. Congratulations. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Swati Gobalani from Genesis BCW. Let's hear it for Swati Gobalani from Genesis BCW, ladies and gentlemen.
And the next award goes to Swati Gobalani, Director, Genesis BCW.
Congratulations, Swati. Congratulations, Swati. And the same question, how do you feel 40 under 40 is an elite club to be a part of?
I think it's absolutely amazing, and I remember somebody else also mentioned that this is the second time they filed an entry. Same was the case with me. I was quite enthusiastic last year. And then I actually looked at what is it that I missed and move forward on what more can we talk about? How can we actually impact businesses? Because at the end of the day, if communication is to get a seat on the table, we have to showcase ROI on the business. And that's what I looked at, and here I am standing in front of all of you. So thank you so much for giving me this award, and for E4M for this platform that recognizes talent and motivates them to do more and take PR to the next level. Thank you.
Congratulations, Swati, and communication definitely has made a very secure position at the table as it is in your able hands now. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, the next winner is Kritika Kulshetra from Kroll.
And the next award goes to Kritika Kulshrestha, Global Marketing and Communications Manager, Kroll.
Congratulations. Congratulations. The next award goes to Shubrit Kaur from Hill and Knowlton Tech Strategies. Please give it up for Shubrit Kaur.
Goes to Shubrit Kaur, Director, Creative Services, Hill and Knowlton Strategies.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And don't worry, we are not getting fooled by your beauty. A wishing congratulations to Shubrit here. And the next winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Kritika Pedhi from ATDB Communications Private Limited.
And the next award goes to Kritika Padhi, Senior Account Manager, ATDB Communications Private Limited.
And we would like to hold you on stage for just a couple of seconds because this is your moment, and this is your moment of glory. So first of all, soak it in. Congratulations. And secondly, how do you feel? Although your smile is telling me the whole story, but your thoughts?
I'm too thrilled, and I'm still able to, I'm taking time to absorb that I'm actually getting an award. This is the first one. And thank you, E4M, thank you, juries, for taking out the time for this and acknowledging and giving us the platform. Thank you.
Congratulations. Look at the good side of irony there, ladies and gentlemen. Communication awards, you are the people who communicate for the brands, in behalf of the brands, and today it is getting a little overwhelming on stage, and I can sense that, and rightly so. Many, many congratulations. Moving on to meet our next winner. The next one goes to Ankita Singh from Byju's Think and Learn Private Limited.
And the next award goes to Ankita Singh, Manager, Corporate Communications, Byju's Think and Learn Private Limited.
Congratulations, Ankita. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what? We are missing your applauses. And it would do a great job if you could applaud wholeheartedly, because let me assure you that everybody sitting in this room is a winner. And when we are applauding for the winners here on stage, we are essentially applauding for our own self as well. So, hi, congratulations. And how does it feel? And what would be those three, pro tips, if you have to give out there to the people who are just starting out in the field? What would those be?
Hello, a very warm good evening to all of those who've gathered here. Thank you so much for acknowledging all the communicators here, and must tell you guys are doing a great job. And yeah, a quick story that I'd like to tell you, won't take much time. 2015, my first day as a PR professional, and I read about Nestle Maggie crisis. And I was thinking, what this brand is doing, and then I got to know that I'm working on that client. And I was out of the court, getting the press releases and sending it to the media. That day I realized this job is for a purpose, and it's not story selling, it's storytelling. I think it says a lot, and that's what all of us are doing, and we should just believe in this purpose and go ahead with that. And that's what I've been doing in the last 7 years. I think I'm the youngest in the room here, but it gives me great inspiration to move on ahead, and I think it's a lot long journey for me. Sky's the limit. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Ankita. Very, very well said and very well deserved. And we have acknowledged about 22 of our winners here today. We have a tall list to go. It's 40 under 40. So we are coming up with the next few names. And in the meantime, I would like to once again thank our eminent jury for, I would like to hold you back on stage though, but we would like to thank you for going through that exhausting process of shortlisting the best out of the best. 170 entries is a lot to compile through, and the way you have screened them through and, helped us find and recognize 40 under 40 here. Thank you so much for your great contribution. And I would once again like to thank our partners for joining hands with us on this momentous event. Without their support, this evening, this event wouldn't have been possible. To all of our presenting partners, gold partners, co-sponsors, a big, big, big thank you to each one of you. Moving on to meet our next winners. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, I would like to invite on stage Vivek Satya Mitra from Bobbles AI to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Vivek. Hi Vivek, congratulations. Looks like you were prepared to receive this award. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels really great, but probably I'm quite a different person here among all these people. So I've been to media for almost 2 decades, like 1.5 decades in mainstream media, then switched to entrepreneurship, and then switched to this corporate communication PR. So for me, it's like, starting a journey, and receiving an award like this, it's an immense pleasure for me. Thanks to E4M and all the jury. But मैं हिंदी में कुछ कहना चाहता था, क्योंकि मुझे लगा कि अनुराग जी ने यहाँ आनंद का जिक्र किया और समाचार फॉर मीडिया का। मैं हिंदी का पत्रकार रहा हूँ और फिलहाल मैं जिन कंपनीज के साथ काम करता हूँ टेक्नोलॉजी स्पेस में, वो सिर्फ अंग्रेजी में डील करते हैं। और अंकिता ने जैसा कहा कि स्टोरी सेलिंग नहीं, स्टोरी टेलिंग इज इम्पॉर्टेंट। So I have been a journalist, reporter, editor for 6 news channels, and yes, I have realized being part of PR industry that yes, storytelling is the right word for story selling. If we are actually exploring opportunities in PR in media, that's the key word. So thanks a lot, Ankita, for actually putting it in the right way. Thank you.
Congratulations, Vivek. And you know what? A true champion is the one who keeps evolving with time. And like you have, kept on rediscovering yourself into these different verticals. We wish you all the best for your future endeavors.
That's how I don't feel like, being 40 now. So I feel like, still 20.
Like they say, 40 is the new 20s. Who cares? Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Vivek and all of our winners in this prestigious room today. And with this, I would like to thank our jury members for standing up on stage for so long and doing the honors. I would request you to kindly take your seats down. And although we have more names on this list, however, unfortunately, these winners could not make it to the event today. However, we would like to play their audiovisual clip and we would like to recognize them in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on screen. We have about 15 to 17 names to go. And I would request you to go on applauding for these winners because they are going to be watching this video later and they would want their friends to support them in their winning. So ladies and gentlemen, let's go on applauding for the next list of winners.
The first award goes to Bob John, Manager, Corporate Communications, Tata Trust. And the next award goes to Divya Narayan, Senior PR Manager, Amazon.
We are keeping a close watch on the people who are not applauding. And we might just take your award back.
And the next award goes to Priyanka Serrao, Senior Manager, Corporate Affairs and External Communications, Flipkart Internet Private Limited. And the next award goes to Aniruddha Ghosh, Head of Corporate Communications, South Asia, Bloomberg, India. And the next award goes to Divya Kumar, Manager, Public Relations and Sustainability, Air Asia India Limited. And the next award goes to Saurabh Bose, Lead, Corporate PR and Manager Brand, Marcom Services, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited. And the next award goes to Nadia Mali, Head, PR and Corporate Communications, SRL Diagnostics. And the next award goes to Supraja Srinivasan, Head, PR and Corporate Communications, Book My Show. And the next award goes to Dr. Subi Chaturvedi, Chief, Corporate and Public Affairs Officer, Cash Grail Private Limited, Zupi. And the next award goes to Nida Paloba, Head of Communications, Colgate-Palmolive India Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, your applauses are missing.
And the next award goes to Sanjay Kumar Sahu, DGM, Corporate Communication, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. And the next award goes to Kamaljeet Kaur, Senior Account Manager, Media Mantra. The next award goes to Himanshu Raj, Associate Director, Brand and Policy Communications, Mobile Premier League. And the next award goes to Gayatri Chandrasekhar,
Just a few
Senior
more to go,
Manager,
ladies and gentlemen.
PR, Phone
Please
Pay
be with us
Private
with your
Limited.
applauses. Mark your attendance here as well.
And the next award goes to Swati Singh, EVP and Lead, Corporate Communication and Social Media Marketing, Yes Bank. And the next award goes to Kriti Mehta, Founder, Viva Consulting. And the next award goes to Nitisha Anand, Lead PR and Corporate Communications, Twitter. And the next award goes to Rohan D'Souza, Lead PR, Emerging and Premium Sports, Star Sports.
Congratulations to all the achievers here in the room and of course those who couldn't make it to this room. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to now thank all our partners for coming together and making this event a huge success and a great possibility. We have our presenting partners, Ad Factors, PR Knowledge Driven Communications. A big round of applause to them. A big shout out to our powered by partners, Godrej Group and Fusion PR. And of course, our gold partners, ATDB, Teamwork, Wispeak, and Grace Cell PR. A big thank you to all of them. And this brings us to the end of the third edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards for the year 2021. Thank you very much for joining us in the celebrations today. We look forward to see you the next year as well. And thank you to our jury again for going through the process and helping us find these top 40 in the club. Thank you so much, everybody, for sharing your time with us. This is Shobha Rana, your host, signing off from the stage for now. And we would leave you with our sponsor, AV. Let's have a look on that. And thank you again. And we are inviting you to join us in the pre-function area for the tea and snacks. Thank you.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene to recognize the top 100 in about half an hour from now.
The first award goes to Bob John, Manager, Corporate Communications.
So, hello everyone. This was a repeat telecast of the event which was concluded on 8th of December, where some of the winners couldn't make it and some of them are still here with us. We'd like to call their name one by one, and I will request them to unmute them, and then we can congratulate them in person. So I'll start with Shubhreet. Hi, Shubhreet.
Hi, Karan. I'm just switching my video on. It's taking some time. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I think you're on mute. I can't hear you.
No, I'm not on mute now. You can't hear me?
Let me try it once again. Can you hear me now?
Now can you hear me? I can hear
Or
you.
maybe you can just log off and log in again.
Okay.
Sir, we can
I'll
hear
wait for
her.
you.
Sir, we can hear her.
Moving on to Aniruddha Ghosh. Aniruddha, hi, how are you?
Hi, Karan, can you hear me?
I don't know. I think there is some technical issue. Just 1 second. 1 minute. I think there's a technical glitch. Just 1 second.
Yeah, it's kind of odd because we can hear everyone else.
Yeah.
Each other rather.
Hi.
Hey,
Can you guys
Karan.
hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah,
Right,
now we
super.
can.
So thank you. I mean, I'll start with you, then I'll go to Aniruddha. 1 second, just 1 second. So how was your experience?
It was really nice. I'm really bummed out that I missed it, but it was just becoming very difficult with a lot of things going on. But yeah, I know everyone, Abhishek, Megha, and all updated me about how good the event was. But yeah, I'll be back in Delhi soon. My role requires me to be fluid, so hopefully you will all catch up then.
Right. So thank you for joining in. It was a great session what we heard in the morning. I look forward to engage with you one-on-one more often. Congratulations to you once again.
Thank
Hope
you.
to see you next year too. Thank you.
Do we have to do a thank you thing that you want us to say? That's what it was? Okay. I wasn't sure.
Right.
I can't hear you again. Okay, got
You're
it.
not able to hear me?
No, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. There was a bit of a lag.
I think we lost Karan.
Yeah. I was just wondering if this is also supposed to be recorded and pitched in, or is this just,
Yeah, that's what I thought it was supposed to be.
yeah, because then my answer wasn't appropriate.
Yes. Let's see. Hopefully he comes back and tells us what it's exactly supposed to be. Is it? Oh, on the side now.
I'm asking on the chat group. I think maybe more people want to know.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Can you hear us?
I think there is some issue probably because we could hear everything and suddenly we are not able to hear anything. Sagar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I can hear Sagar.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think you can't hear us.
No, I think there was some technical issue. Thank you. It was great to have you. Your session was wonderful in the morning, so I just logged in from my cell phone now.
I really enjoyed the session in the morning too. It was quite engaging, and I think it was a good panel, quite an interactive
Yeah,
session.
yeah. So every year, because the first year we did on ground in 2019, the next year we did virtually. This year we did hybrid. So winners, as you know, were invited beforehand. Some couldn't make it, some could not.
Yeah.
So that's the whole deal of inviting them one on one. Thank you for having, thank you for coming, speaking, and it was a great session in the morning. And congratulations once again on winning the 40 under 40.
No, thank you so much. That was actually quite a wonderful surprise. And I think I've gotten quite lucky to have an organization like HK behind me and bringing in my journalism experience and digital and social media marketing experience and now integrating into PR. So it's been quite a career chart, but looking forward to what's ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep engaging with you one on one.
Yes, looking forward
Take
to
care.
it.
Have a good day and congratulations. Have a nice evening.
Thanks so much, Karan. You too. Bye.
Yeah, take care. Let's moving on. Aniruddha, sorry, I had to keep you waiting.
No worries. Thanks, Karan.
I saw you. I saw a little grin on your face when there was a technical glitch. Yeah, I was trying to hear you guys, but I don't know what went wrong. Nonetheless,
No worries. This is
thank you.
the hallmark of working from home, right? We've all gotten used to this. I think it's just part of life now.
Yeah, but in the morning everything was working fine till even we ran the repeat telecast. I'm sorry you couldn't make it because of the whole pandemic thing, and since you were out of Bombay, we expected you to be in Delhi. But I hope you have a good evening, and this award is a token of appreciation for the great work that you've been doing.
Thank
And
you
we
so
look
much.
forward to see you doing exceptionally well in Bloomberg.
Thank you. Thanks, Karan, and hope to obviously stay in touch and catch up soon. Hopefully, we will. I mean, I will be planning a trip to Delhi sometime soon, so we'll catch up one on one definitely. And of course, thanks once again to the entire team at E4M for this.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, we have Nitisha. So Nitisha, hi.
Hi, Karan.
Hi. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Karan. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there on the day of felicitation, but it's really amazing to hear that I'm one of the 40 under 40. And thank you so much.
Yeah. We are grateful. I hope you have a great evening and look forward to see you soon.
Yes,
and
yes,
keep
Karan,
launching more and more initiatives.
Yes, absolutely, Karan. Certainly. We'll be in touch. Thank you.
Moving on, Divya, hi.
Hi, Karan. Thanks for doing this. It's an absolute pleasure being associated with E4M again. I was lucky to be awarded the Communications Person of the Year as well by E4M earlier this year. So it's been a splendid year for me in terms of personal growth as well as career. So I'm absolutely happy to be a part of this. Thanks for doing this for the winners who couldn't make it to the event. Of course, because of the pandemic, I could make it in person. But it's a pleasure meeting you and some of the other winners as well here. Thank you so much.
We keep doing because that's the that's the essence of Exchange for Media. And since last 20 years, we've been moving and launching multiple initiatives, bringing industry closure. So PR has always been an integral part of our ecosystem, and we continue to launch new initiative which brings more and more value to the industry.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And moving on, we have Kruti. Hi, Kruti.
Hi, Karan. Good to be here. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And thanks for organizing this for the people who couldn't make it. And
We were hoping to see you in Delhi, but we understand the pandemic situations.
I hope to be in Delhi soon, and I'll definitely catch up with you.
Definitely.
Yeah, and it was wonderful to see so many familiar faces, in fact, out there, and especially, people that are so well known to me. And it was wonderful to be a part of this esteemed cohort of people. And, it's really impressive and amazing to see the kind of work that is happening, the kind of, initiatives that are taking place. So more power to all of us to do more.
Absolutely. Congratulations to you. I hope you had a great evening.
Yes,
and
thank you so much.
we look forward to see you engaging more and more.
Of
and
course.
keep changing
Yes,
the whole landscape of.
I promise to be more active and out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I wish you a great evening. Thank you to all the winner. If
Thank
I'm
you.
missing out on somebody, please identify yourself. Sorry, I don't see many names now.
No, I don't think you're missing out on anyone.
Right. So thank you, everyone. It was great.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you. Congratulations to you, Karan. This is your baby, right? I was listening to Anurag. So many, many congratulations to you.
this is our baby, actually, the whole exchange for media. So PR has been there with us for last 20 years, and IPRCC we started in 2009.
Right,
So
right.
actually
So,
was the
but
first.
Anurag specifically mentioned that this is something that you are taking care of. So a special congrats to you.
The credit goes to the whole team. We have a whole set of people working behind the
Yeah,
scenes.
of course, of course. It's never an
Yeah.
individual effort.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We have Faisal, we have Shabasti, we have Ruchika, we have Ria. There's a whole host of team,
Yeah.
who's working behind the scenes.
Thanks. Please thank everyone on our behalf.
Absolutely.
Wonderful
And-
thing for you to organize. Yeah.
I just want to quickly check if when will you guys be announcing this on LinkedIn and stuff?
We have already announced as we speak,
wait.
it's live everywhere.
Okay, great, perfect.
Social media handles. You can go to Twitter, LinkedIn, you can go to Exchange for Media page on Facebook, you'll see it there.
Lovely.
So results will be out. Officially, it's out there. The cover, the story and the creative, the list of winners will be shared either tonight or tomorrow morning. You'll see it.
Sure.
Brilliant. I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks. You have
Thanks,
a lovely
Karan.
weekend.
Congratulations, everyone else as well.
And I hope you guys get to chill this weekend after all the hard work you guys have done.
We have a repeat telecast of top 100 tomorrow, so you
Oh.
guys can stay tuned.
Lovely. Great.
Faisal,
Okay.
sorry, Sagar, can we play the AVs please now? Thank you.
Thank you.
The first award goes to Bob John, Manager, Corporate Communications, Tata Trust. And the next award goes to Kritika Kulshrestha, Global Marketing and Communications Manager, Crawl. And the next award goes to Divya Narayan, Senior PR Manager, Amazon. And the next award goes to Neha Bajaj, Founder and Managing Director, Scroll Mantra. And the next award goes to Priyanka Serrao, Senior Manager, Corporate Affairs and External Communications, Flipkart Internet Private Limited. And the next award goes to Ria Mukherjee, Business Head, West, Value 360 Communications Private Limited. And the next award goes to Kuheli Ray, Associate Vice President, 2020 MSL. And the next award goes to Aniruddha Ghosh, Head of Corporate Communications, South Asia, Bloomberg, India. And the next award goes to Shubhreet Kaur, Director, Creative Services, Hill and Knowlton Strategies. And the next award goes to Divya Kumar, Manager, Public Relations and Sustainability, AirAsia India Limited. And the next award goes to Gaurav S. Kapoor, Account Director, Ruder Finn. And the next award goes to Saurabh Bose, Lead, Corporate PR and Manager Brand, Marcom Services, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited. And the next award goes to Nitin Jagat, Branch Head, at Factors PR Private Limited. And the next award goes to Nadia Mali, Head, PR and Corporate Communications, SRL Diagnostics. And the next award goes to Megha Chaturvedi, Senior Advisor, Communications and Corporate Relations, Rio Tinto India Private Limited. And the next award goes to Priyoska Uke, Account Director, Ruder Finn India Private Limited. And the next award goes to Amrita Panja, Lead, Corporate Communications and PR, Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC Limited. And the next award goes to Supraja Srinivasan, Head, PR and Corporate Communications, Book My Show. And the next award goes to Reshma, General Manager, Corporate Communications, Metro Cash and Carry India. And the next award goes to Rajamala Pritesh, Communications Manager, Panasonic India Private Limited. And the next award goes to Dr. Subi Chaturvedi, Chief Corporate and Public Affairs Officer, Cash Grail Private Limited, Zupi. And the next award goes to Nida Paloba, Head of Communications, Colgate-Palmolive India Limited. And the next award goes to Sanjay Kumar Sahu, DGM, Corporate Communication, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. And the next award goes to Kamaljeet Kaur, Senior Account Manager, Media Mantra. And the next award goes to Kunal Joshi, Assistant General Manager, Hero MotoCorp. And the next award goes to Richa Anand, the Walt Disney Company. The next award goes to Himanshu Raj, Associate Director, Brand and Policy Communications, Mobile Premier League. And the next award goes to Prema Datta, Account Director, PR Pandit. And the next award goes to Ranjini Chalam, Group Head, Ad Factors PR Private Limited. And the next award goes to Kritika Padhi, Senior Account Manager, 80dB Communications Private Limited. And the next award goes to Gayatri Chandrasekhar, Senior Manager PR, PhonePe Private Limited. And the next award goes to Archana V, Business Partner, Communications, Dunnhumby, India. And the next award goes to Sudipta Das, Vice President, Technology Practice, Current Global. And the next award goes to Priyanka P. Pandit, Associate Director, PR, Gutenberg. And the next award goes to Jagrati Motwani, CEO and co-founder, Chachi Communication Private Limited. And the next award goes to Swati Singh, EVP and Lead, Corporate Communication and Social Media Marketing, Yes Bank. And the next award goes to Rashmi Nakaskar, Wavemaker Group M Media. And the next award goes to Ankita Singh, Manager, Corporate Communications, Byju's Think and Learn Private Limited. And the next award goes to Madhvi Chaudhary, Independent Consultant. And the next award goes to Kruti Mehta, Founder, Viva Consulting. And the next award goes to Mansi Sheth, Group Head, Veritas Reputation PR. And the next award goes to Naina Agarwal Ahuja, Director, Talking Point Communications. And the next award goes to Nitisha Anand, Lead PR and Corporate Communications, Twitter. And the next award goes to Rohan D'Souza, Lead PR, Emerging and Premium Sports, Star Sports. And the next award goes to Swati Gualami, Director, Genesis BCW. And the next award goes to Stuti Singh, Account Director, Ad Factors PR. And the last award goes to Divya Jain, Group Account Director, Value 360 Communications. And the next award goes to Vivek Satya Mitram, Director, Communications, Bobble AI.